fourth generation high energy synchrotron radiation facility. Uh, the energy of the machine is 6 GeV because this is a high energy machine and with very low emittance, so the brilliance is very high, higher than 10 over 22. And then the ring is big. The circumference of the storage ring is 1.3 kilometer. And in this machine, we can build more than about 90 beamlines. Uh, and then this is not only a project because you can see that this is the picture of our campus. We call this campus is called the we call the Horizon Science City. You can see the synchrotron, the high energy photon source, and then the other facility around this the light source, like the synergy extreme condition facility, and also the module imaging facility, and also the human organ physiopathology emulation system. So this is we call this area the Horizon Science City. We just put the synchrotron and other research center and also other kind of research facility together and then to form a Sun City, and the people can come here to use all kind of the all kind of the research facility to do their research. And we should come back to our machine. The machine, I mean the accelerator, it's a 6 GeV machine, including one LINAC accelerating the electron to 500 millieV, and a booster. The circumference of the booster is 454 meters, and boosting the electron from 500 millieV, that is 0.5 GeV to 6 GeV, and then a huge storage ring, 1.36 kilometer circumference, and then we're using 48 cells of hybrid 7BA, and then the natural emittance is 34 picometers. And this is in this moment, this is the most brilliant synchrotron light source in the world. So because we design the lowest uh, emittance in the storage ring. So this is typically a fourth generation synchrotron light source. And then the brightness can reach to 5 times 10 over 22 photons per second per square millimeter. Uh, so at an energy of 21 keV. So you can provide the X-ray energy from up to 300 keV. In the phase one, we built 14 user beamline and one test beamline because we need to developing a series of the optical instrument and also detector. So we need a test beamline to test our instrument. So we built 14 user beamline and one test beamline, totally 15 beamline in phase one. So this 15 beamline we use 19 insertion device, including the 6 types of 19 insertion device. 3 beamline are very long. We call 3 long beamline. The length of this long beamline is about 200 meter, and this beamline ID21 is longest. It's 350 meters long. And this is the list of the 14 beamline, 15 beamline. Some beamline they use the high energy feature of the machine, for example, for engineering material diffraction, and also for high X-ray imaging. And some beamline they use the feature of the high brilliance, like the nanoprobe, structural dynamics, high pressure beamline, and also the nano apex beamline. Of course, some beamline use the coherence feature of the of the light source. We have the high X-ray coherence scattering beamline and low dimensional probe beamline. Of course, we need to build some beamline for the general user because, like the ZAPS X-ray absorption fund structure, fund structure spectra, they have a huge number of the users. So we need to build a beamline for the large amount of user. Of course, we have a test beamline to do the optical test. In fact, we start to prepare this project longer than 10 years ago. In the year of 2013, we start to prepare a project we call the test facility because at that moment we don't have any experience in building the fourth generation light source. So we need to do some R&D. So we got support. We call this project and the HAPS test facility. We prepare and then we prepare for 3 years and then we got the budget and we start to do the R&D. And then after we finish the R&D, we start the formal construction of the high energy photon source. So now we have to finish the construction. So during during the R&D and also in the moment of in the period of R&D project, we are very lucky to get support from the Beijing city. They provide us the budget to build our platform, the platform for advanced photon source technology, R&D. We call the PAPS, PAPS. So this is also a huge, very huge, a very large experiment, laboratory, including the research facility for accelerator and also for the beamline. So during in this platform, we're developing our technology in accelerator and also in beamline to build this fourth generation machine, including the superconductor RF cavity, the negative coding and negative coding vacuum chamber, and also different kind of insertion device. Of course, we're developing our optical metrology system, for example, the flat surface profiler, and also in how developing the monochromator and also the detector. Now, the phase 1B line just finished the construction. We are preparing for the phase 2B line. We're preparing the science case and project proposal to the government, and we try to have the budget to build another 13 bin lines in the future. Of course, we need to organize our user to do some research, to have a huge research team and or construction or to apply for some big a huge research team and also a huge research project to 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 solve the problem of the industry and also the basic research based on our machine. For example, we have a lot of consortium in material and also in chemistry, especially the dynamic property of catalysis. And then the second part of my talk is about the progress. Now the HAPS, the high energy photon source, now is in pilot operation. Yeah, it just finished. We finished the construction. We finished the commissioning. Now we are in pilot operation. And this is some program release in the medium, for example, in the magazine of Science and in the magazine of Nature, and also some synchrotron radiation news. So this machine, from the beginning, has been paid a lot of attention in worldwide. So this is the milestone of our project. We start the construction in June of 2019, and the civil construction finish in January of 2024. And then now the utility is in operating, and also the LINAC and booster in operation, and also a storage ring in operation in the beginning of 2025. And now we have reached all the KPP, I mean the key performance parameters, including the accelerator and beamlines. So, for example, we measure the natural emittance. Now the natural emittance is 56.8 picometers. Now we try to reduce this number to reach the desired value, 34 picometer. And also all the KBP has been achieved in the October of 2025. And we already have the 5 tons we already finished 5 tons of the commissioning. So this is the civil construction. The civil construction, the site area is 650,000 square meters, and the building is 150 150,000 meters. So this is the picture of the very beginning, and then you can see this is small video from the very beginning, and then the building just come up one by one, and now this is the picture of the August of 2024. And we do a lot of effort on the ring foundation design because this machine they need a very stable background. So we spend a lot of time and spend a lot of budget to build a very solid background. We use the three 3 meters thick soil and then the 1 meters reinforced concrete slab, and then to keep the stability of our ground. Now the vibration is about 20 nanometers. We measure 20 nanometers the vibration of the whole site in the whole site. This is the picture and some video in our ring foundation construction. And all the utility is ready, including the 590 electric power distribution cabins, and also 20,000 meters pipelines, and more than 1,700 kilometers cable. And the temperature control is 1 degree. And all the voltage level on site. This is the power supply. The voltage level it's ready. And the electricity power is in service for 3 years and it works perfect. There's no problem. And for the accelerator, the lean neck, it's 49 meters long and 500 milli EV. And then we finish the lean neck in the March of 2023 and start the commissioning. And also the booster for 454 meters circumference, and you can boosting the electron from 0.5 to 6 GeV. And this is a four-fold symmetry photo structure. And we start the commissioning of the lean neck and also the booster in the July of 2023. And only 4 months we finish all the commissioning. Now the lean neck and booster, of course, in operation. And this is the storage ring, the very big machine, 1.3 kilometers circumference, including 1,776 magnets, and also 19 insertion device, 1,300 vacuum chambers, more than 500 BPMs. All of this thing in 288 girders. We spent 10 months to install all these magnets, vacuum chamber, and also the VPN and girder in the tunnel. And then before we install this magnets in the tunnel, we do the pre-alignment. The ring we process experimental for storage ring installation in our platform PIPS, and then we alignment the whole storage ring in the tunnel. The pre-alignment began, and the position of the pre-alignment, the alignment is 30 micron, and install in the tunnel, the position of alignment is 50 micron. So it's very precise installation. And also, and then in the July of 2024, we finish all installation, the vacuum sealing. And we start the commissioning in July 23 of October of 2024. Okay, we are very lucky. We got the first turn very quickly, and then we accumulate this electron in 1 month to 7 milliamps, and then in October of 2024, we got the first light from the insertion device. So this is the picture of the storage ring, and also the transferring line. And also this is the insertion device and also the superconductor cavity. And we spent 1.5 years from the beginning to commissioning our machine. Now the currents of the machine can reach to 150 milliamps, and the emittance, now we can provide the beam with the emittance lower than 60 picometers. And we already have the feedback systems, FO, including the SOFB. I mean, the slow orbit feedback and also fast orbit feedback. Now it's already. And accelerator, because this is the national project, so we need to pass the acceptance test. So as the accelerator performance test passed in the September of the 2025, and then all the key performance parameter like the energy, the beam current, and also the natural emittance and the stability, beam stability and brightness have reached the KPP. And then now we're improving our parameters. For example, now the currents can running in 150 milliamps, and the emittance is smaller than 50 picometers. And the stability now is much better when the beginning. Now it's better than 10%. Usually it's 5% of the beam diffraction of the RF beam size. And during the construction, we're developing a series of technology, including the superconductor uh, uh, RF cavity, 166 megahertz, and we're developing this new type of wiggler. We call it Mango wiggler. This wiggler, this inserted device can provide a very large spot size for the experiment, for the large sample. And we also developing our high gradient quadrupole, and also the vacuum chamber. We use neck coating because the the size of the vacuum chamber is too small, so we have to use neck coating to improve in the vacuum. And we also use a new type of injection. We call this swap out injection. We just replace injection. We are not only uh, in summary, we did not simply inject some bunch from the booster to the storage ring. We just replace the weak bunch in the storage ring by a, a big bunch from the booster. So you need very precise timing system to control every bunch on the booster and also the search ring. So it's a very complicated system, but it works very well. So the stability of the beam become very good. And all the beamline, I mean the 14 user beamline and one test beamline has been installed and then finished the commissioning. The most important thing is because we have very short time, we are very unlucky because during the construction we have 3 years of pandemic, so we have to work very hard every time, every week, 7 days and 24 hours hard work. And then finally we finish all the project. So we set up our turning system for the fourth generation light source. We're developing our grating interferometers to to evaluate our coherence. We also developing our grating double edge speckle method for waveform metrology of for example, for the KB alignment and bending turning, and also other kind of technology just to just to diagnosis or to turning our beamline. And now all the beamline, 15 beamline, all the KPP, I mean the key parameters, key performance parameters as achieved. For example, the tychography beamline, we can get the spatial resolution of 9.5 nanometer, and also the non-focus beamline, we got a spot in 10 nanometers. And for the XPCS, the time scale we obtain is 19 microsecond. And also we have the single pulse imaging system. The intensity of the single pulse also got to higher than 2.5 times 10 over 9 at 10. During the construction, we also developing our beamline kit technology, including the optical theory, optical metrology, optical fabrication, and also optical modulation, and also we're developing our own X-ray detector, has been supported by the helps our project and also the platform. And we also build a huge data and computing system. We have 1.8 gigabyte of the solid state disk and 29 gigabyte of the hard disk and 2,600 of the CPU and 55 card of GPU. And then, of course, we have the data service and also the software service for all the user. We also developing our own data acquisition system we call Member, and also the data organization and management software we call DOMAS, and also the data analysis in integrate software system we call DAISY. So we're developing not only the hardware, we're also developing our own software system. And also, of course, we are using AI for every aspect of the experiment, including the how to process the data and also how to do the experiment. And I have to say this fourth generation machine, because the beam was very strong, and then the experiment was running very fast. So even we have some pilot user, only 1 month, we have already got 591 gigabyte of the raw data. So you should know this is really it's a big data project. So now we try very hard to developing our software to deal with this big data. And also, we already have some user because we are in pilot operation. For example, for the stress test of the high speed train rail, and then in the engineering material being lines. And also, we have some following a user from the University of College London, and also the Nanyang University of Singapore. They are carry out the experiment in the structural dynamics beam lab. So we have started the user operation, not only the Chinese user, but also the international user. So these are some highlights of our application. Uh, I should go to some detail. For example, the high energy and high brilliance for the engineering device. For example, we do the cracking detection in the turbo braid, in the stress and strain in the way of the high-speed train, and aerospace device by high energy imaging and also diffraction. And this is the picture we take from the dynamic process monitoring the 3D printing of the metal and composite material, shock compression, and field spray, and also suspension dynamics by SPCS. And also we do some research, on organic and neutron connection. This is a picture, a 3D picture of a small piece of the mouse brain. You can see clearly the neuron and also the connection. And also we do some research on new battery material and device. We study the lithium and sodium battery by the diffraction and also PDF and absorption. And also do the research and photovoltaic device by the gray instance, small wide angle X-ray scattering. And also we do some study on the high pressure in the high pressure sample in the diamond ion cell, and also the superconductor, the nano three-dimensional imaging by tychography CT, and also the CT small angle scattering test. And we also try to have some cooperation with the industrial applications. For example, some energy company, some new energy company, they do the research on the material engineering material beamline and also the imaging beamline. And so some semiconductor company, they use the nano CT to study their chips. And also some interesting in the investing instruments and or building or their own mainland. Some company they like to have to build their own mainland in our machine. So now the our machine, I mean our facility, it's now open to all the user, internationally opening. So you can apply the bean time in this website, And also you can also try to have you can also have the data survey system by, for example, DOMAS and data surveys. And we are already had the first round of the general proposal. And from this March to April, we already receive, already uh, receive 1,740 proposals received. So there's a huge number of users coming. And then I talk about the cooperation. We have some cooperation with our user because some user from, for example, from Shaman University and some EIT, some university and institute, they already have the consortium with us. That's what I mean. We not only apply the proposal, we need to organize the user together to have a consortium to study for the long-term study for some very difficult proposal. And also we have the international cooperation. The most important one, most successful one is we have the cooperation with the Sirius in Brazil. Okay, and we signed the MOU and we have start some cooperation in instrument in this moment. And our team visit Sirius and Sirius team visit our synchrotron. And we also have the cooperation with Diamond Light Source in UK and also the RIKEN, the Spring A in Japan. We also uh, we also have a cooperation with the Thailand light source in Asia. The Thailand light source staff, they're visiting our coherent beamline and visiting our nanoprobe beamline. And we also have some international conference and workshop. For example, in 2023, we had the Medici, a huge conference in Beijing, and also in the conference in the beam instrument and also the LINAC. And also the Asia School for the superconductivity and also cryogenic for accelerator. And also the first China-Europe Culture Heritage and Science Summer School in in China. And we also build a diverse and international academic center, has its welcome not only for foreign users to do the experiment, but also for foreign talent to work here. You can apply the PI5 project. PI5 is a CAS, President International Fellowship Initiate. It's a funding program. You can support for very, very big boss, for example, the Nobel Laureate to young students. If you are interested, you can apply for it. Looking for the PI5 funding, you can work here and study in our machine, in our facility. Another project is ANSO, Alliance for the National International Science Organization for the Belt and Road region. So we have two projects can support the foreign student and also foreign talent to work or study in in HAPS in our facility. And we also have a BRICS synchrotron science working group because this is the BRICS STI working group. One of these working group is the synchrotron science. So we hope we can have one BRICS summer school on synchrotron in this year in Beijing. So welcome uh, all of you to join this summer school. And also we are proposing a BRICS High Energy Physics Cooperation Research Center, in which the synchrotron is is dispensable and also critical part. So in summary, perhaps it's a greenfield and fourth generation high energy, ultra low emittance synchrotron radiation facility. It's the key facility of Hawaii Science City, and the progress of the project is ahead of time. All KPP achieved in October of 2025. LINAC and booster and source drilling are in operation, and we already have 3 rounds of pilot operating for pilot user, and first round call for general user in 2026. In this year, we accept 1,740 proposals received. Now it's under review, and we also promote the international cooperation in different ways. So we have very strong R&D capability on key technology, both in accelerator and also the beamline technology. So if you want to have some cooperation, it's very welcome. So HAPS is welcome not only for foreign user, foreign user, you can apply the mean time and do the experiment here. And but also, we welcome you, the foreign talent, to work here, not only to do the experiment, to work here. So thank you very much. This is a picture of our machine. So hope to see you perhaps in Beijing. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
Are there any questions for the speaker? You can just unmute yourself and ask, or you can raise your hand in the thing. Or
Yeah, I have a question, Yuhi.
Yeah.
Very impressive presentation. I remember that you mentioned at the beginning that you also included some housing in the construction project. The housing is then available for users
Yeah.
who get
The
their
housing
approval.
is for the users.
Yeah, and how big is that facility?
Sorry?
How big? How many people can be in the housing facility?
Uh,
For how many
the
people?
housing, you mean the guest house? Guest house,
Yeah, the
yeah.
guest house. For how many
Guest house,
people?
about 300 people, 300
300
rooms,
people.
300 rooms. And we already have another, because in this campus, let me see, here, it's the urban living room.
Yeah.
The local government also built a lot of housing
I
for the
see.
user. Of course, the guesting house is close to the facility, but if you don't mind, you can living in the urban living room, because this is their Sun City. The government provide us not only the facility but also provide the housing for the user, and also for example, the foreigner people to
Do you know
stay
how
in.
much how much will be the how much charge per night at that housing facility?
How much charge per night? 300 Chinese yuan.
Uh-huh.
About, okay, $40.
I see. Okay.
$40 something.
Very inexpensive. Thanks so much.
Okay.
Very impressive.
Okay, thank you.
are there any other questions for the speaker? Galileo. Leo, you're muted.
Yes, thank you, Jorge. I had some problem allowing my microphone to be activated. Well, first of all, Dr. Don, I would like to congratulate you for this excellent
Thank
presentation,
you. Thank you.
which also shows that the process of establishing a synchrotron is a long process. I have two questions to you. First of all, in one of your transparencies, you put a data about the cost in the preliminary phase. You put $40 million, but I think this is the full cost of the preliminary phase, because in the period in which there is no commissioning, I think the cost per year is lower. Anyway, this is the first question, which is marginal. The second is a much more uh, broad in scope. In this meeting, which is a meeting of the Great Caribbean Light Source, we are
Mhm.
seeing that there is a lot of participation from African colleagues, and there were two things which appeared. There was the intervention of the colleague from Brazil, Harry
Mhm.
Westphal. There is the intervention of Dr. Capo from South Africa. So, and now this is yours. The three countries belong to BRICS. The
Yeah.
question is, when you talk about the, the international vocation of your project, don't you think, or do you think is feasible, is conceivable, that the Chinese last synchrotron can play a role also to promote the idea of the Global South project, which will be presented later by Zema? I hope that you can listen to that presentation. I mean, for example, it's conceivable to establish some kind of structural connection for the future of these projects. They are projects which are of different development. The African one is very developed. The Iranian, ours, in a preliminary stage. This one in Uzbekistan, which does not belong to BRICS, but well, you would have belonged for some 20, 30 years ago, 40 years ago. So, what do you think about that?
Yeah, I think we are we we one of our tasks is to promote the international cooperation. I think one way I think the cooperation between our machine and in series, I think it's a good example. We have a John Lab. It means the people, I mean the staff in series and the staff in HAPS, they can exchange each other. They can so they can learn the experience of each other. And also we can provide some instrument and also provide some technology in for example in Sirius they're building new beamline, the Orient project. So we provide some instrument for the Orient project, and also they also provide us some experience in the commissioning because they are the fourth generation machine, series of fourth generation machine also, but it's running commissioning before. So I think in the future, I hope we can have this kind of the John Lab with some with any country or any institutes. We can exchange people. We can also training the user if some country they don't have synchrotron now in this moment, so they have very few people have the experience in synchrotron. We can use our machine, we can use a facility to training the user. I think this is very important if in the future some country want to build a single train, you need to have user in the first moment in the first time. So we hope and we also willing to do this. So we can ask for for example, our funding agency, the CAS, the Chinese Academy of Science, and also the Minister of Science and Technology of China and to have this cooperation because they already have this. For example, the CAS, they have the Pi-Fi project and also the ANSWER project. And the Minister of Science and Technology of China, they also have this cooperation program to support the international cooperation, uh, especially for BRICS country and also for other country. We can have this support from the CAS and also for most to to build to to build and join lab, and then we can exchange the people, we can exchange the the technology, and also we can also training the user and also training the staff of synchrotron. Like we have already start to training some people in Thailand light source. Yeah.
Excuse me, if I return, I develop what I said before. This is what we are proposing is perfect and interesting, but I think that what really the global South needs is also a kind of support of different sort. But I think that hopefully we can remain in touch and discuss this point in the near future.
Yeah. Yeah. I hope we can. For me, I also try to find a way to get your point, to reach your point. Uh, so I hope, I think in the future we can discuss in detail. The most important thing for me, if I want to do this, the most important thing for me is I need to talk with the funding agency like CAS and also the most Minister of Science and Technology. I know they have this kind of funding project. I need to talk with them and then try to find a way how to join in, for example, as you say, the effort of the synchrotron in the South Africa. Yeah. We try to find the most important thing is we need to get sense support.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, well, let's thank the speaker again.
Okay, thank you.
And
So I should start the
yep.
start the sharing. Okay.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
We'll move on to the next speaker, which is Dr. Frank Lehner from DESI.
Yeah, hi. Do you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, great. Thank you so much
No
for giving a presentation. So this is more now. Now let me just share this, my slides. 1 second. More on the science policy interface, what I'm supposed to do. So you should see now the slides. I go into the full mode now. Do you see the full slide version?
Yes.
Okay, there's a
Yes.
little bit of background in the moment. I don't know if people are going to mute. Okay, so thanks a lot for giving a talk. Oh, it's really loud in the background. Is everybody muted? Okay, so thanks. Okay, so I'm gonna talk a little bit about the STACI and the transatlantic science diplomacy, in a sense, how we really approach things and how research infrastructures also have become an important pillar in international cooperation. And I would like to showcase here DAISY in 3 examples. I will do something. Now it's much better. Okay, now it's quiet. Wonderful, thank you. So I will show a little bit on our support for Sesame in the Middle East, how we institutionalized also the networking and capacity building with Sesame, also on behalf of the German ministry. I highlight also support for Ukraine and for a new beamline at the Polish synchrotron radiation source Solaris for Ukrainian scientists. And the third one is an initiative called the Transatlantic Science Initiative, which also would like to reach out to the Global South and to other facilities in the Global South, and to really partner up on an equitable partnership. So I'm Frank Lehner. I'm actually particle physicist working at DESI Fermi Lab in CERN for many, many years, but I have more than 20 years now experience in science management, research management, strategic cooperation building, also for DESI. At DESI, I'm head of the director's office. We take care of the central research policies of the national, European, and international politics, and also the research funding and on the strategy. In fact, I have quite experience with many of these initiatives, also in particular related with Sesame, where I was personally also very much involved. So this, in a nutshell, it's just a national lab founded in 1959 in Hamburg. We have actually 2 sites. One is in the eastern part of Germany, which came after the reunification to us. It was a prime institute of the former German Democratic Republic, also in particle physics, and we even worked with them for many years together, even before the famous wall, the Iron Curtain, came down. So there was already from the early on some connections. With about 3,000 employees, very diverse, very international, and we have facilities which attract a lot of people and scientists from around the world, and of course a lot of international cooperation and also national partnerships which we do with universities. Highlights, if I may say, that one is actually the discovery of the gluon in 1979 at our collider Petra. Here leading was Herwig Schopper, later became Director General of CERN, later on the founding father of Sesame. He passed away. I have a separate slide on this because he is, for me, the science diplomat of the century, really, with all his work and his achievements, and one has to really look up on him as a great personality. The other one is Ada Jonat, also a very great personality, a biologist, cell researcher from the Weizmann Institute. She was spending 20 years at DESI deciphering the structure and function of the ribosome using our X-ray source, at that time the Doris storage ring. So this is characterized by 4 areas of research, 4 divisions. We have photon science using basically our accelerators as photon sources. For X-rays, either synchrotron radiation sources or free electron lasers. We have particle physics. Basically, most of the experiments are at CERN, although we have an on-site program in particle physics also looking for axions and other interesting particles which are actually predicted by theory. With astroparticle physics, we are operating and helping also in the setup of observatories, and also have a satellite program to be launched soon in the orbit. And finally, also accelerator research, which is now more or less concentrating and focusing on plasma laser research. So the next generation of acceleration, which does not require conventional RF. These are our facilities in a short overview. So that's Petra 3. In the moment, still quite a good synchronization source. Of course, we have heard the talk by Yu Dong from HEPS, and we are very excited about the development of HEPS. Yeah, I will come to that also. It's a great machine there in north of Beijing. And so this also made us to think that we need to also transform our Petra 3 into a next generation, 4th generation machine. And I will have a slide on that also. Flash is the first in the XUV and ultraviolet, the first shortwave free electron laser. And then later on, we built the big thing, the European XFEL, which is also using superconducting accelerator technology, producing powerful ultra-short X-ray pulses. We have, of course, large data centers, storage processing, a lot of data management goes with that. We have test facilities for detectors, and we have a lot of interdisciplinary research centers in life science, in nanomaterials, and in also molecular water science. So a global network of these is envisaged here. So this is basically our contributions also where we're engaged and active. We have, of course, also a large stakes at the LHC at CERN. We are contributing significantly to LEAPS, to the European Association of Photon Sources. We are actually shareholder for Germany at the ISAF. We are strongly engaged as a partner and a shareholder at the European XFEL. We have a close relationship to SLAC, which is like a partner institute to us, running similar facilities, having a very similar history of developments. These are our telescopes, Cherenkov telescope arrays, which are basically being set up in Chile at the site of the European Southern Observatory. We are also engaged for Germany at SESAMI. We have a very strong India-EDESI collaboration. We have some engagement in Japan at PAL2. And finally, also in the Antarctic ice, we have a detector together with the US scientists and others for neutrino research on looking for some violent events in the universe. So as Yu Dong mentioned, so HEPS is really an ultimate 4th generation light source. We have Petra 3, which is not that strong in the moment and not that brilliant, but we are gearing up with Petra 4. So we have also cutting edge research, which are coming soon back to us, taking over the lead again. Then it's a 4-dimensional X-ray microscope, will become then the world's more powerful radiation source because we have a large circumference. So this makes it us easier to get really penciled down in small emittance beams. So this is now something which we are building up. We have more or less the approval by the federal government of Germany. This comes also with a strong focus on high-tech agenda and high technologies in semiconductor research and quantum materials, of course. And this is something which we start now very soon, and we hope then to be in operation in 2032. So that's a 1.7 billion euro project, and it's more or less by our government now approved. So that's very good for us. Now, what I would like to cover in my talk are 3 selected examples and highlighting also cases for international cooperation where we can somehow make science diplomatic efforts and reach out to other communities, help these communities or institutions in terms of knowledge transfer, capacity building, but also in setting up partnerships together. So one is support for Sesame, the other one is Ukraine, and the other third part is the Transatlantic Big Science Initiative. So Sesame, I think I don't need to mention here. Probably most of the people know it. It's a light source, the only one in the Middle East. It was established in 2003 in a cooperative venture by scientists and governments of the region. It followed a model of CERN at that time. It is really a fundamental project also for science diplomacy by bringing countries together, which normally have in the Middle East not always the best relationships. It opened then in 2017 as a user facility, granting and giving access to international academic and industrial communities. Members of Sesame as an international organization are the states, the countries in that area, and we have in addition observer countries from other areas and regions in the world, particularly Europe, from the Americas and from Asia. So Germany and Sesame, where Germany was quite strong in the beginning. In fact, some of the ideas came also from Germany, from Gustav Adolf Voss, for instance. A picture of him, he was a former accelerator director at DESY. He came up with this idea to really ship over the Bessie 1 storage ring from Berlin to Aqaba, Jordan, to set up a core accelerator for Sesame. So he was a very much committed supporter throughout also his life. And since this beginning of these ideas, Germany had also an observer seat in the Sesame Council and is now mandated by the German ministry to us, to DESY, to our research lab, where we can really somehow also get active and participate in the discussions and try to help as much as possible. So we have, in fact, over the many years, let's say over the last 10 years, provided some sustained and substantial also institutional support for Sesame. And this yielded even our work, in fact, and also the success of our work into the decision just recently by the German ministry that we will become now, or Germany will become now, an associated member of Sesame. So this is really a first example of a European country becoming more than an observer. This comes also with a bit more commitment. Yeah, so we are very happy about that and proud of this. And this was also because of some work of us. I would also like to point out Herwig Schopper, of course, in that role. He was director at CERN before at DESY. He played a major role here and just unfortunately passed away in the last year, 2025, in the year of 101. So this is my in memoriam slide for Herwig Schopper. I knew him also very well. He spent over the last years, he was spending his life in Hamburg again. And he was a person of knowledgeable person, experienced in all that scientific and diplomatic settings in a changing world. And at the occasion of his 100th birthday, a very nice book came out by James Gillis. He was the chief communication officer at CERN, author of this book, which is now available open access by the Springer publisher. So it's really worth to read it and to dive a bit into the life of this person here. Really great man and also idea giver and a good friend of many people. So how did we support Sesame, or how do we support? So we have initiated also beamline, which was funded by us, by the Helmholtz Association. In fact, it's on soft X-rays. We have designed it together with the Sesame community and scientists there. We installed it, we commissioned it. We are coordinator of a Helmholtz consortium. So Helmholtz Association is the umbrella organization in Germany, which brings all the national labs together. We are kind of steward of this beamline, exchanging views, perspectives with experts also, with the beamline scientists there at DESY, helping also to find interested scientists and projects doing research here at this HESE beamline. And of course, we do a lot of meetings and workshops to initiate activities, coordinate joint activities, discuss new initiatives. The next meeting will be, in fact, now next month in July at the Helmholtz Center in Dresden-Rossendorf. stuff, where we also bring together a few people from universities in Germany, Helmut centers, to think what we can do in support of Sesame and also foster and promote the activities. A third activity in the moment is that we also have some cybersecurity activities at Sesame. We got also a fund by a German foundation, which helps us to allow really to strengthen the cybersecurity aspects of Sesame as part of a European network. And this is also a very interesting and important activity here to make the computing networks and the data networks at Sesame also not so much vulnerable and more resilient against the cyber attacks. Yeah, satellite meetings I mentioned. One initiative in the last month was a life science meeting on a new beamline, a BioSax beamline for small angle X-ray scattering, which is of great interest for people, researchers from Turkey, but also from Israel, members of Sesame. So here we hosted meetings, we organized workshops, we brought together some experts, we looked into the options or so if we could not also somehow co-fund maybe the wet lab or so, the biolab for this. So these are the ideas which we are currently discussing. So there's a lot of activities going on at Sesame, and I think this was actually also helping this organization and also the light source a lot, that it is now more or less quite well orchestrated and organized on a national base from Germany to streamline a little bit the support towards Sesame. The other thing is Ukraine. So this came then after the invasion, after this attack in 2022, where we were also able, with the help of our funding agency, to mobilize also some support and resources for Ukrainian scientific communities, also taking up and helping Ukrainian scientists if they are looking for shelter or are trying to escape from the country and from the war. So we organized winter and summer schools for Ukrainian students to get them also access to the networks, to the scientific networks in various areas. We did a lot of online lecturing also on physics and all that and chemistry. We are now doing organizing on the German level a contribution to a Ukrainian beamline, the Polish synchrotron. I will say something on that end. We are also coordinating, or we were coordinating a large European project to look into funding measures for Ukrainian scientists, and we coordinated a huge stipend program where we provided also funds to Ukrainian scientists over the last year. So this was quite successful and has now been actually successfully finished. So on this MAFCA project, which I would like to mention, this came out of the LEAPS initiative, this European organization with the name Light for Ukraine, an idea to really set up and build a pilot infrastructure with shared funding from European sources, an infrastructure which helps also to get access for Ukrainian scientists out of their country, to go to Poland, to the just neighboring country, and to do their science, in a rather stable and peaceful environment, and so this is clearly then something where you would look into the Solaris facility. So they were actually saying this is a great idea and want to host a beamline, additional beamline for privileged access for this scientific community. It's a micro X-ray spectroscopy beamline supporting, for instance, chemical mapping, solid liquid interface studies, and all other things. It was actually also, the idea came out by PSI, together with Solaris and the National Academy of Science of Ukraine and the Ukrainian synchrotron neutron community. And there's already behind this idea a substantial PSI in-kind contribution. For instance, the undulator comes from there and a Swiss NSF grant. However, there's still some money missing. So it's a project, it has a design and all that. The beamline and front end and also the end stations. There are 2 end stations connected to that. However, there is still something missing. So we have now started over the last half year to organize some consortium, national consortium, again with Helmut centers like HZB, Helmut-Zentrum Dresden-Rossendorf, Forschungszentrum Jülich, to really look into that option, talk also to our politicians in Germany here, look into some possibilities if you could not somehow fund also and build scientific instrumentation together with the Ukrainian scientists and special optical elements for the microspectroscopy applications. So that's a proposal now in being more or less finalized over the next months. So we hope that we can maybe get a green light for that in October, in fall 2026. And then we would like to really connect with the other initiatives at LEAPS and with PSI to bring this together and build also this MAVCA project as a sign for helping also Ukrainian scientists in difficult times. The third initiative I would like to mention and bring an example here is the Transatlantic Big Science Initiative. We started that in 2022 already, when we thought that it's needed to really look into international cooperation, but also from a transatlantic angle, from a transatlantic perspective, but not, of course, basing solely on transatlantic. So we thought that it would be good really to talk to our North American partners at that time to really develop also joint ideas, joint approaches, joint roadmaps also for technologies. We started with an inaugural conference in Washington, D.C., which was quite well received. It was followed by another one, 2024 in Berlin. And then now we are doing a third edition. This time we go to Ottawa, Canada. Politics has changed, of course, in the moment. So this is now where we still are looking for the mission to look into our aligned research ambitions. We look into funding ecosystems and also policy frameworks of Europe and North America. So we are reaching out to participants, leading research organizations, governments, policymakers, major funding agencies. Core mission is really to look into research technology roadmaps. It still matters. In that case, this transatlantic cooperation for us. We also have, and this is very important to say, a global vision on that we also foster together equitable partnerships that include and empower also institutions in the global south. But it's now really important to do it. It is now actually very urgent. We have to sit together and talk. Geopolitics is complicated in the moment, but we really need to come together here to discuss this. And I hope we find also then in Canada some place at this conference in Ottawa where we can also discuss these topics together with our partners from the US and Canada and elsewhere. Now, I mentioned that, so a partner organization is now the National Lab in Canada, Triumph, which is in Vancouver, the prominent national accelerator lab there. They partnered up with us. And so this is something where we are now going to realize that it is actually an opportunity also to get engaged. And I would also like to reach out to you to sometime if you have more concrete ideas to plan, for instance, a round table. I would like to emphasize that also at the last meeting in Berlin at the TTPSC 2024, we had a roundtable discussion on that, which was hosted by the African Light Source Facility, FLS, and Sesame. So you see some of the figures on the picture, like on the left-hand side, Rolf Heuer, then Galileo is also there, and Sekasi sitting here on this roundtable discussions. And so these are the questions we would really like to address. And I would also be happy to talk to you about that, of course, how we can make really this angle from the Global South here more active and more prominent at this next transatlantic conference. So let me finish now with my points, key takeaways. So I still have a little bit of time, but it's okay. So it was faster than I thought. So facilities, research infrastructures, big science, this is really also a science diplomatic asset. And so we go beyond national mandates. We become also platforms for cooperation and for progress. Yeah, there's long-term commitment also, which creates lasting impact. I think we see this as Sesame. So we have now done much effort over the last 10, 15 years for Sesame. We see there is something now growing for Ukraine. We also have a similar commitment now. Sustained institutional engagement is important. And for us also, this transatlantic framework is important in our big science understanding from us, from Europe, from DC. They are an important partner, and we need to keep it in a way. These as a partner, and the Transatlantic Big Science Conference could offer a good platform to discuss things, relevant themes for the transatlantic relationship, but also looking into the help how we can also embed and integrate also activities in the Global South with that. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Frank. Are there any questions for the speaker? Leo, I see your hand is up.
Thank you, Frank. Thank you very much for your talk, which put in evidence three main things.
Okay.
The Ukrainian point is really a political point for Europe, which in our context is probably not the main one. Instead, the other two are extremely important. This support to Sesame, historical support to Sesame, has been fundamental to make Sesame possible. This is well known. But I appreciated very much the idea that you plan to have in Ottawa a panel on big science. I would like to stress that really the problem of the global south is the big science because of two reasons. First of all, because it is absent. Second, because there is one point I would like, and which I stressed in the recent past, which is that in the global south, many people say that the goal we don't fulfill is the goal of 1% of the GDP. However, if one looks at the GDP in the last 70 years, one finds clearly that while 70 years ago, GDP of Europe, Africa, Latin America, Asia were basically the same 75 years ago. Today, there is a tremendous difference in GDP. So even 1% of GDP now is not the 1% of GDP 20 years ago, 30 years ago, 10 years ago. So that really in this moment, the problem of big science, in my view, is the problem of development of science in the developing world, because otherwise the idea, the mantra of bridging the gap has zero probability of being effective.
Okay. Yeah. So what should I answer now to this comment, Leo?
I don't know. For the
Yeah,
moment being, I
yeah.
appreciate your proposal.
Yeah.
I hope that it will contribute.
Yeah. No, you're right. I mean, we have to discuss this a little bit closer, yeah, somehow, how we take this up. I know, yeah. Yeah.
I have a question if I can.
Yeah, sure. Lawrence,
So
it's you?
yes, yeah, this is me. I'm
Okay.
sorry.
Hi, hello.
Hi. So on the idea of a beamline for Ukraine in Solaris,
Mm,
let's say a beamline for Africa at Sesame.
mm,
To me, these are just beamlines because
yes.
beamlines are internationally accessible no matter who or what.
Yeah.
It's just that the director is able to attract investment in the facility in the form of a beamline. Now, I imagine the council at each facility ultimately decides what ultimately the features. So there's a process through the science committee and
Yeah.
ultimately to the top
Sure.
council.
Sure.
That said, a beamline at Solaris for Ukraine, what does privileged access mean? And in a world of science diplomacy, which I feel like science diplomacy sort of transcends all, as difficult as that may be, is a beamline at Solaris also a beamline where Russia can get access to? And is actually what we're doing is saying that nations may war, nations may have conflicts and competitions, but ultimately science is here for everyone.
Yeah,
Is that
ideally,
so? What
yeah,
I'm saying is,
ideally,
so
yes, but so
go ahead.
yeah. Okay, so there are several aspects in that question. So number one, I don't know really at the end the policy. So Solaris is a national lab. We have not yet discussed this fully. I'm also not centrally to that project. These are a colleague of mine anyway. So at DAISY, I can say we also host international beamlines for communities. We have a Swedish beamline and we have an Indian beamline. So we have our model. CSME also has a model. They have a Turkish beamline, which is plugged to our HESEP. That's the TextPass. And they also have their rules set up in some council documents. So this does not mean that it's exclusively to that community, like this Ukrainian beamline at Solaris will also not be exclusively to Ukrainian science. However, they have a corridor to that. So they will, after, of course, evaluating the proposals, they will also get access to it up to a certain amount. So part of it, let's say 30%, 25%, 40% of the beam time is then still given into the open access. That's at least how we are doing it. And also at Sesame and at ISAF or at other places in the world. Yeah. And I guess Solaris will do it in a similar thing. So this does not mean that Ukrainian beamline is completely only for Ukrainians. So other countries can get access there if the technique is of interest, if there are an experiment setup which suits to my research question, and so on and so forth. Yeah. However, but they can really foster a good community around the beamline techniques, and they are responsible for the instrumentation and also for the further upgrading of things. It's also important. Yeah. So, and the second question to your was, I mean, what about uh, um, Russia in the moment? So that's a question of what is the current political situation. So I have to say that in the moment, politically, we have in Europe, and I have to be here clear, we have in Europe in the moment sanctions against Russian scientists. Now we can discuss this if it's good or not good. Probably it's a longer discussion also, but in the moment, this makes it hard for Russian scientists, if not impossible, to contribute and to participate and to benefit from that. Yeah, it might change. If the war changes, if the situation is different, then it changes certainly. There will be signs where you open up things, but in the moment, for national labs like Solaris, which are under the national government, or for us, it is strictly in the moment impossible, yeah, impossible to somehow allow Russian scientists from Russian institutions to get access. Yeah.
Okay. Well, yeah, that is going to be a much longer discussion for us.
So it's basically in the moment the sanction regime and these national labs, they have to be a part of this regime, and that's the situation. This does not mean that you are not allowed to have, I mean, you can still keep contacts, you can maybe talk or so on that level, but it's not possible to have official access. Yeah.
Yeah.
In the moment, as long as there is a hot war. Yeah. I mentioned the Cold War example of the two German states. There was a wall in between, and we also had contacts. This was a Cold War, and there were good relationships and scientific exchange and all this. Yeah. So that's for me also a good example of science diplomacy, where you kept also somehow the scientific exchange and where you were helping also the other institutes there and so on. Yeah.
Right. Yeah. Well, that's a long discussion.
Yes.
We have to go to a watering hole.
Sure.
We might have to drink actual water because there's so much to discuss there.
Yeah.
So yeah, because for the United States, turnabout can be fair play. I'll just at least for the next 957 days. I'll put a pin in that for right now, and perfect segue into our next talk, which I think is the update on the Iranian light source facility. I don't see Arash here. Do I see you here? Arash. So we were expecting to get a presentation from the deputy director from science of the Iranian light source. They were fairly far along, and their evolution, you can see this evolution takes, the greater part of a decade or two, from concept to fruition. And so we thought we would get a presentation on what is happening with them these days. But I don't see him. Patrick, you are here. I thought I saw you here.
Yes, I'm here. Good morning, everyone.
So why don't we go ahead with you, and then if Arash comes, we can swap positions. Is that fine?
Okay. I need your permission to share my
Oh,
screen.
right. Yes, I'll do that real quick.
Listen, excuse me. Perhaps given the last development, he may have this problem with internet. Let me
Yes.
check with our colleague Raihi. Is internet connected in this moment? I'll give him a call.
Yeah,
But
can you try to chase that down for me while we continue with the session?
give me just 1 second to call Raihi.
Okay. Well, let's Patrick. Patrick, you're ready to start, right?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. Why don't we do that, and then hopefully the colleague can come in time in 30 minutes.
Okay.
All right. Thanks. You can, yes.
Okay. You able to see my screen? Hello? Can you see my screen? Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, good. All right. Thank you. So pleasure to be here this morning and join you for this important conference. The topic of my presentation this morning is to discuss how we get to the end result of having a large science facility in a developing nation, and particularly in the greater Caribbean area. My colleague Ibrahim Saruk and I have been working on a particular proposal where we're targeting building such a facility in Mexico. Mexico is the largest economy in the greater Caribbean region. And so what we're looking for here is what is the actual pathway? How do we overcome the financial and practical difficulties of building such a facility? So at the moment, there is no domestic synchrotron access. We have hundreds of scientists who need to travel abroad from their home countries to international facilities in Europe and the America. We see that regional science is growing fast, but it's unable to keep up domestically with the challenge. And what we're trying to present, and which others have also tried to communicate, is that the Silicon Valley model here in the Stanford area is a very good model as to justify why building large science facilities is good for the economy, developing technology, and so on. So this talk proposes a path in which we take a more pragmatic approach. We say we should stage the creation of such a facility, and we could begin today with a modest expenditure as opposed to waiting up to a decade for hundreds of millions of dollars to build a greenfield site. So what are the obvious factors explaining why a synchrotron hasn't been built in Mexico yet? Clearly, the large upfront cost, $300 to $800 million, is a significant factor. Also, the long latency. It takes 5 to 10 years usually to build a synchrotron facility from scratch. And that means that the political decision makers don't see a return on their investment for a decade and usually they're out of office by then, so it's a barrier to overcome. There's also a workforce gap because there's not having an existing large local facility means you don't have an expert pool to draw upon for the design and the construction. This is a chicken and the egg kind of argument. You can't have one without the other. Also, without having a demonstrated infrastructure, it's hard to get international credibility for such a project. And international foreign partners are often reluctant then to invest not only money, but also intellectually invest in such a facility if there's nothing to back it up. And likewise, the physical infrastructure is often lacking too. And the last point is sometimes there's an undefined user base. So we'll also talk about how building up the user base is an important aspect of this staged approach. So in our proposal, we're actually identifying building instruments of certain sizes that try and address these things. We start off very small. In stage one, we're proposing in Mexico to build a liquid metal jet X-ray lab. This is a tabletop X-ray machine, but still offers high brightness. This is a commercially available device, which if you had the $1 million plus amount, you could buy, set up, and actually be doing science within a year and publishing papers which are highly relevant and which will also allow you to do experiments which pave the way for doing other experiments at large science facilities. If that's successful and you get credibility with your funding agency and they see that you can do this, we say we would then migrate to stage two and use an actual accelerator-based facility to do ultra-fast electron diffraction. This is based upon an instrument which is very similar to the injector of a synchrotron radiation facility, but it's a small, modest beamline with MEV electrons and doing electron diffraction experiments with pulsed beams is highly complementary to X-ray science, involves similar physics, allows similar physical results, and gets a foot in the door with accelerator technology. That's a slightly longer prospect than just building a commercial X-ray tabletop source. It's going to take you more than 2 years to build up such a beamline, but it certainly gets you along the way. And within those 2 years, you can also be doing then publishing papers that involve accelerator technology as well. If this is successful and you get the support of local economies, national funding facilities, we propose that in stage three, we introduce using cryo-electron microscopy in such a facility. This is a wonderful complement to both synchrotron radiation research, electron diffraction, X-ray science, and gives a wonderful opening for biological physics, structural biology, to do very advanced research, which is also at the cutting edge in many national labs, including SLAC, where I am, and which complements the existing synchrotron radiation facility. With those three stages, you end up having a world-class facility. You can attract scientists, you can build up a local expertise pool, and that sets you on the right path for then stage four, the final goal of proposing and building a national synchrotron light source. So let me just go into some of the details. Stage one, The metal jet sources are available from a company called Exilium. They use liquid gallium alloy in a jet, and then you direct an electron beam onto that liquid metal jet. You can achieve extremely high power because there's no solid target to burn up. It's a self-replenishing system. You get extremely high brightness compared to other tabletop X-ray sources, 610 to the 12th photons per second at around 10 kV, which is a couple of orders magnitude higher than what you get with the next competitive model called the rotating anode. And just historically, I'd point out that that brightness figure is on par with the very first synchrotron radiation beamline that was built at Spear. Historically, Spear was a high energy physics machine, and scientists convinced the senior members of the lab that they should add a synchrotron beamline to that ring, and it became the first science user facility for synchrotron radiation, parasitic to a high energy machine. And the brightness from that first generation light source was comparable to what you can get now with this liquid metal jet. So it's certainly interesting. Commercially available, as I said, and if you pair it now with also commercially available diffractometers available from Brooker, you can get a complete turnkey beamline that enables you to do science from day one. You can do X-ray diffraction. You can do phase contrast imaging and tomography, X-ray fluorescence, 3D X-ray diffraction, and provides you a wonderful training ground for training students and researchers in advanced X-ray science. Why did we propose this somewhat exotic metal source compared to, say, the older, more conventional rotating anode ones? And the answer is that cutting edge always attracts leading scientists. You'll get more domestic involvement, and you'll also get more international involvement as well. And you'll have more interesting publishable results to publish in high visibility journals, and you'll be able to offer state-of-the-art training for the next generation of scientists. And the techniques that you develop, importantly, are directly relevant to synchrotron radiation experiment. And the funding is always important, so that preliminary data is what helps support the case for larger grants. The next stage is the ultra-fast electron diffraction beamline. That's also something that we have at SLAC. As I mentioned, it was developed from existing accelerator technology that is used as the injector, in our case, for the X-ray free electron laser. It's based on a photo injector electron gun producing MEV electrons. And importantly, not only does it produce high brightness electrons, but it allows you to pulse them in extremely short bursts of femtosecond duration, so that you can do science not only at the very small scale, but you can also do it on a very small time scale and take sequences of images that allow you to reveal chemical processes dynamically, such as phase transition, ultrafast magnetism, and the resolution also allows you to investigate nanomaterials and other things related to energy processes. So highly relevant science can be achieved with this. Again, at a relatively modest cost. If you're a small developing nation in the Caribbean, this sort of $10 million price tag is still significant and would be a major leap forward if you were to be awarded such a grant, but it's still much less than 100 million plus for a synchrotron radiation facility, and allows you to do competitive science compared to a full synchrotron radiation facility. And then another word about the cryogenic electron microscopy, which we're proposing for stage 3 of such a pathway. In cryogenic electron microscopy, you flash freeze biological samples in vitro. And then you can image these samples at atomic resolution. It's really quite amazing what the resolution that can be achieved now in such facilities. I'm always astounded when I see the results presented by my colleagues here at SLAC. So there's no crystallization needed as you need for X-ray imaging. You can image samples directly, and it was recognized with the 2017 Nobel Prize. So it's highly important for drug discovery. Pharmaceutical companies will strongly back such a facility. Extremely important for virology and developing vaccines, structural biology, and cell biology. So again, the devices for this are commercially available from companies like Thermo Fisher, Krios, Glacios, in the $5 to $10 million range. You need facilities for sample preparation and this flash freezing. And importantly, what people may not realize, you need a high performance computing infrastructure for such a facility, because the way their data analysis works is you don't take just one image, you take thousands to millions of images, and then with highly advanced data processing, you combine all these images, and that's how the resolution and the 3D analysis is achieved. So it's a highly advanced and challenging facility, but one that brings a great deal of reward. So the cumulative investment of this staged approach versus the greenfield approach. Greenfield means you just build the full GeV, 3 GeV synchrotron all in one go. In this graph, you see the relative expenditure for stage 1, 2, and 3 versus the $500 million machine, and you see the contrast is quite remarkable. What I also wanted to talk a little bit about is a working model for developing such a lab in a country like Mexico. And a working model I wanted to take as an example at the University of California in Los Angeles, a Department of Energy funded institute called IGP, the Institute for Genomics and Proteomics. It's a university-based institute, and it really demonstrates what can be done in Mexico and the Caribbean. It's headed by Professor Matteo Pellegrini and two senior scientists that I've been in contact with there, Dr. Dulio Cascio and Professor Jose Rodriguez. They both have Latin American, Central South American backgrounds, so they're highly in touch with the situation in developing countries, although they now well established at UCLA. And Dulio is a senior crystallographer, and Jose is in the cryo-EM and microelectron diffraction business. So their capabilities mirror to a large extent the phases that we've been talking about up to now. They do X-ray crystallography with small tabletop machines, And what they do is they prepare their samples in mounting devices, which can then be shipped off to synchrotron radiation facilities at SLAC, for example, or other facilities in the United States and around the world. They have a system called UniPuck and CryoPucks, which are compatible with all major synchrotrons now. There's a lot of standardization in this sample preparation. So their students, it's an educational facility. So all this work is done by students and postgraduate students. As they do experiments on their tabletop machines, they're also learning at the same time the nitty-gritty of handling materials and the technology which will be used for experiments at the large facilities. They're also doing cryo-electron microscopy. They have transmission electron microscopes in 100 to 200 keV range. And they have a flagship device which they built up themselves. Interesting development how they did that. They have a Thermo Fisher Talos Arctica device with an extremely advanced Gatan K3 direct detector. And you might recall that I mentioned the basis of the success of cryo-EM is being able to collect large volumes of image data, many images, at high resolution and do this computer reconstruction. So they were able to take a relatively inexpensive transmission electron microscope, equip it themselves with a highly advanced detector, use the infrastructure they've built up for their computational and AI cluster, and really do cutting edge scientific work. And in the lab, they're also doing NMR spectroscopy, which complements this too. But those two things at the top here, X-ray crystallography and cryo-EM, are very similar to what we are proposing for Mexico and the Caribbean. And their success using this as an educational tool and as a stepping stone to doing advanced experiments at other facilities is the key takeaway from this. And so they have developed what they call a structural biology pipeline from sample to structure. Dulio likes to tell me that the sample preparation is 80 to 90% of the work. They do the protein production and purification, the crystallization for X-ray diffraction experiments, and importantly, then they can do the screening of their samples in-house with their facilities before they take them to an advanced synchrotron facility. They have the means in their lab to do the cryopreservation and the mounting. They can harvest the crystals with these little cryogenic lubes. They plunge freeze them in liquid nitrogen and store them in these UniPuck dewars, as I mentioned. And then you just drop them in the FedEx mailbox and they get taken to other facilities around the country and around the world where you can do experiments with synchrotrons. And the last point I have is they have a very large data facility, which they also built up themselves. They're very much a do-it-yourself lab, hands-on, developing the equipment for themselves. For two reasons, it teaches the students the nitty-gritty of what it's all about. And secondly, pragmatically, it's way cheaper than if you have to buy this equipment new, which is what the national labs tend to do. Where I work at SLAC, we don't sort of sit down with printed circuit boards and put them together to make a computing rack. We just buy ready-made stuff. So their budget is orders of magnitude smaller than ours, yet they can still achieve similar capability. So their philosophy being able to do world-class science at a fraction of the capital cost. They have this deep in-house expertise that they've developed. They mix old and new components. They have this very cost-efficient, high-performance computing cluster. They have a tiered training model. They're very open to international visitors, and they're able to screen samples which they send to other national labs. So the open to international visitors is something that we jumped upon. They don't have a necessity because they're a university laboratory for a very formal approach like we do at SLAC. The problem, particularly in the US now, and possibly also in Europe, is if you go to a national lab, it's really hard to get, first of all, visa clearance, all these kind of formalities to get into the lab and to get permission to go and work there. An example that I was quoted at UCLA, they had an informal agreement with faculty from Argentina, where the professor and the student brought along samples of a virus structure that is spreading throughout the pampas in Argentina. And they brought with them samples, and they were able to work informally within the IGP lab at UCLA and work together in collaboration with the UCLA colleagues and do some very meaningful science on the structure and analysis of this virus structure. So that's something that Ibrahim Saruk, my colleague from Kerataro, is now trying to pursue, trying to get a collaboration going there to do experiments so that he can take back that lesson to his own lab and develop it there. So again, I'm just emphasizing the point here. How does what IGP do apply to Mexico and the greater Caribbean? Operationally, they use secondhand instruments. They do in-house repair and maintenance themselves. They use small instruments, benchtop instruments, and they have local computing clusters, which they also assembled from surplus parts. So that's a very important operational aspect that lets you work within available budgets. There are scientific lessons too, how to integrate all these different processes. And also there's a lot of cultural lessons. How do you approach building a science lab in a developing nation? Do you copy what we do at SLAC, for example, and the national labs, or do you take this slightly different approach that is done at a university lab? And I think that's an important lesson that I realized too in my visit there. So we're trying now to set up collaborations between Mexican institutions and the IGP in UCLA. Ibrahim is writing a proposal for his first visit there, where he will define a scientific collaboration. He will pilot a joint research project and in return get training and build capacity in Mexico and be able to integrate what he learns into the staged pathway. So we're going to be watching Ibrahim's success with this very closely. And then I would encourage other members from the Greater Caribbean community to also try it to see if they can set up similar collaborations with IGP. So the last point I wanted to make was engaging the scientific user community, and to make this a demand-driven design and not a top-down construction. What we tend to do in proposing large scientific projects, especially in laboratories like my own at SLAC, is that the accelerator experts come together and say, look, we can build you this wonderful machine if only you let us, and this is how much it's going to cost. And we sort of put it in the lap of the users. This is not the best approach, especially in smaller countries. The more appropriate approach is to ask the community first, what research are you actually engaged in now, and what facilities can we build you so that you build something which engages the local community, lets you work together, share ownership, share promotion, and has a much greater chance of success. So that's the point I'm trying to make on this slide here. So where does our staged approach fit in with other machines around the world? If we draw this little table here, we see our stage 1 metal jet X-ray source. And if we compare that to what we're aiming for, I think very good examples are listed here. First of all, Solaris in Poland is a modest-sized 1.5 GeV synchrotron, reasonably good emittance. And an important lesson learned there was that it was developed in collaboration with Max 4. It's a clone of that machine, and that enabled them to get a head start in the design and the building of that machine. We can't ignore in South America the Sirius project in Brazil, 3 GeV 4th generation machine, very good emittance, 13 beamlines and still expanding. But I'd also point out there was a very long latency before the machine was completed, and very large initial cost. And then if we compare some of the national facilities in USA and Europe, then we get to extremely high performance, very large number of beamlines, but also an extremely large price tag associated with the National Synchrotron Light Source in the USA, ESRF in Europe. So GCLS is targeting more something in the 1.5 to 3 GeV 4th generation range, low emittance, and a modest number of beamlines to start with, but which can also be grown with time. So what are the parameters for this stage 4 in our staged pathway? 3 GeV is a sweet spot because it allows you to do hard X-rays, very broad X-ray spectrum. It's cost effective, more cost effective than the larger national facilities in Europe and the US, where 6 to 7 GeV reach adds a very disproportionate cost. 3 GeV machines can be built with very low emittance with the MBA lattices, and can still get a large number of user beamlines with insertion devices. So you get the 4th generation capability, and I keep here on the slide that the Solaris option, it always remains open, building a more modest machine, 1.5 to 2.5 GeV, if price becomes the driving factor, and you can't get above a certain price tag. You can still do some interesting science. Beamlines need to be expanded over time. start with a few beamlines as Solaris did and build out. Begin with macromolecular crystallography, X-ray absorption, spectroscopy, small angle X-ray scattering, X-ray imaging, powder diffraction, and so on as you build out the number of beamlines. So just in summary, the benefits of the staged approach versus the greenfield synchrotron approach. The upfront capital is clearly the biggest factor, starting at the $1 million level versus the hundreds of $1 million levels, getting science within 12 months of operation versus 5 to 10 years, building up a workforce, which you can do incrementally through stages, whereas greenfield must fully recruit a full workforce before opening. The financial risk, which is important for funding agencies, is low in the staged approach, as each stage justifies itself as you begin to show results, whereas the risk is much higher in the greenfield approach. You also build up a large amount of credibility by doing publications, scientific publications at the outset. You grow your user base stage by stage, whereas you have to make a lot of assumptions and predictions when you build a greenfield approach. Politically, it's more attractive because you can win and maintain political will with results early on, whereas the large project is vulnerable because of the timescale, which doesn't often match government timescales. And technical expertise, the practical aspect, is accumulated across stages in the stage approach, whereas in the greenfield approach, you have to train a large workforce in parallel with the construction. So strategically, reduced financial risk, engaging the local and building the local expert community, demonstrating early impact. Important because you reverse the brain drain from developing countries. You gain international credibility, and you accumulate technical expertise. So the road ahead, just to recap, stage one, the $1 million lab, begin publishing and training within 12 months. Stage two, commission a UED beamline, build an accelerator-based physics workforce expertise. Stage three, cryo-EM facility that engages the biological pharmaceutical community and becomes a regional hub for life sciences and structural biology. Ongoing through all of this, I wanted to emphasize in my talk the UCLA IGP collaboration as an important way of getting these things kickstarted, training, gaining expertise yourself. And in the final step, making the case for a national synchrotron with all the data, papers, and people as proof of your ability. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. Excuse me. Thank you, Patrick. Are there any questions for the speaker? I see Carlos Andreas Palma. Carlos, you can just unmute yourself and ask your question. Carlos Andreas. Go ahead. Well, maybe Carlos does not actually have a question. Leo, do you have a question?
Well, the problem is that more than a question, I will touch 3 points of your talk, Patrick. First of all, I appreciate the merit of small facilities. This is good and may be useful and so on. I totally disagree that the problem of Mexico is a financial problem. Mexico has a GDP of $1.3 trillion. Mexico spends in military expenses 20 billion per year. So the average cost of having the synchrotron is 40 millions. So Mexico could do the synchrotron by itself. The problem is political, and I'm not sure that whatever publications one makes, one will increase the probability that the political framework will change. In my view, your proposal is excellent, but if it is part of a big project of the region, and in fact, the Great Caribbean proposal includes, beside the synchrotron, having small facilities in different places. So this is absolutely perfect, and on this I agree. And the other point on which I'm rather skeptical is the idea of the pharmaceutical support for the synchrotron, for this activity, because pharmaceutical will not jump to these small laboratories when they have access to other things which are of order of magnitudes bigger. So, in my view, the idea of the pharmaceutical support looks to me more as a wishful thinking than as a concrete proposal. If one has concrete manifestation of interest of pharmaceutical, perfect. But if we don't, we would just make the hypothesis that they can support, but on the same ground, I can say we can make the hypothesis that sooner or later politicians will support. In my view, there is one point which is excellent of your presentation, which is to stress that whatever one does, one must keep into account the importance of keeping alive the science in different places. And indeed, what you propose is good. If we have a regional facility in Mexico, we may need facilities of that sort in Jamaica, we may need it in Dominican Republic, we may need it in Colombia, and so on. But if we concentrate on the idea of having some small facilities, with the idea that in 5 years we will have publications, politicians don't look at publications, and that this will change the possibility of having the synchrotron. In my view, I will not be there most probably, but in my view, you people who will survive me will not see the synchrotron in 10 years, 20 years, or 30 years.
Well, it's interesting. It's interesting, Leo, that we agree completely on your arguments, but we come to different conclusions. So, first of all, on the size of the Mexican economy, it's very valid, and that's why we called this talk, in particular, a pathway for the Mexican nation to develop a large science facility. We don't exclude this rest of the Caribbean, but if Mexico can't do it, then who can? They're certainly by far the largest economy. And you correctly point out that it's not a question of economics then, because they do have a very large economy. It is a political question, and that's what we tried to address in this. We said, what are the political barriers? And one of them is not only the large threshold of expenditure, but also the large timescale. It's very difficult to convince a government, give us the money now and we'll give you something in 10 years' time when it's complete. So we think that the chances of political success are better if you can work through the smaller university funding agencies to build modest instruments and give a return on a much shorter time scale. So that's where we diverge in our approach. But then the other case that we tried to make is that with these smaller instruments, you position the laboratories to be able to do more meaningful science at other synchrotron facilities around the world. I'm not sure that I agree with your statement that politicians don't read publications. They do get a feeling for the success of a university, its international standing. Whether they read the publications is different from whether a politician can say, yes, this university produces N publications per year. So I think we violently agree on many points here, Leo, but we just diverge in our approach as to how to get there from here now. Carlos, you're back. Do you still have a question?
Yeah, if you can hear me, I'll ask. Is that fine?
Yes, yes.
All right,
Yes.
great.
Yes, we hear you.
Yeah, so thanks so much, Patrick. So I understand that one of the assumptions of your proposal or roadmap is to benefit from a hard X-ray synchrotron source. Does that mean, I mean, if that is the case, would that also mean there is still room for the development of a third and fourth Latin American soft X-ray synchrotron or even a free electron laser facility?
Yes. Yes, we try to do these staged approaches in parallel. You start work with students on modest instruments, but you keep active in the science community, developing a proposal for the end goal, which is a synchrotron radiation facility. And I'm glad you mentioned the free electron laser, because when you look at the timescale here, if you commit to building, say, a fourth generation storage ring now, and you only get it in 10 years' time, accelerator technology may have advanced to more compact sources, free electron lasers, a variety of different emerging technologies, which the staged approach remains more flexible. You can develop and take advantage of technological progress in the accelerator field as you go along. So yeah, thank you for that.
And just real quick, so your proposal is would leverage hard X-rays, right?
Yes, I think from the user community, being able to reach hard X-rays is an important step. You can always settle for a soft X-ray machine. It's better than nothing. But if you really want to engage a broader spectrum, I think the return per dollar is higher if you include a hard X-ray capability. Any other questions?
Okay. Any other questions? Leo, so I guess we sort of are not in luck from our colleague from Iran.
No, the point is that I think about Iran, I can tell you, apparently the messages are not even received in Iran by WhatsApp. So
Okay.
that I'm afraid that the connection is not possible. But instead, I would like to ask another question, in a different way, my question to Patrick.
Very quickly, because we have to go to break and start the next session.
What makes you think? What makes you think that in 5 years the reaction of politicians may be different from today?
Sorry, the reaction of politicians may be what? I didn't catch the last
Would be
part.
different from the reaction today. In my view, the situation is structurally such that politicians will not support the synchrotron in 10 years, just as they don't support it now. So, in my view, what is our goal is to make a strong case for advanced beat science. Also, because let us not forget that the problem of developing beat science is not only the problem of the science, it's the problem of changing the economical methods of these countries to move from a non-industrialized to industrialized country, to introduce high technology industry. So all these matters, This cannot wait, in my view. So that I think I see the benefit and the merit of your proposal. But if one sees, in my view, if one looks at it as an intermediate step for a synchrotron, in my view, this is not true.
Well, let me answer the question for you. I think politicians want to be able to serve local, regional interests. They're somewhat frightened of the word big science and they think that we're a separate entity. By being able to do experiments on a short time scale that are extremely relevant, and I'll give you as an example the Argentinian collaboration at the IGP, where they were looking at this Pampas virus. That demonstrates to politicians that you can serve a local need, which is not addressed by big science. Big science and in Europe and North America, does not bother investigating some obscure virus from the Pampas, but a local facility that can do X-ray science, electron diffraction, and is able to study local problems, that resonates with politicians. They can go back to their electorate and say, yes, we're building something for the people. We're not building something for big science. That's why I think our argument for the staged approach is more appealing for politicians, and just saying, give us a few $100 million for a big synchrotron.
Okay.
Okay, so let's end here. Let's take a 10-minute break, and we'll start with Jorge at 11:45.
Perfect.
Okay.
Thank you.
Patrick, if you can stop sharing your screen, I think then
Right. Sorry, I forgot about that. I'll do that. Um,
I think it's I'm trying to think there was a famous scientist that said prediction is very hard, especially of the future. I want to say that was Niels Bohr, but I'm forgetting. But in terms of predicting the future for politics and synchrotron light sources, I don't know. I don't know where to go with that. Because I think even once the government, the government can change on a dime, right? But if you look at the HEP example,
which
I think
example?
HEP in China,
Yes.
I think it was 14 years, and they knew what they were doing and they had the money.
Uh-huh.
So there's two problems, right? This might be a slowly varying problem, which is just the time that it takes just to do the planning, designing, prototyping, testing, building, commissioning, right? So let's say that's a 10, 15 year process.
Right.
And then there's the political process. Let's
But,
say you try to pack that into 4 and 5 years,
but
15 years.
Lawrence, excuse me, Lawrence, the change in China started 50 years ago.
How many years?
The change in science policy in China goes back 50 years ago. It's not the last 15 years.
Right. You said 50, 50.
No, 50.
50. 5.
50,
Yes.
50.
Yes.
Because
Okay.
it was when there was the problem of cultural revolution, or
Right.
immediately after, there was an adiabatic change in first, and then there was the change. So that really, if you just look at the last 15 years, really you don't perceive what has happened in China since 75 or so.
Right. But the same thing could be said about, well, in some sense, Poland. Maybe that's 30 years or 40 years. Maybe South Africa, 40 years. Um, Even though I guess apartheid South Africa was engaged in global science to some extent.
In fact, this country in the last 40 years changed their GDP significantly. Only Latin America did not.
Yeah. Well, so I would say that there's the process that we are probably more sure of, and that's the sort of scientific research development, engineering development process, which is a 15-year process for a facility. I think even if you decide you're going to copy another facility that exists, like Solaris did for Max 4. I mean, I think if you look at start to end of Solaris, let's call that what, 10 years? Maybe 7? Which could have been stopped at any time with the new government.
No, but no, the point of Solaris comes in my view, the story of Solaris has a different explanation. Because really it turned out that Solaris was launched through two things. First of all, the availability of a minor support from the government, and that they were able, with that support, to get immediately a support from Lund. The two things together allowed
Yeah.
them to start. There was no reason for the government to stop it. But the point is that the government can stop something. You have an example in the States, which is very well known, SSC.
Right.
I
Oh
mean,
yeah. Yeah.
SSC is an example that that there may be some change in policy which uh, don't look at how much money you lose. In the case of SSC, the point was basically the change of focus from Texas, which was the interest of certain presidents, to the rest of the country. This was one problem. But for example, the consequences were not only limited to US, because in that case, I remember there was a big case in Canada to create a Keon factory at Triumph, and the atmosphere was favorable, but the turnoff of SSC immediately killed the project in Canada, because
Wow. So
the example of US not discontinuing the investment in SSC really was not a big motivation for Canadian to invest money on Triumph,
right.
on Keon.
There's a book called Tunnel Vision that is a history of the SSC, superconducting super collider.
Yes,
I talked to the author of that book. In my view, and I need to look this up in the paper at the Reagan Library or somewhere. I think the United States actually never really intended to build the SSC, or the Reagan administration never intended to build the SSC. I think the project had some key words that were meant to signal to Russia that we were willing to build big projects that sounded very kinetic.
But Lawrence, the
But that's
point
another
was,
thing. We could talk about that later.
the point was that in that moment, if I remember well, SSC was wanted by Bush father.
No, no, no. It was the Reagan administration before that.
Eh?
There was Caspar Weinberger and President
Who
Reagan.
was the president to propose the SSC?
Reagan.
Reagan.
And it was actually Caspar
Well,
Weinberger who was Secretary of Defense.
Reagan, for some reason, was willing to invest in the new idea. I mean, it was disregarded the idea of developing of updating the Fermilab, which
Guys,
was
Well,
you're
okay,
using,
so we're at
you're using some of
11:45.
my minutes. You're using some
All right.
of my minutes.
Let's go to Jorge, who we introduced yesterday, and so he's the same guy today. So let's let him get straight into his talk.
Yeah, you're seeing just one screen, right?
Yes, yes.
Okay,
Yeah,
good.
we can
Thank you.
see.
Thank you so much. So I'm happy to be able to tell you a little bit about how we have been building our renewable energy, electrochemistry, and materials research community in Puerto Rico. And in particular, remind you that Puerto Rico is a small island in the Caribbean. We're part of the U.S. Jurisdiction. I want to take this opportunity to invite you to become part of this community of scientists interested, or people interested in science in Puerto Rico through Ciencia Puerto Rico, which you can join through this QR code here on the right. I'm currently the president of the board of directors of that. And in terms of this community that we're building, we're interested in it because we live in the Caribbean, the highway of hurricanes, and we live through this situation now because of climate change, of rapid hurricane intensification. In 2017, we had the terrible Hurricane Maria that affected us and made Puerto Rico to feel how climate change is affecting the region and in Puerto Rico in particular. At that time, we became the country most affected by climate change, and this average of 20 years that is done in Germany. And still today, we're still among the top 10. I think we're sixth in the world right now. We've been advocating for Puerto Rico because of the experience with Hurricane Maria and the electrical grid to move to renewable sources of energy. And then I want to talk about how we've been engaged in this scientifically. I work with layered inorganic compounds of the secondary phosphate type that consists of secondary atoms in a plane that are joined together to these phosphate groups on top and below the secondary atoms plane. So that each secondary atom is surrounded by 6 oxygen from surrounding phosphate groups, forming this octahedron. So in the octahedral representation in the bottom, you see in violet, the octahedra, they have at the center the secondary atom, and the 6 corners are the oxygen of the phosphate groups. And the tetrahedra in green are the phosphorus in the center, and the 4 corners, the oxygens. And they have phosphate groups on top and below the secondary atom plane. In the alpha phase, which was first crystallized and also determined microscopicaly by Abraham Clearfield, you can see that it has 1 water molecule per formula unit and 2 phosphates per secondary atom, and the intermediate distance is 7.6 angstroms. The fourth oxygen has this exchangeable proton, so we can do ion exchange to intercalate molecules of interest into these materials. We've been working with 2 phases of this material, the alpha phase, which I just mentioned, and the theta phase, which is a highly hydrated phase of secondary phosphate. It has 6 water molecules per formula unit, so it's like a sponge. It takes water and expands. And now the intermediate distance expands to 7.4 to 10.4 angstroms, allow us to intercalate species that otherwise cannot be directly intercalated to the alpha phase. The synthesis is easy. We follow the Kijima procedure. And in 2 days, we have this white powder that we maintain humid, has this 10.4 Armstrong phase, interlayer distance, and they are hexagonal platelets as seen in the micrographs on the top right-hand side. And we can easily distinguish between the two phases by using X-ray powder diffraction, as shown in the bottom. In red, the theta phase, in black, the alpha phase. If you dry the theta phase, it becomes it loses water and converts to the alpha phase. It's not reversible, but we have then that means of obtaining both phases. Uh, we were interested in getting a molecule that is used in solar energy conversion, RUBP, that imitates photosynthesis. It cannot be directly exchanged into the alpha phase, but we demonstrated that using the theta phase, it can be intercalated. So we're interested in this area of solar energy. This area has been growing dramatically. We particularly work in drug delivery using nanoparticles of this material, but particularly today, we're talking about the energy and catalysis aspects of this material. So we use this alpha phase to get electrocatalysts on the external surface of the nanoparticles, whereas then we use the theta phase to put the electrocatalyst inside the layers of the nanoparticles. That's what we do. And we're interested in these two areas, the area of green hydrogen generation using electrolyzers. So we need catalysts to do that more efficiently, and we're developing catalysts, particularly for the oxygen evolution reaction of water splitting. And that green hydrogen then can feed fuel cells, and in the center that I'm the PI, we also work on developing catalysts for fuel cells. So that's part of our interest. Our interest started doing this type of research when we joined forces with the NSF Center for Chemical Innovation in solar fuel that was headed by Caltech, and with the idea of doing water splitting using these microtubules that has on the surface this electrocatalyst, one side of the membrane for the oxygen evolution reaction, and the other side of the membrane for the hydrogen evolution reaction, mimicking what's happening in photosynthesis. To that effort, we started the Caribbean Brigade of the GCLS Solar Army, and we started doing workshops around the island to teachers and to students to learn about solar energy and about the effects of climate change and why we need to move to renewable sources of energy. And we've been doing that since then, and over 6,000 students have taken our workshops, and we joined forces with people participating in CCI, Professor Tomás Jaramillo and Dino Villagran. And we started doing this around the island, and we've been still continue to do that. And these people that I'm showing you some photos, Tom Jaramillo is a Puerto Rican chemical engineer at Stanford University, and Dino Villagran is a Mexican-American professor at the University of Texas at El Paso. To the center, we started joining forces and doing this type of research on these materials. And to the center also, we met other Puerto Ricans doing the renewable energy research in the US, including Jesus Velasquez, who is at the University of California in Davis. So around 2018, we decided to send a proposal to this program, Partnership for Research and Education in Materials, of the Division of Material Research of NSF, that has this so-called PREM pathway. The idea is to get of these grants is to get students starting into research, to retain them through the different activities that we do in the PREM facility, and then to have them graduate doing research in energy. So in 2018, we submitted the proposal. We had this partnership with Cornell University, particularly because Professor Hector Abruña has been a professor there for over 30 years, and he's one of the topmost electrochemists in the world, and he's Puerto Rican, and his first PhD student was Carlos Cabrera, who's shown with the red shirt, and one of my first PhD students, Mikel Santiago, in the green shirt here, was a postdoc with Hector Abruña. So we joined forces, and we met Joel Brock, who's the director of the Cornell High Energy Synchrotron Source, and he became a co-PI of the project, and we submitted the proposal to create a Center for Interfacial Electrochemistry of Energy Materials, and it was funded. It's a partnership with a private university in Puerto Rico, Universidad Ana Jiménez, and us in the University of Puerto Rico at Rio Piedras. Carlos retired from Rio Piedras, and Mali transitioned off, but we have this partnership with these institutions around the island, and I became the PI. And one of the first students in the project, Jocelyn del Pilar Badejos, who I'm showing with my cursor. She was a postdoc in the project and then became an assistant professor at the Mayagüez campus in University of Puerto Rico and joined us in our center. As you see in the bottom, we have interdisciplinary research groups on structured catalyst materials for fuel cells and water splitting, on dye-sensitized solar cells, and solid-state supercapacitors. There was a six-year project, $3.9 million grant. We built this center. I encourage you to visit our website. We went through this process of recruiting, retaining, and getting students obtain their degrees, trying to develop with the partnership with the CHES, the next generation high energy synchrotron scientists doing work on this facility. And yesterday you heard Brenda Vargas talking about how she was involved in the upgrade that happened at CHES when we just started the grant. And she was able to spend there over 3 months with 2 other grad students from Puerto Rico, helping these top scientists do that upgrade of the synchrotron facilities at CHES. And other of our team became part of the users executive committee at CHES. And we established this education and outreach activities around this grant, which includes students visiting CHES for 10 weeks every summer to do research there, research projects. Each one of these is of all of these years we've been sending students there. There was last year in which 4 of our students did different type of research with the staff scientists and CHES scientists. At the end of the 10 weeks, they do a presentation. Some of the students have done work in the summer that has resulted in publication like this one, in which Iram Lopez was able to create a new electrochemical cell to do operander studies with the CHES X-ray beamline facilities. And we also have teachers who come in the summer and have a program to develop teachers in this kind of research. And then during the school year, we visit the schools and talk about these areas. We have had several postdocs. As I mentioned already, Jocelyn became part of PREM after leaving. And then Louise DeBeff started as a postdoc with us, and now she's a staff scientist at CHES, dealing with the high magnetic field X-ray beamline project. And the current postdoc is Antonio Torres from Spain, who's been working there since July 2023. And we have had several students who have finished their degree and completed the PREM pathways. And these are grad students. And we have been visiting schools to do outreach events on these areas and topics, engage with open houses and activities like Festival Química that is done every 2 times a year in Puerto Rico. We established this YouTube channel. Some of the workshops that have been given by staff scientists are there in our YouTube channel, and one of them on fundamentals of X-ray absorption spectroscopy has been seen by over 32,000 times already. We're promoting this interest in this area of research in our local newspapers. And as I mentioned, thanks to the PREM project and the experience that we have partnering with CHES, we were invited to participate in this project also in a partnership with the National High Magnetic Field Laboratory in Tallahassee, Florida, to build a new high magnetic field X-ray beamline at CHES. And as you heard yesterday, Brenda mentioned a little bit about this, how it's going to have this 20 lab magnet in order to do this type of experimentation that we have been doing now on the high magnetic field. It's going to be unique in the world, and we hopefully will be open for users either later this year or the beginning of 2027. And our students, we have 4 students involved in this project. Here's Tania Fernandez, who is my student, Brenda, who you saw yesterday, and 2 physics students who finished already. And we have mentors from Puerto Rico and from Cornell and CHES. And they have been also visiting the Brookhaven National Laboratory and conducted some joint experiments there. So around 2022, we had this the Southeastern Regional Meeting of the American Chemical Society in Puerto Rico, and I organized a symposium on solar fuels, and I invited Todd Dush from the National Renewable Energy Laboratory to be part of this symposium, and he accepted our invitation. We got involved in a in submitting a proposal together. So we started to get to know each other. Unfortunately, that particular one wasn't funded, but we started to know each other. And let me go back a little bit. Sorry, this is moving so fast. We went to the ACS meeting in that March before the SEGMAS meeting in October, and we talked about with different people about getting involved in this CERMAX meeting. We also were talking about the necessity of building the pipeline of Hispanic and Latino students in the STEM workforce with Progress of Science commentary on that. And then at that meeting, ACS meeting, I saw a presentation by Bill Thomas, one of the associate directors of NREL at that time, and talking about renewable energy conversion, storage, and utilization, and advances and challenges and opportunities. And he mentioned how at that time, the US government was heavily involved in a green hydrogen effort. And I saw that presentation, and when I met him later that week at a celebratory dinner in honor of a person who had won the SES Award for Distinguished Service in the Advancement of Inorganic Chemistry, I was able to meet him. And I talked to Bill Thomas, asked him for one of the slides he was using because we can use it. And then, as I mentioned, Todd Dodge came to our meeting in Puerto Rico. The meeting was a total success. We have over 30 researchers talking about chemical fuels, solar fuels in our symposium. And they visited the island, and they enjoyed themselves around the island. And we joined forces with other print programs on the island. There are three currently in Mayagüez, in Rio Piedras, and in Humacao campus. We had a joint symposium also going there with the other print sites in Puerto Rico. It was a very successful meeting, and we got Joel Brock to come to Puerto Rico, and Hector Abruña and other scientists. So we submitted a proposal with the people from NREL for a DOE proposal in the Renew program, and it's called the PIRES, the Partnership to Increase Representation in Energy Research in Puerto Rico, and we joined forces with Brian Peeble-Barr of NREL, and also Chong Alia and Cynthia Tyler, and now this is the participants in Puerto Rico, and Jaime Mendez at UPR campuses, expanding that network, and the scientists in Puerto Rico. So some of them we're already partners in our program, and we use the model of the program in that grant to build this new effort with NREL. And we invited them. They came for the kickoff meeting and came to Puerto Rico and traveled the island and met people from the Molecular Sciences Research Center in Puerto Rico. We have an advisory committee, both Carlos Cabrera and Hector Abruña. We're trying to prepare the future of the workforce in energy research in Puerto Rico through these efforts. So now, following the pre-model, they go to NREL every summer until now. Things have changed, but up to now, they were able to go to every summer to NREL. It used to be 1 grad students and 3 undergrad students, and the professors used to go for a couple of weeks, the students for 10 weeks. Our interest in solar energy we are interested also in developing photoelectrochemical water splitting, and to do that, we joined forces with Tomás Aramillo, the Puerto Rican chemical engineer from Stanford University. He invited us to join them in this proposal that we submitted to the OE and was successful. That looks to understand interfacial phenomena for solar hydrogen production and dynamic reduction. So my lab joined efforts. Dino Villagrán, who I mentioned before, also became partner. The people at NREL, including Todd Dush, also became partner, and the people from San Francisco State University. So through that, the student has been visiting Stanford University. We invited all these people, the people from NREL, the people from Stanford, the people from UC Davis, and some of the students, Puerto Rican students there, to come to Puerto Rico, and they visited the different areas of Puerto Rico, and we established like a series of visits to the different campuses in 1 week. They came in 2023 in Rio Piedras campus, and the Mayagüez campus, and the Humacao campus, building this relationship between these scientists and the Puerto Rican community to learn about the opportunities in their facilities in the U.S. This is when we visit the Maya West campus to talk about what they were doing and what we were doing and the opportunities available to the island. And so this is part of how we build relationships to get this community ongoing. This is the last visit was in the Bayamon campus, which was having the annual American Chemical Society Junior Technical Meeting and the Puerto Rico Interdisciplinary Scientific Meeting that day in Bayamon, in which we had the opportunity to have a plenary lecture by Murali Bagu on NREL, who was participating in the effort by NREL and 5 other national labs in a study called the Puerto Rico Grid Resilience and Transition to 100% Renewable Energy Study called PR100. That study was finally published in 2024. And I've been involved in supporting projects in Puerto Rico to get more use of renewable energy. Through this partnership with NREL, we started doing what we call Cafecito con Puerto Rico, in which we have a 1-hour webinar. A scientist in Puerto Rico, a scientist from NREL, and later on we expanded to other facilities, giving talks about what they do and helping us to establish these collaborations. Coffee is very big in Puerto Rico, and the tradition of coffee is very big, so it was a perfect title for this webinar series of Cafecito con Puerto Rico. And my students have participated also. We started integrating students in these talks, and people from UC Davis and people from Cornell has participated in these talks. The students have been going also to NREL, so this is my undergrad student, Daniela Gibson, who participated in one summer at NREL, and also my student Gabriela Garcia Machado participating one summer at NREL. And then eventually, we submitted a proposal for a renewal of our program. It was renewed for another 6 years, 4.2 million grant. Unfortunately, when the Trump government started, we were told that even though the project would remain for the 6 year, the budget was given only for 3 years. So we're gonna have to use that budget for the whole 6 years. We added a new person to our effort, Joshua Reyes, and then Chris Paulo has the People's Beamline, and he's part of the effort. Luis Dibef is still the staff scientist, and Antonio Torres is our current postdoc there. And we call this new second 6-year cycle advancing the PREM pathway in Puerto Rico, nanomaterials for sustainable renewable energy, in which we are doing, we have 2 research trusts working on different areas of Dyson inside solar cells and supercapacitors and other efforts in nanostructured materials as catalysts for energy applications, both for the OER and the OER reaction. And so we have been building this electrochemistry and materials research community in Puerto Rico with students from all these 4 research projects joining together every 2 weeks, meeting, having research workshops, and also in professional development workshop with them. Last year in January, just after the Trump administration started, we held this symposium in Puerto Rico in which we invited people from all these facilities that I've just mentioned to be with us. This was the flyer that we prepared, but then we were told not to use it because of once the Trump administration came in, we were told we cannot put logos of NREL or anything, so we couldn't use this flyer. And the student has been going to CHES to do experiments with the X-ray facilities, cyclotron facilities there. This is the latest visit from my students who went there, and they were lucky that Brenda was there doing one of her extended stays as part of the HMF project. So she helped our students in their big time there. And we, the center scientists has been publishing papers with the staff scientists at CHES. And we continue to do a partnership with the other programs in Puerto Rico. This is another symposium that they had in the Macao campus, and we participated. And also other national facilities have learned that what we have been doing, and they're interested in also partnering with Puerto Rico. So we had a visit of the Argonne National Laboratory people, also interested in catalysis, and we already have sent people students to argue. I want to finish out with letting you know, obviously, in the last year, things have changed dramatically in the US government, so we cannot use NREL anymore. Now it's the National Laboratory of the Rockies. They're interested in, as you know, this is the change in the opening web page of DOE. It changed dramatically once they came in, interested in natural gas, among other things. Even though we know that methane is a greenhouse gas, even worse than carbon dioxide. But I want to let you know about the last logo that I had in that slide, because we established a Center for Resilience to Climate Change in Puerto Rico with Department of Education money, and that project is ongoing. It's the latest project related also to climate change. I invite you also to visit the website of this project to know what we're doing in terms of resilience to climate change in Puerto Rico and at our university. And of course, as you well know, and I mentioned yesterday, we're still supporting the Greater Caribbean Light Source Initiative, and we have interest in establishing a similar initiative in Puerto Rico. I mentioned yesterday that one of my undergrad students had visited the Congressional Office of the Resident Commissioner of Puerto Rico in the US, Pablo Jose Hernandez Rivera. And today at 10:30, I met with the office, some of the staff, two staff members of the office for 45 minutes, and they interested in heard about my summary about the post project, and they got interested. They think they may help us with the initiative, so that was a good meeting. So I want to finish by thanking the students who have been involved in all these projects throughout the years, the collaborators and the funding agencies, and that you know that Puerto Rico is a beautiful country. I hope that you can come to Puerto Rico, maybe one of these Great Caribbean Light Source conferences can be held in Puerto Rico soon, and you can visit us here in Puerto Rico. So with that, I'm gonna leave time for questions, and thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions for the speaker?
Yeah, sure. I had one.
Yes, Patrick.
Thank you, Jorge. Excellent
Yeah.
talk.
Thank you.
I think it's a very notable success that your group is doing experiments on the chest beamline.
Yeah.
Perhaps you could comment in more detail the process you went through in writing proposals and how you think you succeeded in getting these experiments authorized
Yes.
at chess.
Yes, I think one thing that characterizes chess, I believe, is that the staff scientists are very engaged with the community of people who want to use their facilities, from the proposal stage to all the way when you go there to use the beam line. And also they have come to Puerto Rico to give workshops to students and the professors on how to write beam time proposals and beam line proposals and then beam time requests. That has helped us get many of our proposals approved. Even though in the grant that was approved by NSF, we established that they were allocate time for us, but we decided to always compete. We have never used that provision in our grant. We have always competed with the rest of the world, and we have had successful proposals approved and being time requests approved. So far we have never used that provision in our partnership, and definitely the staff scientist has been wonderful in helping us to learn how to write that type of proposal for the use of their facilities.
Yeah, I think it's
Thank you,
very
Patrick.
important that you get approved because of your technical expertise, right?
Yeah.
That you're still realize that you're competing with other
Yes.
people, and so you have to come in with that level of expertise. And that was the case I was trying to make in my earlier talk, that it's important for small labs to develop that expertise in-house and be able to work on sample preparation and so on.
Yeah. That has been very important. We have had the opportunity that the postdocs that we support through our grant that are in chess, working in chess, help us and our students to understand the importance of sample preparation and also how do you justify why your science needs synchrotron science to develop and improve. So definitely, thank you, Patrick. Anybody else? Any other question or comment? Well, if not, thank everybody, and hopefully we'll have another conference in Puerto Rico and you can all come. Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you. Our next speaker, McKelly, are you giving the talk or someone else?
I think I'm giving the talk.
Okay, I apologize. I didn't really straighten that
Yeah,
out.
and I think I'm taking the 30-minute slot. With I don't know if Leo wants to.
Yes, you're gonna combine both talks, right?
Yeah. So we'll
Okay.
introduce the Global South project, and Leo may intervene at the end if he wants.
Thank you, thank you.
Okay.
I didn't really
Yeah.
close the
It's
loop on
fine.
that myself.
It's fine. Let me try to share my screen. No, you need to authorize me to share my screen. Yeah. Okay. Okay. You should see my. Do you see my screen or you see the notes on the side? So
We see the regular screen, the proper screen.
the proper screen with
Yes.
no notes on the
No
side.
notes.
Okay, because I'm using two. Okay, I'm using two screens. Okay, so this presentation is intended to introduce the project LAMP. I know that some of the attendees here are familiar. Luckily, are familiar with the LAMP initiative. But I think it is useful for those who don't know the opportunities that are provided through this project. So just to start with the meaning of the acronym LAMP, which stands for Light Sources for Africa, the Americas, Asia, Middle East, and the Pacific. And it is a project that was started at the end of 2016, beginning of 2017, by myself, Sekazi, who might be in the audience. I know he was there yesterday, and Sandro Scandalo. And that was a project funded by the International Science Council. After the end of this project, it was a 3-year project until 2019. We decided to continue to convert this into a sort of association, which has eventually gained good reputation as a leading institution in science capacity building and science diplomacy, with the aim of facilitating the process and the discussion for new synchrotron facilities in a targeted region. Now, what's the reason why we decided to start LAMP? It's very clear for the map, which, by the way, is from the LAMP brochure. I'm going to show you in a while. And if you see the map with the synchrotron facilities, you see that there are some regions. I just highlighted some on purpose. You see that the entire African continent has no facilities, and also Central Asia, Uzbekistan, and nearby countries definitely lacking of large-scale facilities. And since we're here to talk about the Greater Caribbean light source, you can clearly see that the only facility in South Latin America is Sirius in Brazil, there was a discussion yesterday if it has the capacity for receiving all the requests from the region and giving space and being time to everyone, or another facility for the Greater Caribbean is actually needed, which of course is the reason why we're here. So we believe that facilities are important. It's not only a matter of instrumentation, but it's a matter of building a community as well. So we started this project, which is now led by 4 institutions, the IUPAP, the IUCR, ICTP, and IUPAB, which joined in 2025. We are open to extend our partnership to other unions. We are discussing with other unions, depending on, the role and the contribution that everyone wants to give. Of course, there are many more disciplines that are, in a sense, connected with synchrotron facilities. So open to, involve more and more communities into LAMP. Our executive committee, you see some faces. I think I saw Graciela in the meeting, so you might see her in the audience. Sekazi might also be here, and you might also know some of the other members of the executive committee. Let me only mention Professor Ejia Guo from China, who has been very recently appointed as the new IUPAP delegate to the LAMP executive committee. This is a very good addition to our committee because of his connection with the Chinese synchrotron facilities as well, and very knowledgeable about synchrotron radiation techniques. So these are the people leading the initiatives for LAMP, but we also have regional committees because we work in different regions. So we need committees that develop the activities and control the activities in the regions. So I think in this case, you might, I can use a pointer perhaps, for Mexico. I'm just highlighting the regions that are with the relation with our meeting today. Abel Moreno is the chair for the regional committee for Mexico, Kayla Hidalgo for Central America and the Caribbean, Helio Tolentino for South America. So these are the people you would contact for activities related to LAMP in these regions. And we also collaborate with a number of synchrotron facilities that you see listed here. There are a few that we are in the process of including into this list. And this is very important because these are the facilities where we normally dispatch the FAST teams, so the mobility programs that we run. I'm going to talk in a second. So going to some activities, I want to start with a brochure which has been developed now it's 5 or 6 years ago, but I think it's still a good document which is available for free in different languages. It was supported by the IAEA, and the editor is Ernie Malamud. So this brochure is written in a very simple language. It's not only, I would say, not for scientists who are in the field. Maybe it is very basic. It's for newcomers. It is as well for politicians, diplomats, and decision makers. It uses a very simple language for trying to convince decision makers that it is really, new facilities are really needed for the growth of scientific communities. We also develop strategic plans for the regions that we are targeting, based on what our regional committees are recommending, and mainly based on the Grenoble resolution that was developed back in 2015 at the first African Light Source Conference at the ESRF. This put the basis for how and why developing new facilities in the regions where these are mainly lacking. Okay, our main, I would say, activity is the mobility program, which we call FAST Teams. FAST is an acronym for faculty student. So what we support, I mean, we support mobility of 2 months to teams composed by a professor and a PhD student traveling together to one of the synchrotron facilities that partner with us. They spend 2 months there for getting trained about the use of synchrotron radiation techniques, but they normally also have beam time available for their own research. We have already supported over 100 researchers, which means over 50 FAST teams. We also have a scheme where we support continuing FAST teams. So you can apply, you receive the grant, you spend 2 months, and then you can apply again. So for a maximum of 2 times to continue your training and the research. This is a very, very important slide, particular for the young researchers who might be in the audience today, or for everyone just to pass the information on to colleagues. From this year, we have a new procedure, a new application process, which is a two-step application process. The first deadline is 15th of July. This is a pre-application where we want to have information about what facility the FAST team is requesting to go to, a very basic draft of the research project. So it's just a way for the FAST teams to start their contact with the facility. Then, if those who are eligible will be notified, and then they can prepare the full application to be submitted by the end of October. And we will announce the new FAST teams by the end of the year. This is for 2027. So the reason of the two-step application process is that we realized that preparing an application for this kind of grant is, I would say, time-consuming, because you need to contact the facility, agree with them, have a beam scientist who accepts to be your trainer. So that takes time, and sometimes just 1 week before the deadline, we receive emails from potential FAST teams say, okay, I'm starting my procedure, how can I contact a synchrotron facility? And this is too late. So we want people to be aware that they need to start their contact first, and then they have all the time to prepare the full application. So anyway, this year we have received quite a good number of applications. I have to say, not very many from the regions that we are representing today. Other regions are normally more, let me say, efficient in submitting applications, and also selection is much more complicated. I think I spotted in the audience today one of our new grantee, and I would like to get in contact with Carlos after this meeting. So this is how it works. So take note of the URL, because this is what I would kindly request you to spread, to share with your colleagues and those who might be interested. Okay, FAST teams is probably the most important activity that we run, but we also have programs that are targeting other other researchers, in a sense. This is for the program that we have for school teachers and school children. We organize roughly every year a workshop that is directed to high school teachers. And the idea here is to give some ideas to school teachers on how to include some science research into their curricula. So how to use real science from synchrotron research stories in their curricula in order to be more attractive with the students. These short workshops are really nice. We have both scientists and high school teachers in the list of teachers. Normally they are totally free, of course. They run online. And please note that the next one is very close. Is starting on the 15th of June, so this month. Of course, there is still time to register. So if you have connection with high schools, you can just distribute this information and ask to register. There is a URL here, or you can go to the LAMP website and you see the full list. You will notice that every year we organize the workshop with a different facility. The first one was with the Canadian light source. We had Sesame and so on and so forth. And this year we have the workshop in a collaboration with Eletta in Italy. So I think it's a very good opportunity for it's not very demanding because it's I think a couple of hours per day, but for a few days, 2 or 3 hours per day. So it's a nice opportunity, I think. We also organize every year the ICTP schools on synchrotron light sources and their applications. We used to have now over 200 participants every year. Director of this school has been Sekaz in Tingua for the previous 6 edition. From this year, I think he will step back and leave to other members of the LAMP Executive Committee to run, but we have a program that is now well established. We have a high number of speakers and tutors. It's a 2-week school, a few hours per day. And again, this is totally for free. We are still waiting for ICTP to say if it is approved also for 2027. The last one was in January this year. And we also have started a collaboration with Diego Lamas, who is the chair of the Aldo Felix Krajewicz School on Synchrotron Radiation that he runs in Argentina every year. Now LAMP is one of the partners of this school, and I'm very proud to mention that, not only because we are in a meeting for Latin and Central America, but also because Aldo Krajewicz was a very good friend of LAMP, and you can see in this picture he was in the kickoff meeting of LAMP back in 2017. Another aspect that I want to mention, and I ask Lawrence to check the time and intervene when he thinks he should, is the development of research and education hubs. So in a sense, the idea is to create facilities that act as feeders of the future synchrotron facilities. So in our collaboration with the African Light Source, the idea was to develop a facility in Africa for the African researchers to, let's say, build the users before we build the facility. So having an in-house research and training facility that would build capacity and grow the community that will constitute the future community of users of the African Light Source. So this was actually done, and we founded and created the XTech Lab, which is based in Cotonou in Benin. It is part of City, which is the innovation city funded by the government of Benin now. Everything started in a very, easy way with this idea of targeting this country in this project of City. We found Thierry Dalmeida, who was excellent in going there and present LAMP, and also lucky in finding the right people at the right moment. So in a couple of days, by giving some presentation, he could meet the cabinet of the government, present our idea for the X-Tech Lab, and come back with enough money to start the creation of the lab and even appoint some people to run this lab. Now the X-Tech Lab is a top quality material research, I would say, experimental facility with good and new instruments that have been installed. You can see a list there. Sorry, the slide is quite old. The X-ray forensics is there. And in addition to putting this instrumentation at the disposal of all researchers from Africa, we organize training sessions every year, twice per year, 2 weeks each, where we invite students mainly from Western Africa to get trained about this instrumentation and techniques. The next will be in November this year, and we will cover both X-ray imaging and X-ray diffraction. So this is a very, I would say, very good, nice success story of LAMP. Now the facility has also a good number of staff. It is growing very, very fast, and we have also sort of alumni class that is, gathering around this facility. Of course, as I said, we planned to have this facility and discussed about having this facility because of the relation with the African light source. As I said, these regional hubs are intended as feeders for the new facility. And in fact, we collaborate with the African light source through an MOU. And you see in this picture, Simon Connell and myself talking with the minister for science of Ghana during one of the conferences we attended, and this is where the initiative for the African light source was brought to the attention of the president of Ghana and eventually to the African Union. So there is a very close connection, and as I said, LAMP acts as a facilitator for these kind of initiatives. But of course, it's not only Africa, and we made this long ideal trip from Benin to Jamaica. I think I saw Germaine connected. I'm not sure if Marvadine is there, but this was a fantastic journey. In a very short time, Marvadine and I developed this concept note about Caribbean Regional X-ray Science Toward Advancement Laboratory. And I would say, quite quickly, but it was a hard work, and we were in contact almost every day to develop this idea and find the right partners, which we did. And at some point, we could find a way to commission and purchase the first instrument, which is an X-ray single crystal diffractometer. This is exactly the same model that we used for creating the X-Tech Lab in Benin. We started with a single crystal diffraction, and eventually we acquired new instrumentation and developed the facility, which is what we are hoping to do soon in Jamaica as well. So these are some nice pictures from when I was in Jamaica with Marvadine and the meeting with officers at UWI, University of West Indies, and the students. And finally, we had this fantastic opening and launch of Crystal, which is now there. This is a milestone. This is a historical moment on the October the 3rd, 2024, when we launched the facility. And in, I would say, 6 months, perhaps, we were able to organize the inaugural edition of the Caribbean Crystallography School. That was in June, I think. So it's not a long time to start from I would say nothing, and having a lab and a school that was very successful with a high number of students who were also professors from all the islands nearby. So we could actually gather together a community from the Caribbean islands, and also put the basis for creating a commission, a sort of committee for crystallography in the region. And what is the connection here? Is if the ExTech Lab is the feeder facility of the African light source, then Crystal is the feeder facility for the Greater Caribbean light source. So this is a way that we are, the way we are trying to support these initiatives that we strongly believe are needed for the local and regional communities. So this is another example of how we can support these initiatives. Of course, the facility is not the instruments. It's not only the instrumentation that you have there, it's the people that you train, the capacity that you're building, and all the ecosystem that is around this facility that is attracting not only scientists, but also the industry. So there is an entire framework around this idea that would generate the capacity that is needed for the communities and for the future synchrotron facilities. Now, LAM, we have in mind to develop other facilities. Again, in Africa, the ExTech Lab I would say is not enough for the request that we have in Africa. So we are thinking that one or two other facilities in Eastern Africa, Kenya or Rwanda. And we are also working very hard for another facility in Uzbekistan that would act as a feeder for the Central Asia synchrotron light source. I have visited Uzbekistan, it's now around 1 year ago, where we started the discussion about this. But let me say that all these things in the end have been put together, thanks to Leo Violini, of course, into this initiative that is an initiative under the International Decade of Sciences for Sustainable Development and has been endorsed by UNESCO. So we do have this initiative. The full title is Advanced Light Source Facilities to Empower Global South Scientists for Sustainable Development. Partners of the initiative are the African light source, the Greater Caribbean light source, the Iranian light source, Puerto Rican light source. We have heard about this just a few minutes ago, and the Central Asia synchrotron light source. So there is a web page that we have just started putting together to give some information, but this is going to run for around, other 7-8 years. So this is the platform where I think we could get all the visibility that we need, and also trying to do our diplomacy and advocacy for the new facilities that we have in mind, because we can use all the visibility that UNESCO would provide and all the partners that are involved in this international decade for science. So objectives are quite clear to all of us, I'm sure. I think I am concluding my talk here, so perhaps I can leave 1 or 2 minutes to Leo if he wants to add more about the Global South initiative endorsed by UNESCO. And this is my final slide, where I just want to highlight email address, my personal email address, and the LAMP email address. And please, contact me if you need any information or any recommendation for the initiatives that we are running. And I think I stop here, Lawrence, and back to you.
Okay, thank you. Are there any questions for the speaker? I see Professor Capo.
I'm trying to see. Okay, I don't know if you can hear me now.
Yes, we can hear you.
Oh, okay. All right. Thank you. Thanks so much, Michelle. I think this was very, very broad, what you presented, but I've just got a few questions and comments regarding the presentations. I'm very much aware of LAMP. For a while now, but I think the interaction with the African light source, or possibly on the African space, is not really inclusive enough. Not really broad-based enough. And I think it would be nice if we basically can have more and more people and countries joining this initiative. LAMP has been doing so brilliantly well. They've supported a whole lot of people within the African space. But one of the things I've noticed is that the support actually tends towards the material science, physics, and there's not much support towards the biological sciences. And I can give you examples where we can talk maybe offline after this, which I can even give examples about that. Then the other thing I also see is that LAMP has some partnership with certain universities in Africa, of which one of the universities is the University of Johannesburg, where I come from, and there's another university down the road which is called Wits University, a bigger one, where they do a whole lot of biological sciences work, as in employ X-ray crystallography and so on and so forth. But we've not really have our footprint really with LAMP. And I will also want to say my university, or where I am at the University of Johannesburg, will be very much happy to serve as one of you talked about the feeders of future synchrotron facilities. I will be very much happy, if we can, you can consider maybe my university for something like that. But all in all, I think it's a very good presentation. I like the many things that LAMP is doing, the support they're giving to African scientists, and also all around the world. But I would really like, a whole holistic, broad-based approach in reaching out some more, especially in the African space. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Just a quick reply to say that, if you're referring to the fast teams and those that are normally supported, we normally receive a high number of applications from Africa. This year, I think it was around 20 for one or two positions available. But we are open to any topic that has a relation with synchrotron radiation, so there is no limitation. Since 2025, we have started a formal partnership with IUPAB. So certainly biophysics and bio-related topics will have much more coverage, let's say, because of the presence of IUPAB. It's not true that we have partnership with the universities. So LAMP has no direct partnership with any universities. We are only working with the advanced light sources, with synchrotron facilities, and with the scientific unions. But I want to mention, if you go to the LAMP website, there is a new section now, which is something about programs. You will see that there is a new program which I haven't mentioned in my slide because it's referred to Africa only. So today was about the Greater Caribbean light source. It is called Bridge Africa, and UJ, University of Johannesburg, is a formal partner of that through Simon Connell. So you will see other opportunities coming from there. So we try to be as inclusive as possible, but in terms of topics and in terms of geographical areas. African Light Source is an independent initiative, of course, working together with the African Academy of Sciences. LAMP is a partner. A facilitator. We work for fundraising, for facilitating educational activities, mobility, and all these things with the African Light Source. But the African Light Source is, of course, an independent initiative.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Papa.
Marvin.
Thanks, Lawrence. Hi, Michele. Hi,
Are you
everybody.
there?
I'm having serious trouble with my internet since, but let's not get into that. Let's use the time to just say a few things. One, the support, there's notable indication of the success of these LAMP initiatives. The progression of, for instance, CCS, Caribbean Crystallography School participants, such as, and I'll call a name, which some of you in here might know, Michele, you know her, Brianna Levy. It was an undergraduate student who participated in the crystallography school at this time. Jamaica suffered through the Hurricane Melissa. The lab went down. We found some funds to get the lab back up. And since then, in just a short period of time, with the training she got there and the support we have been able to offer, people like Brianna are now solving crystal structures routinely and getting deeper and deeper. In fact, the discussion about the next application for FAST team from our lab has begun with her. So this advancing from trainee to researcher, routinely solving, and then moving now into synchrotron sciences and the use of and making use of the FAST program. So there is evidence that this is working and that we need to do this some more. You and I have been discussing the sustainability of crystal. Semicity supports X-Tech. We don't have that kind of connection as yet. Yet there is a way to make this sustainable, and we are discussing and moving toward that. But my question is this, Michele, after I say thank you to LAMP, my question is this. For those of us who have gone on the FAST program, and I have with my student who is now Dr. Zayar Min, when we come back, we have a lot of data. I still have a lot of data. I came in late and I heard you talking about representatives. I don't know if there is some representative from LAMP who will support, facilitate further discussions for processing. We have to finish processing this data and publish this work. That hasn't been done yet. What happens after we leave, and what kind of support can we provide to make sure that, we get the output, publications and maybe projects that can get further funding, that kind of thing?
Yeah, Marfatin, I think the idea is that, with these grants, we hope that you create your own network, you have your own contacts, you start building your network of collaborators. We don't have, a system in place to provide support for data analysis and so on. But all of us are available and try to put the expertise and the time to support. You know that I have no time because you tried many times and I haven't replied, but Graciela is there. And, the idea is that, I mean, you create your own network, but you can contact any of us and try to.
Let me jump back in, Michele, because I have been doing that. But here's my point is,
Yeah.
if we are to show, and I'm talking now as if I'm part of the LAMP family, right? If
You
we
are.
are to show that, we are getting, as I said, the tangible indication of the success, do we put on the application or something, these outcomes apart from the report that we submit? Do we or we don't want to go there?
So what we normally ask is that LAMP is mentioned in the acknowledgements of any paper that comes from the visits. I started some time ago collecting all the papers from, where LAMP is mentioned or from our awardees and trying to calculate the H factor of LAMP. It was amazingly high, but at some point I had to stop because the number of articles coming from the fast teams is really high. So yeah, we're trying to collect this information. We need some time to make it visible. Make it concrete. That's one point. You need time.
Great, thank you. So we're looking forward, everybody, to running the Caribbean Crystallography School again next year, 2027.
Yes,
it will happen.
absolutely. It will happen for sure. Thanks, Martin. Patrick.
Yeah, thank you, Michaela. I
Hi.
wanted to follow up on the success of the X-Tech Lab, and I'm glad Mabadine chimed in about Crystal too, also another big success. I missed hearing where is the X-Tech Lab physically hosted, and then if you could comment on finding a host institution for this kind of facility and how you got your initial funding.
Yeah, the X-Tech Lab is based in Cotonou in Benin, in Western Africa. It is part of Semicity, which is a government institution. I don't know how to call it. They call it the City of Innovation. So the initial funding was actually from the government. We only put some seed money to send Thierry Dalmeida, Thierry Dalmeida to Benin to deliver a presentation, a colloquium on LAMP and on the idea of the African light source. And he was good enough to go there with a PowerPoint presentation prepared by me and Sekazi, and with the contacts that we found in some universities in Benin. He was lucky enough when he gave his presentation that the executive manager of Semicity was in the audience by chance because he was at the university to meet the rector, and he just popped in the room. And after the meeting, she went to Thierry and said, look, this is exactly the kind of project that we want for Semicity. Would you be interested? So Thierry put Claude Bournat, the executive manager, in contact with me and Sekazi. We had a meeting, and in a day, we had 200,000 euros. That's the story. So we were very lucky. You need to find this sort of situation. But the thing is, we were very lucky, but we picked Benin because we knew that there was this idea of the government to invest into science and education with this really important program that they are running, which has grown a lot in the last couple of years. The thing is that, building a facility is not only bringing some instruments that you might find from some manufacturers at very good price or even donated. It's not about putting an instrument there. You need to create all the things that are around that instrument, which means The political side, I mean, the support that you might have from the local institution. You might want to involve the local industry. You want to involve all the educational sector in the country and the region nearby. So you have to create this ecosystem before you put the instruments there. It's about the people, it's not about the instruments. It's about building capacity. So sometimes you're lucky, like it was in Benin, it was very fast. But let me say, if Crystal in Jamaica was successful, it's because there are people like Marvadine who are so dedicated and so passionate about this. Marvadine put a lot of time and effort and contacted, I don't know how many thousands of people. You know, she can be very pushy if you want it. This facility that is at the UWI now in Jamaica is not about this single crystal diffractometer that is there. Marvadine was mentioning people who have been trained there, who are now doing their own research. It's about not stopping your research because you don't have the instrument, but it's about your own research. So it's giving opportunities. So, now we're working with other institutions in other countries like Kenya, because we have found that they are very responsive, because we have seen that there is a possibility to have support. But sustainability of these facilities depends on all these aspects. We have built this idea of the regional hubs. I mean, my personal experience is from the IUCR UNESCO Open Lab, which we did starting with the International Year of Crystallography. So this is a step forward from there. But the IUCR UNESCO Open Lab, where we did a lot, like 30 in a couple of years, it was about shipping an instrument there, but the continuation, because we needed to do many of these initiatives, was not already planned. So most of these facilities disappeared after the first training school. But the community is still growing. So, it's a balance of all these things, in my opinion.
Excellent. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Patrick.
I actually had one more question, Michele. In X-Tech, does the semi-city government or the funders of the X-Tech lab have funding to facilitate people, students and scientists moving from one country or one place in Benin?
Yeah,
to
look,
X-Tech lab?
Exec Lab is a more established, I would say, institution now. Semicity has grown so much that they have developed different institutes. Now, Exec Lab is under the Semicity Institute of Technology and Innovation, which is independent. So they have their own funds. They can appoint their own people. For the training school, we have a lot of partners, like, let me say, for example, the Embassy of France to Benin. They would normally support financially, or I would say almost all the students who participate in the training sessions. We have other bigger university like Sorbonne, who is a partner of Semicity, that is supporting students to go there. So there is a network now that is much bigger. It takes time. I mean, Extech Club has been there for 10 years now, and it is under the wings of the government. So we are working on another scale, but slowly we will get there. There are very many partners that are supporting the initiatives and also for appointing the people. Staff of the Extech Club. I think Marielle, Sidoine, Francoise, all these people have now a formal role there in the permanent position.
Yeah. I hope everyone has seen in the chat. So we're switching to, if you look in the conference program, this period is supposed to be an open discussion about how ISC that's Interscientific Council, the unions there, which is the metaphor for disciplinary professional societies, we can coordinate our planning, we can jointly contribute to a project like LAMP. We could at least inform each other of conferences, schools, and workshops that various people would find interesting. And any ideas that you might have about how we can, as a sort of a loose group of different professional societies across a range of disciplines, could support synchrotron science, if I could be so bold as to call that a core science. Maybe that doesn't make sense, but you get the point. To support synchrotron users. So I saw that the president of Commonwealth Chemistry is here, and Michael Ford. I don't know if you can just unmute yourself and say a couple of things about Commonwealth Chemistry. If you are still here. Yep, you're still here. And if you have I'll make you co-host just in case you have a presentation or something.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Lawrence. I suppose that my audio is clear?
Yes.
Okay, excellent. Thank you. Thanks for the invitation to attend this event. I think today's session has been, one, informative, but two, sort of reinforces to me that there are lots of people in the international science community who are helping to look after our interests coming from the developing world. I am Dr. Michael Ford. I work at University of the West Indies, St. Augustine campus. So that is the campus in Trinidad and Tobago, as a senior lecturer in chemistry, and also as a deputy dean for the Faculty of Science and Technology. I happen also to be currently the president of Commonwealth Chemistry, which is a federation of chemical societies that are located in Commonwealth countries. So our audience really and our constituents are normally chemical scientists, practitioners, which may not directly only be chemists, but biochemists, persons working in life sciences, in environmental studies and the like. And so we have membership from at least 24 of the Commonwealth countries currently. And a key part of our remit is to build a network, a very close-knit network amongst the chemical societies to support science in general, but chemical science as sort of a developmental tool for the sustainable development of Commonwealth countries. Of course, many of the countries in Latin America do not belong to the Commonwealth of Nations, but several or most of the countries actually in the Caribbean region do belong to the Commonwealth. And so from our region, we have Jamaica has a membership through their chemical society. That's a branch of CAS, Caribbean Academy of Sciences. LEG. In Trinidad and Tobago, we have the TTCHS, the Trinidad and Tobago Chemical Society. I know that Barbados is now getting organized to have one for themselves, as well as the Eastern Caribbean. And the chemical societies, we come together at the moment, not funding big projects like LAMP, etc., but allowing our membership to get those soft resources as well as get access to other organizations and programs that can help them in growing science in their own countries and also in the education sphere. So Commonwealth Chemistry has one of its parts of its strategic plan that we are now revising. And part of that, one leg of that really speaks to early career researchers, early career chemists or scientists. And we are really interested in helping folks who are now starting off in terms of their place in their careers with advancing to do better science and access facilities that they would not normally be able to access in their region, and mentors that they would not normally be able to access in their region or countries. Just this morning, I was having a discussion with the Secretariat of Commonwealth Chemistry about what we could do to advance synchrotron science generally. And we were thinking along the lines of something a bit more immediate and not so long-term as the discussions that we were having today, because we think some more immediate gains and outputs would benefit persons in our organizations to access some of these longer-term programs, and then to champion and to support some of these long-term programs that we've been discussing today. And one thing we're thinking about is sort of popularizing the access to beamlines, for example, with synchrotron facilities in the US or in European countries, in the Far East, etc. It's sort of in a similar way to what LAMP has done, but to sort of guarantee some beam time by working that out with those facilities. Because one of the things that we have noticed for persons who have gone to those facilities and try to access them is access is one thing, writing a proposal, getting it graded, but then actually being able to go and do the work on the ground. And as Marvidine said, being able to analyze the data when it comes back, that's where the tricky part is. And so I think for us, we would like to see ourselves partner with the various organizations to get beam time that is allotted for our group, so that we can build out some of those resources in those human resources, build those minds out in parallel to all of the work that we have been talking about today. One of the other things that we have been trying to grapple with is how do we get funding, for example, for mobility programs, like what, for example, what LAMP has done, and to help those partnerships, because people can reach out and try to partner, but then there must be some resource to help partnerships, particularly where partnerships are between people coming from countries that have a low success rates of being able to access, for example, visas and travel funding to go to those more developed places to do the science that they would like to do. And from a Commonwealth Chemistry standpoint, we're here to talk. We can answer any questions you have about our organization, how we can get involved. I've made some notes from the talks today of things that we'll need to follow up with the various persons who have given talks today and convened this session, so that we're poised to make some stronger impacts and a stronger partnership with you. Thanks, Lawrence. And I think I can rest now to get some questions and to join the general discussion.
Are there any immediate questions for Dr. Ford? Then let's, I know Graciela has, from the IUCR, has some remarks and a presentation. So let's go directly to that. Yes, we see your slides. And so,
okay,
yeah.
You see my slides and you see my face.
Yes, yes. And then just go into presentation mode. Yes, all set. Or yeah, presentation mode.
Yeah, I will do that. Okay. Are you seeing now the presentation?
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. Well, good afternoon here. I'm in Venezuela, and I would like to start by thanking the organizing committee of this conference for inviting the IUCR to present some of the things that that we do that to support initiatives that lead to a capacity building that ultimately can benefit the establishment of new laboratories, such as the one in Jamaica, or other larger facilities, such as synchrotron and different light sources facilities in the region. My name is Graciela Diaz de Delgado. I am at the crystallography laboratory in Universidad de los Andes in Mérida, Venezuela. Currently, I am a UCR vice president, and I am a representative in the LAMP executive committee. We have heard from Michele a very nice presentation on the activities of LAMP, and I'm just going to point out a few things that are relevant to the IUCR. So the IUCR started as a proposal from Paul Peter Evel when World War II was still going on. And Lawrence Bragg actually supported this idea of creating an international union that included
Graciela?
people. Yes.
Graciela, do you mind putting it in slideshow so it looks bigger, your slides? Like clicking on
Okay,
the screen on the bottom.
Yeah,
let
go to
me
presentation mode.
Yes.
Yeah. I'm going to remove the second screen because that's the one that is giving me trouble. Okay, so do you see this better
Perfect.
now?
Thank you. Looks
Okay.
great. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. I'm sorry. Lawrence Bragg actually supported this idea from the very beginning, and in about 1946, the union started to grow, and in 1947 it was admitted to what was known as the International Council of Scientific Unions, that later became ISC. So the IUCR has been a member of ISC, or the former ICSU, since the start of the union. The first General Assembly was held in 1948 at Harvard University, and it had the participation of about 350 crystallographers from 11 nations at that meeting. The aims of the IUCR are to promote international cooperation in crystallography and to contribute to all aspects of crystallography, theoretical and experimental, and different areas of crystallography based on the compounds or the materials studied or the techniques or the radiation used. And one of the main things is also to promote the publication of crystallographic research of the highest level with the highest quality possible. Also to facilitate the standardization of methods and nomenclature and different symbols used in crystallography, and also to provide a forum for crystallographers to share their experience and to interact with researchers from other sciences. The IUCR is governed by a General Assembly that ultimately decides all the proposals that are presented. We are going to have our next General Assembly in Calgary in August of this year, and later in 2029 is going to be in Berlin. There is an executive committee, a finance committee, different advisory committees, a secretariat, and a number of specialized commissions, which, as I mentioned before, depend on the type of material that is studied or the technique that is used, etc. This is a map with the member countries of the union at this moment. We can see that we still have to reach a good area of the Caribbean and part of South America, but we are working and making progress on that. And we certainly have to do some work, a lot of work actually, in the African region. We have already an African Regional Associate, the North American Regional Associate, Asia, the European and the Latin American and Caribbean Crystallographic Association, I must say. And here are the specialized commissions with, you can see that depends on the type of material, biological macromolecules, for example, different type of techniques, crystallographic computing, crystallographic nomenclature, different type of materials, diffraction, microstructure imaging, and certainly we have a very important commission for this meeting and for these initiatives, which is the Commission on Synchrotron and X-ray radiation. But other commissions also participate and benefit from using different light sources, for example, powder diffraction, and different other magnetic structures, etc. As I mentioned before, we publish cutting-edge research in crystallography and related disciplines in a series of books produced by the IUCR. We keep informed the community through a newsletter. There are some books that were produced in collaboration with Springer. This series of books in collaboration with Oxford University Press, it's one of our major ways to reach the community. And certainly the international tables of crystallography are the main reference for the work that crystallographers do. In several of them are topics related to synchrotron radiation. For example, in the volume H, which is dedicated to powder diffraction, there are some chapters dedicated to powder diffraction using synchrotron and instrumentation, etc. And we have 10 journals. 4 of them are full open access, 6 of them are hybrid open access. And I am highlighting here the Journal of Synchrotron Radiation, where a lot of the work at the facilities, synchrotron facilities, is reported. But other journals such as Journal of Applied Crystallography, IUCRJ, and other journals also contain the results of synchrotron-related work. Through the journal's grant fund, it is possible to assist institutions that have difficulties in meeting the subscriber price, and there are also full and partial waivers to authors from countries that need some support to cover the open access fees. So there are many ways in which the union tries to help the community publish good quality results in our journals. There are all the time there are special issues that cover different types, and I have just mentioned here a few of those. For example, there is a special issue on the Journal of Synchrotron Radiation for X-ray free electron lasers. There are other special issues in other journals, and I wanted to point out the effort that we are trying to bring in early career scientists to the union to renew the generations of crystallographers that have been trying to support the union for so many years. So we have incorporated early career scientists in different aspects of the union, in different ways that they can serve the union. Here, for example, there is a call for papers for early career scientists in structural science, and this is across all journals. So as I mentioned before, early career researchers are actively participating in different ways in the IUCR through, for example, being chairs or co-chairs of sessions at the IUCR Congress to start training early career researchers into what all the different aspects of setting up a session, a microsymposia, for example, contacting the authors, the potential speakers, etc. And also through an early career board for the IUCR journals. All IUCR journals have an early career board that consists of young, very talented and young people from different parts of the world who are serving as special co-editors, I would say. They review papers, some of them are handling papers, some of them under the mentorship of a more experienced co-editor or section editor. This is only for Acta Crystallographica E, but all our journals are incorporating early career board members. So this is one of our newest initiatives to incorporate young people into the activities of the union. Also, we recognize the work and the contribution of crystallographers in different ways through different prizes, but I want to point out the BRAC prize that is intended to support an early to mid-career researcher in crystallography. So this is a recent prize. It has been awarded 2 times before, and the next one will be awarded at one of the ceremonies in August in Calgary. And the IUCR also, well, through different commissions and different initiatives, support different programs. As Michele mentioned, the LAMP program, we are part of the IUC, of the LAMP executive committee, and we support this program, this initiative, with a certain amount of money and with different types of support also. Through the income that is provided by the journals, we support different meetings, schools, and conferences where there is a good portion of capacity building that will somehow try to ensure the next generation of users, not only of laboratory X-ray sources, but also larger facilities such as synchrotrons and neutron facilities. We also have the crystal growing competition, a very popular activity. We support the program for visiting professors to participate in schools and workshops. We also support the Crystallography in Africa initiative, and as I mentioned, the LAMP program. As also Michele mentioned briefly, several open labs were conducted during the year of crystallography, International Year of Crystallography, and a few years after that. And we keep collaboration with other commissions, for example, CODATA, for precisely to establish standards and procedures for handling large amounts of data, such as the ones that are produced in synchrotron facilities from different type of compounds, particularly from biological macromolecules. So this is just a very brief view of what we do, and I just wanted to mention that we support the initiatives such as establishment of new light sources around the world. But for that, as we saw in the map that Michele presented, we need to first help the younger generations and the newer generations to get into crystallography, to develop new laboratories, try to acquire new equipment, such as the one that was finally installed last year in Jamaica, in Marvadin's lab, and to try to replicate initiatives such as the SEMA-City, the Crystal Laboratory in Jamaica, and the ones that Michele mentioned that are being planned for Kenya and for Uzbekistan and other places. So I just wanted to show that at the IUCR we are very eager to help in initiatives that lead to a greater understanding of crystallographic techniques and to try to support the establishment of new facilities around the world, in particular in the Caribbean region. Unfortunately, resources are getting scarce from time to time, and so we have to try to be a little bit creative into getting to get new sources of financing. But we think that this is a very, very important opportunity, and we would like to continue supporting it from the IUCR and participating in different activities that will lead to large facilities for crystallographic work. So thank you very much. If you have any question, I'll be glad to try to answer it.
Thank you. Any questions for this is an open discussion period, so any questions for the speaker that we just had, or anyone that's here in this forum? If you have any questions, just unmute yourself and go ahead.
I see Marvadin.
Thanks, Graciela. Thanks, Lawrence. So again, I got disconnected. As Lawrence knows, I'm on my phone. We have to be away from the campus, and I'm struggling to stay in this. But I wanted to ask Graciela, and in the context of limited resources, we have so many different organizations. And Michael, you can also come in on this. But when we look at what LAMP is doing, and I know you are also on the LAMP executive, right, Graciela?
Right.
So there's a direct connection there with the IUCR. I'm not sure. I don't know what your position is on the LAMP executive, but explain to us what you think about putting everything together, every little bit together, and being a bit more coherent. So, you know, the IUCR, Commonwealth Chemistry, maybe putting into LAMP, since it has this established program already. What do you think about working like that rather than, you know, this kind of disjointed approach? And tell us a little bit more about what you do in LAMP.
Mm-hmm.
Thanks.
Yeah, well, I sure, Marvadin. Well, I'm currently the vice president of the IUCR, and the IUCR supports different initiatives in different ways, but I would say, in brief, we support, for example, schools. Not only we contribute with a certain amount of funds to the LAMP funds. Unfortunately, the situation recently with the journals, for example, has been impacting the amount of support that the IUCR provides to initiatives such as LAMP. And so it you know, the difficulties in competing for scientific organizations such as IUCR, competing with larger organizations, organizations that really make a lot of money from their publications and charge really huge publication fees, has become difficult. But in general, IUCR is part of the LAMP executive committee by providing an annual support, which unfortunately had to be reduced recently, but provides some amount of funds to the LAMP executive committee, and also provides support. Besides that, provide support to initiatives, to schools, to workshops, meetings in different regions. And I have to say that the Latin American and Caribbean region is one of the regions that we try to support broadly, because if you see in the map, if you saw in the map, the Caribbean region has been somewhat neglected up to this point, because of different reasons. But in general, we would like to have more presence in the Caribbean region by supporting schools and providing funds for different activities. So basically, the schools and workshops and meetings that take place in the Latin American and Caribbean region, and we have now included not only Spanish-speaking and Portuguese-speaking countries in what it is the Latin American region and Caribbean region, but we also have included the English and French-speaking islands in the Caribbean. So through the support of IUCR to LAMP, that's one thing, but also individual initiatives, conferences, schools can also access IUCR funds to carry out a particular meeting or school or different activities. So we have been very, very involved, although not at the level that we used to have and we would like to have, but we have been involved in the support of initiatives in the region. I don't know if I forgot a part of your question, but let me know if you need if I forgot something.
Well, let me just sort of ask about, are there different ways that the different organizations can work together to synergize and save money, or synergize and raise more money? So for instance, so if I go to an IUCR conference, would most of the participants be from a chemistry department, material science department, or where?
From different, for the IUCR meetings and all the crystallography meetings of the regional associates of the IUCR include not only chemistry, physicists, biology, material science, different aspects, and you can see that a little bit in the list of commissions. For example, we have from materials, from the Commission on Materials, which in general includes, for example, semiconductors and different type of inorganic materials used in different technological applications, to biological macromolecules, to groups based on the techniques or on the compounds. So actually, the IUCR meetings, the crystallography meetings, include scientists from different areas, not only not only chemistry or biological. It's very broad.
Thank you.
Sure.
Michael, you had your hand up.
Yes, I was just going to comment on the way that partnership can increase efficiencies but also reduce cost. So in our last Commonwealth Chemistry Congress, we had a presentation that was done by Marva Dean to mostly early career researchers about the advancements in synchrotron science, but also specifically for crystal that was open in Jamaica. And so I think that if we have things that we plan together, if we're connected, then we can increase the efficiency. So if I have 10 students coming from the Caribbean region to go to a conference in country X, but they can then spend 2 or 3 extra days and get double the experience, because they're experiencing 2 things which are probably both equally important, that helps. One of the things that we struggle with in Commonwealth Chemistry is because we are a younger organization, and some of the more established organizations have already had long-term interactions with donors. We have an issue finding donors and trying to get new projects which are valuable to our constituents, but also generally meet the needs of the scientific community. So, for example, I mean, our biggest groups are in the UK, Canada, South Africa, New Zealand, India, and Australia. But in order to get those groups on board, we have to have programs that they can believe in, if that's the term to use, whereas the other constituents and the other regions have needs that those other folks don't necessarily recognize at the outset as being something that they want to become involved in. And so I think through some of the collaborations we're talking about today that we had a view of, I think if we could sort of partner in terms of running events and or applying for funds that meet the criteria for both organizations or multiple organizations, I think that could be helpful. Our reach is quite large, actually, because all of the chemical societies, the chemistry groups, and academies across the regions, all of them, we have reach in all of those organizations. And these are not folks that you can just send an email to and it goes nowhere. These are actually real people on the ground who we develop these personal relationships with. And so I think that could also be helpful in mounting these new programs and looking for funding, etc., using the relationships that we already have on the ground.
Yeah, that's correct. And as a scientific union, well, if you saw in the map very briefly, we have countries from all over the world, but we know that we have to reach out to some other regions, in particular the African region and even the Caribbean region, that where we have not included a lot of the countries. But one of the main perhaps shortcomings is that the IUCR is a publishing society, but it's a non-for-profit. So all the income that is received from the publishing and from the fees that the different countries pay for being part of the union are returned to the community in some way through providing funds for a school, for a conference, a travel of student and young scientists to the meetings, to the main meeting of the IUCR, for example, and all of the resources that are provided to meetings in the different regions, which I have to say the Latin American and Caribbean region is one of the regions that where IUCR tries to provide more funds. So it is somewhat difficult to provide support for all the meetings and for all the initiatives in regions such as Latin America and the Asia and African region, but it has been it has been one of the goals of the union. However, we have to recognize that as a publishing scientific union, we have a lot of competition from major players, from major publishers that charge much more for open access fees, for example. And in that case, we are at a disadvantage when we compare ourselves to other societies like the American Chemical Society or the Royal Society of Chemistry. So it has been always the desire to support as much as possible capacity building in regions that need to have that, but it is becoming, I'm sorry, it is becoming a little bit difficult given the circumstances that we are facing with other larger publishers.
Lawrence, can I
Okay.
just jump a question for Michael quickly?
You got 1 minute.
Michael,
Yep.
quickly. Can we commit something? Because after South Africa, Sir Richard Catlow had a series of meetings with Lawrence and myself. We have Canada, we have Australia, we have India, we have so many countries, and the Royal Society of Chemistry supporting Commonwealth chemistry financially. Can we have a MOU or something with our project, the Greater Caribbean Light Source, to support the Commonwealth countries, particularly in our region? Can you talk about it in India next year? We have the Commonwealth Chemistry Congress coming up in India. Can this become a major focus for Commonwealth chemistry, for you to forge a relationship with the Greater Caribbean Light Source to facilitate building the user community, at least for now, building the user community in the Greater Caribbean region?
Okay, Lawrence did say 1 minute, so I'll be quite brief. I think we already have a commitment to do that. We need to put such a partnership and collaboration, such goals in our strategic plan, which has, I think we have a time frame of October to finish that. And that's going to be charting the next 5 years of the organization. And so we're at I think, the right stage and time to talk to you, talk to the whole team about what we could do in terms of building out the next generation of research and thinkers who will carry this forward. Because as we heard, it's going to be a long effort. Developing synchrotron science at the level it has been elsewhere, it's going to take some time. But I think our remit already helps us to say that we could commit to exploring how we would support that, because of supporting that supports our early career community, which is, I think, the one of 3 major focal points that we have.
That sounds fantastic. And you did finish in your 1 minute. So I want to thank everyone for attending this session. I hope the open discussion format was worked out well for everyone. I think we did establish a number of good things. And I think it will tie it back to what Professor Colon is doing in Puerto Rico, which I think, while centered in the chemistry department, is really a multidisciplinary enterprise for the topics. And I think his topics are electrochemistry and water splitting, but I mean, there are probably people doing that. If you went to a meeting on that topic, there would be people from physics, material science, chemistry, and who knows where else. So I want to thank everyone. for
In the
attending.
chat, Lawrence, you have a question in the chat.
All right, we'll address the question in the chat during the break, but I want to make sure that we do get a break so that we can start the next session on time. I see the speaker is here. And so let's start the break now and we'll go from there. So
thank you. Gracias.
Thank you, everyone. So the question was to clarify how members of the larger communities in your organization understand your local regional. That's an interesting question. So Michael, you're going to respond to that in the chat, or you can consider us in a coffee line and go ahead and answer it here now.
Yeah, I think I'll answer it now. I've had my coffee already. That's the day. Yeah, so one of the things that we grapple with is the difference in the focal points and the needs of researchers and or science leaders in the larger organizations and in the smaller or the less established organizations. I think there's a big difference. So for example, we may be interested in a mobility grant to have an early career researcher move to a lab to do some what we might call basic science research, but the players that are in the labs that the researcher may want to move to needs to do the type of research that's not basic, it's applied sciences, and they need to have a certain number of publications to show output, etc. And so there might be a mismatch in the science, a mismatch in the focal points. A lot of the times, what we're looking at is getting people trained, whereas the overseas labs that can be supported by those larger societies aren't necessarily looking to get people trained in the science, but they want people who can already do that science and contribute to their statistics, right, to their metrics and numbers. So sometimes there is a disparity between what is required to develop in the developing world and what is required to keep programs funded and running in the developed world. And I think that's where it is. So like this LAMP program, for example, this stuff referred today is excellent because all of the conveners of those programs recognize that you need to build a human capacity from the ground up in a very organic way, as opposed to trying to have people fit into a program that they're not well prepared for by their previous learning and experience. So I don't know if that answers your question, Albert.
Yeah, I see a lot of synergies here. I think I see. Oh, go ahead. Who is that? Alberta that was asked the question?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Thanks for the answer. But I was wondering, when you had said the larger members, I thought you meant the larger members, meaning the Commonwealth chemistry. Most of the members come from some of the larger Commonwealth nations, and they are the ones where you may want to do some synergy, but they have a different focal point. I think I found it a little strange that they would have a different focal point, seeing that everybody is a member of Commonwealth Chemistry with common goals. I don't know if by matching what you want to do to everybody seems to agree on the sustainable development goals, so matching it to the sustainable development goals might assist. But it's interesting what you said, and we could follow up in additional conversations after. Thanks.
Well, one thing I would see in this is that you have Commonwealth chemistry, and I would say at least of the countries that operate a synchrotron light source within the Commonwealth, they have their own national chemistry society. And there are nuances in the relationship that the National Chemical Society in that country, the relationship it may have with its government and funding agencies, and the relationship it might have with the chemical industry in that country. And as we heard from Harry Westphal yesterday, there are problems that are sort of local, which might animate and motivate the commitment of resources that you could probably never get anyplace else. And I'm just thinking of, I don't know if who were here yesterday, the problem of this tree root not being able to power through very compacted soils. So the Brazilian light source devoted many beam time hours to this project. And Harry mentioned that they would have never been able to win that number of beam time hours at some other light source. So I think that's probably where the focal, an example of where the focal point differences might manifest. I think that is probably a good example. The other thing is that I see a synergy with next year at Commonwealth Chemistry, because obviously India, for instance, is India is a member of the Commonwealth. India is also a member of BRICS, and so we heard our colleague from China this morning talk about the interest in making a BRICS synchrotron science working group, and there might be some synergies there. BRICS itself is not intended to be a sort of a closed community. It's just that's a political discussion, but a counterbalancing organization. So anyway, a BRICS Commonwealth alliance on synchrotron sciences would be a very powerful thing indeed. So that's a 2 cents that I sort of gleaned from today. I don't know if anybody's listening, but it's
thanks for that. I think there's always some ways in which we can work. I mean, we've seen for Commonwealth Chemistry, because of our reach, for example, we had a report done on career pathways and articulation, and how much people are rewarded for their effort in terms of remuneration. And we when we did that study, because of the reach that we had so many responses that we had to delay writing the report because of the very large data set that we got. And then that allowed us to understand that we can probably get more information from our constituents than most other societies can get individually. And therefore, that's a sort of a unique voice in terms of being able to speak on behalf of a large subsection of people with real data. And so Commonwealth Chemistry has that ability. And then the members themselves, some of our members actually do have in their regions synchrotron facilities. And so now it comes to mind that maybe our approach actually is targeting the involvement of those synchrotron facilities through our membership through our specific members for the wider community. So for example, can I have a program that's running in the UK that Commonwealth Chemistry champions and organizes on behalf of the wider community who will be accessing it, not as scientists based in the UK, for example, but as scientists based in the Caribbean or in any of the African countries that are Commonwealth members. So that's sort of the thing that I think we need to work on. And India has been really good actually in setting up MOUs and accepting students. They don't have their own national synchrotron facility, but they have been really good in hosting folks from those conferences at their labs, etc. So I think there's some inroads, and now we just need to work out how to do it systematically and to get the best return on our time investments.
Okay, so Crystal, you can try your slides.
Sure. Hi. Let's
Hi.
see. Share. Let's see. 1 second. Let's see. Okay. I think now it's sharing, and you should be able to see that. Let me see. Does that work?
Yep.
Are you seeing the right
Cool.
version?
Yep. In presentation mode.
Oh, it's in presentation. Let me see.
Yep. You're good. You're good. It's perfect.
Okay. So should I stop or should I leave it up until like everybody comes back?
We'll give it everybody a minute. I guess we never really know where people are.
Yeah.
They're back, but we'll start in just about a few seconds. Actually, give me a few seconds.
Some of us, I guess some of us are still around the wings.
Say again. I'm sorry.
And then some of us are still here.
Yep, you're still here. That's what's important.
Okay.
Okay, so let's get started, and it's my pleasure to introduce the speaker, who, well, a gentleman doesn't say how long he's known someone, but I've sort of known Crystal for, let's say, X number of years. When she was an undergraduate at Colgate University and a leader in the Society of Physics Students. She was a physics major, and I guess a physics major, right?
Yeah, that was my major. Yeah.
And I think I was the chair of the Committee on Minorities of the American Physical Society. And then I became like the executive director of the National Society of Black Physicists. And so I think we tried to meet a few times at a conference or book you at conferences as speakers. But we speak over email quite a bit when we try to do things. And she has actually one of the most interesting Christmas sweaters I've ever seen. So, and so she went from Colgate to University of Rochester, a university I know fairly well, Rochacha, where she went from physics proper to biophysics and became a structural biologist, and from there to was the first University of North Carolina. I think it was, right?
Yes, that's right.
I'm doing this all from memory, right? I'm getting,
I did my postdoc in the chemistry department there. That's sort of how I've been moving more to chemistry.
Right, exactly, exactly. And then from there, I think she did. You were a guest lecturer at Hampton, but that was this is one lecture.
I was, yeah. That was just for like a part of a semester. That was a very cool experience. Yes.
Yep. So there's that. So I'm doing all this from memory, right? So
yeah.
So from there to Lehigh, which I guess you were like an assistant professor at Lehigh University.
I was a lecturer there in the biological sciences department. So I was a lecturer.
And then from there, was it? I already said University of North Carolina, right?
Yes, from there to here. That was the last place
Vassar, which is a great place. I mean, I was been to Vassar, well, many years ago before Crystal got there, but I haven't been back since. We have to fix that. And so one thing, she's been also very active in the American Crystallographic Association. I think was an elected officer there, was chair of the American Institute of Physics, El Kurum,
Liaison
Stanford.
Committee on Underrepresented Minorities, El Kurum.
So altogether, you can see that she's had a lot of experiences with a lot of disciplinary types. So from physics to biophysics to chemistry and crystallography. And so she's originally from Trinidad, Tobago. Or did you just say
Yes,
Tobago?
that's where I'm from.
Yep. And so she is a perfect example of the, what we're trying to achieve here, to develop from, say, small island states to professorships at major universities, and just a persona and a scientific force that's actually known worldwide. So with that, I'll turn it over to you. Let's get a shot of your office in the end, because you have all that Rubisco still, right, in your office?
What? No.
The plants?
Oh yeah, I do, but I have on, I would have to take off, I do have a lot of plants, but I have the Vassar thing on right now.
Right.
So
okay. Well, go ahead and
time.
we'll get to you next time on the.
Okay, yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Can everybody see my screen? I think yes. Hi, everyone. Thank you so much for that great introduction, Lawrence. I'm really excited to be here to tell you a little bit about the research that we're doing in my lab at Vassar College. So I'm in the chemistry department. I'm an associate professor there, and I've been at Vassar about 9 years. And so if you know about Vassar, I think as Lawrence was saying in the intro, it's a great place, but I don't think that many people know about it. So I first wanted just to start telling you a little bit about Vassar. And as was already mentioned, I am originally from Trinidad and Tobago. And I actually grew up in Tobago. I went to high school in Tobago, and so that's the smaller island. And I left Tobago 24 years ago to go to college in New York, so a small liberal arts college, which is something I didn't know about before I came to the US. So it's this model where you have mainly only undergraduates, and the classes are very small. And then at some of these small liberal arts colleges, you can do actually a lot of research, which is where I ended up at Vassar, what we do. So there we go. I got, like I said, from Trinidad and Tobago to New York. And in fact, I ended up coming back to New York for my final job, which is here at Vassar. And Vassar is in this suburban sort of residential area. We're about 2 hours from New York City. And we only have about 2,600 students total. And so we do a lot of teaching. So I teach a lot of classes, but I'm also required to run a research lab and do research. And the thing that people don't really understand sometimes when they know I run a research lab is that because I'm at a small liberal arts college, everything you see that's been done is done by undergraduates only. I don't have any graduate students. I don't have any postdocs. I don't have any lab techs. It's me and all of the undergraduates, but we can actually get a lot done. So I really love this model of working very closely with undergraduate students, so people who have not gotten a postgraduate degree. So I wanted to point that out. So today I'm going to be telling you a little bit about one of the projects in my lab, but my overall arching driving question for my lab is, can we learn enough about microbes to create selective therapeutics? Because at this point in time, 1 second, let's see. So sorry about that. At this point in time, when we think about if we get, say, an antibiotic resistant infection, we usually take antibiotics to kill that and to cure it. However, what we're doing usually is killing not just the pathogenic bacteria, but we also kill a whole bunch of other bacteria, which might be really useful to us and may have been living commensally in our microbiome, which I'll discuss later. So I really wanted to study bacteria and microbes a lot more to figure out, are there any novel things we can target that then we can create selective therapeutics for. So in my lab, we study how antibiotic resistance is transferred in the models of Salmonella and Staph. And then I also study Bacteroides ovatus and as a potential therapeutic target for autoimmune disease. And so today, that's the project I'm going to be talking to you about. So first, a little bit about autoimmune diseases. So autoimmune diseases have both a sex and a race bias. When you think about an autoimmune disease, you may have heard of some of the more common ones like multiple sclerosis, celiac disease is very common, rheumatoid arthritis, and there's a lot of them. These are some of the 8 most common ones that I'm showing here. But one of the things that fascinated me once I started learning about autoimmune diseases is that it affects mostly women. And there are racial and ethnic disparities in many of the autoimmune diseases that we can see. So for example, one of the most egregious is lupus. So lupus has a really intense sex bias. It's 9-to-1 women, which means for every 10 people who have lupus, 9 of them are women. So 90% of people who suffer from lupus are women, and it disproportionately affects Black women in a 3-to-1 ratio. And this was very interesting to me once I started learning about all of these facts. And the way how I started learning about this was sort of a personal experience. And so I'm always interested in why people study what they study. So why am I studying autoimmune disease and in turn Bacteroides ovatus? It's because my best friend from high school, Kimberly, who I'm showing here in the picture, she got diagnosed with lupus when we were very young. So when we left Tobago, both of us left Tobago together and we went to school abroad in New York. Both of us were going to colleges in New York. And her first year in New York, she was diagnosed with lupus. It just had been missed before in our home. And unfortunately, because they took a long time to diagnose this, by the time she was diagnosed, she had incurred some serious damage to her kidneys and ended up passing away my sophomore year of college. So this is something that I thought about all the time as I moved through my career, that I want to one day study something that could maybe help with the autoimmune disease community in memory of Kimberly. So this is why I chose to study this. And this is how I started learning all of these facts that these autoimmune diseases tend to cluster. So once I decided to create a project on autoimmune disease, I started reading the literature, and one thing that popped up all the time was the microbiome. So there's this pattern of microbiome dysbiosis that we observe in people with autoimmune diseases versus people who have a healthy gut. So when we're talking about the human microbiome, we're talking about all the microbes living in and on us. And most of them live in our gut, the GI tract. And they play a lot of essential roles in our human health. And in fact, we mostly have bacterial cells in us. That's what this little graph on this side is showing, that there are mostly bacterial cells in us versus the number of human cells we have. And so gut bacteria populations in autoimmune disease states, as I said, differ in healthy individuals, like they differ from healthy individuals. One of the things that popped out at me was that I kept seeing this particular bacterial strain, Bacteroides ovatus, pop up over and over. So it becomes the dominant gut species in autoimmune disease states. And it didn't matter which autoimmune disease. It could be somebody with lupus. It could be somebody with type 1 diabetes. It could be someone with IBD. Bacteroides ovatus became a very large part of their gut. And normally, you may have Bacteroides ovatus in your gut right now, but it's normally a very small part of your entire gut microbiome. So that's what got me interested there. So when we think about Bacteroides, the genus of Bacteroides is actually a major constituent of the gut microbiome in general, right? So all of these strains of Bacteroides play a role in protecting us from infections. They are very good at breaking down carbohydrates, and they are known actually to produce neuroactive compounds, so they can influence our moods. The microbiome can do all kinds of things, and Bacteroides in particular have been documented doing a lot of this. However, with all of those great benefits, also we see that several Bacteroides show up in many disease states, so they're correlated with disease states. And as I mentioned, Bacteroides ovatus popped up a lot in terms of autoimmune disease. And Bacteroides ovatus, I learned later, is the 3rd most prevalent Bacteroides species in the westernized gut microbiome. So of all the Bacteroides, it is the 3rd most common one that we find. So my lab decided to study Bacteroides ovatus as a potential therapeutic target for autoimmune disease. So to target it, we wanted to look at, are there any novel proteins or novel ways that we can target it? So first, we got really lucky because there was a study that was done in 2007 that actually looked at characterizing novel proteins from a whole bunch of Bacteroides and other species of bacteria. So this 2007 study ended up identifying 185 proteins that were found nowhere else but in the Bacteroides genus. So they were only conserved in Bacteroides. And so this was a great avenue to enter in for what could potentially become a novel drug target. So we chose one of those proteins and we called it Bacteroides ovatus polysaccharide deacetylase. I'll tell you sort of why as we move along, mostly because of its sequence identity and what family we thought it would be in. So I'll be referring to it as BOPDA. And so it's this 499 amino acid protein from a putative polysaccharide deacetylase family, which was uncharacterized when we started studying it. So this is actually the first protein characterized from this family of polysaccharide deacetylases. So yes, it's a novel protein. We wanted to know, okay, why does Bacteroides have this? What does it do? So in order to figure that out, we actually had to go look at the genomic context of BOPDA, because yes, it looked like it would be some sort of carbohydrate deacetylase, so a polysaccharide deacetylase, but what is its actual substrate? What is the polysaccharide, the carbohydrate that is acting on? So it looked like, based on all the other genes around it, that it was in something called a capsular polysaccharide biosynthesis locus. All right, so if we go over here, this is Bacteroides ovatus, the locus that it's in, and in pink, I'm showing the gene for BOPDA, so the polysaccharide deacetylase. That's the protein I'll be talking about for the rest of the talk and what we are studying. Now, around it are a bunch of other proteins called glycosyl transferases, which are pretty common in any kind of like a carbohydrate utilization pathway. And then there were some uncharacterized proteins, which I show here in light gray, but the really important ones are the ones that I've outlined here in the dark black and the dark gray. These are specific capsular polysaccharide glycosyl transferases that had been recently characterized. In 2020, a study came out showing that if these are in the locus, all of these enzymes are making something called a capsular polysaccharide. And when we looked through other Bacteroides species, so the other two most common species, which are Bacteroides fragilis and B theta iota omicron, they also had this entire gene set up, this locus conserved, right? So they had one copy of BOPDA, so the polysaccharide deacetylase. They had the two capsular polysaccharide glycosyl transferases next to it, and then all of these other genes. So it looked almost identical. So we were very excited, and we were like, okay, this protein is helping to make the capsular polysaccharide. Now, as it was said in the introduction, I am trained as a physicist who went into biophysics, who's now in a chemistry department, who is now apparently becoming basically a microbiologist. That's because how my interests are taking me. So I had no idea what a capsular polysaccharide was. But I did remember back to like sort of basic biology that most bacteria have a capsule on the outside. And in fact, this is what it was referring to. So on the outside of many bacteria, you have this capsule and it forms a protective layer. And so if you look here at the blow up, so here's a little bacteria schematic. And then many bacteria that have an outer membrane and an inner membrane, so these gram-negative ones, will have displayed on their outer membrane very complex carbohydrates, which are shown here by the different colored shapes. So they're very long, and so they display out. There's a lot of them. They also have a lipopolysaccharides, which is shown here as LPS, but we're really concerned with the CPS. But CPS in other species of bacteria have been known to be also a virulence factor. So that was also very interesting to me, especially as I pointed out to you, we're really interested in targeting proteins that might help become be a therapy for maybe shutting down the bacteria or helping in an infection. The other thing that was really interesting is that the CPS also has known immunomodulatory effects. So what does that mean? I mentioned, for example, that some bacteroides can make neuroactive compounds and they can affect our mood. It's like they affect our brain. These CPSs, these capsular polysaccharides, are known to mediate host interaction, so how the bacteria interact with us, the host, the human, and in fact, they influence our immune system. So right away for me, this was very exciting in that it is exactly sort of what I was looking for in this project, looking at a novel protein that might become a good therapeutic for autoimmune disease. And then we found a biosynthetic protein that makes something that's going to influence our immune system. So we were very sort of excited about this project and moving it forward. So my lab does mostly structural solution of proteins using X-ray crystallography. So we are mostly a structural biology lab using crystallography in that way. And so that's the first thing we started to do once we got the protein, is we wanted to see what the structure was. So this was started by my first student here at Vassar, Sharika Hassan, all the way back in 2018. And so she ended up growing these first crystals of BOPDA in summer 2018, which was very exciting. They're quite large and it's really nice. Her research, though, looking into the sequence of the protein and trying to figure out what enzyme family it might be in, led her to believe that it should use a metal in its catalysis. So we wanted to try to grow the crystals in the presence of a metal. And so that's the last thing she did before she graduated, was trying to pre-bind the protein to metal and then set up crystal trays again. However, this is sort of what she got, which was a lot of precipitate. And so this was adding a metal before crystallization. In particular, she thought initially it would work with zinc. That would be the metal cation that would help its catalysis. So Sharika ends up graduating. It's 2020, and we try to start this project again. But I think everybody knows what happened in 2020, which is that there was a global pandemic. So the college shut down. And in fact, this project got paused for several years just because we weren't able to work in the lab the way we used to and things like that. So this is why it jumps from Sharika Hassan, class of 2019, to the next students that came on to this project only came on in 2024, in the summer of 2024. So Olive, Elisa, Lola, and Jasmine. And they followed up where Sharika stopped. And we started, instead of pre-binding the protein to the metal and then setting up crystal trays, we just grew the original crystals and tried to soak in the metals. And that actually worked really well. So here are some images of some of those crystals where we grow the crystals first, and then we soak in a high concentration of the metal cation. So we were able to get several structures of the protein using this method. So once we got the structure, we saw that not only was the sequence unique, because we know it was conserved just in bacteroides, but it in fact had this cool non-modular domain architecture. So I will talk about this a little more. So we solved 4 structures of BOPDA, each with a different metal cation bound in the active site, all to very high resolution as shown in this table here. Now, when we first took a look at the structure, we could kind of see that there were 2 major domains, which I've colored here in pink and sort of green, this sort of teal green. And I'm showing here the cobalt-bound protein, the cobalt-bound structure. So this is the CE4 domain, and Sharika, based on her early research, had thought that the protein would be in the carbohydrate esterase 4 superfamily, which we still think it is, based on its sequence and the motifs that are conserved in it. Then we also saw that it had this other piece, which we didn't know what it was, but it was mostly beta sheets. And we know now it's a carbohydrate binding module, which makes sense if it is an enzyme that acts on carbohydrates. Often these CE4 family members have these carbohydrate binding modules. But what is this non-modular domain architecture I'm talking about, and why is it unique? So to really see that, you have to parse a little bit more into the sequence of the protein. So now I've colored it a little differently. It's still displayed the same way. Here's my N-terminal and the C-terminal, so the beginning and the end of the protein. And now this is going to be the amino acid sequence here, going from 1 to 499. So this is the CE4 domain, right? So in pink, and within the CE4 domain, I've highlighted two regions that will come up later, loop 0 and loop 1. But so this region here is actually the CE4 domain. It's smaller than we thought it was before. It turns out we have all these other flanking domains that other CE4 enzymes do not have. So there's the carbohydrate binding module again, as I showed, still colored in this greenish color. But the non-modular arrangement of the domains comes from the fact that the carbohydrate binding module starts at amino acid 63 to 85. And then in the middle of it, you have the CE4 domain from 85 to 388. And then from 381 to 450-ish, you have the rest of the carbohydrate binding module. So you have this entire domain inserted into another domain, and they still fold independently. So only about 9% of proteins have these sort of domain insertions. So it's quite rare. So that was really interesting to see. Now, as I mentioned, we had all these other flanking domains, so we don't know exactly what they do yet. This one, though, this is our N-terminal extension shown in this light blue. And we do know, though, from looking at the sequence of the protein, that it is attached to the lipid bilayer, so to the membrane. And that makes sense because we think it's making that carbohydrate that's going to have to get made inside of the cell and then put through a pore to be put and displayed on the outside of the bacteria. So this one hangs out at the membrane, it gets attached there. And then we have this bundle of amino acids that I show here, of alpha helices, sorry, in purple, at the C-terminal. And again, we're not exactly sure what it does yet, but it is there, and it is not part of the CE4 domain as we originally thought when we first saw this structure. So that was really interesting. So now what I want to do is go into a little bit more details on just the CE4 domain and the binding motif. So where the active site is and where we think it might end up binding the carbohydrates. So I've sort of turned the display. So we were looking at the protein from the side, and now we're looking at the protein sort of head on down through the active site. So this is the active site right here, where you can see this is a metal ion bound. And again, it's the cobalt version that I am showing. I'll show the other metal bound active sites in a little bit. So here's the CE4 domain in pink, and then here are those loops that I talked about that would become important. And this is just showing the secondary structure labeling, so all the alpha helices and the beta sheets. Now, if we zoom in on the active site, what we see is that this cobalt shown here in pink is coordinated by a his-asp dyad. So you have these two amino acids, this histidine and this aspartic acid, that coordinate the metal, and then there are 4 water molecules that finish the coordination shell. And I'm showing here a composite omit map because we're very confident that this is exactly where these amino acids are, and the waters and the cobalt are there at full occupancy. So we are very sure that this is what it looks like. Now, what is interesting, as my title says, is that this metal binding motif actually deviates from what is the canonical metal binding motif of the CE4 superfamily. So if you look a little bit closer, so now I'm showing that same domain map below, but now I've expanded it to show these 5 motifs, MT1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, that are conserved in the carbohydrate esterase 4, so the CE4 family. So within each of these, you have in bold, I'm highlighting the amino acids that are supposed to be conserved. So down here you can see canonical CE4, and this is what should be conserved. And then I'm showing what is in ours in bold. So I'm now boxing in red what is supposed to be the metal binding motif. So you can see that there's a discrepancy because in the family of CE4, so the canonical family, there is actually a asp-his metal binding motif, so a triad that's supposed to bind it. But we just have this dyad. We have the asp-his motif. So that's very unusual. We are missing this other histidine, but it still coordinates it quite well. So just to show you what that would look like, here is the Vibrio cholera chitin deacetylase. So it's a very, it's in the same CE4 family. So I've overlaid their active sites. So it's shown here in sort of this gray color, and it's bound to a zinc. That's what's shown here in gray. And ours is bound to the cobalt in like showing the pink here. And you can see that the histidine and this aspartic acid are in the same position. However, there's this other histidine that would be in the back here that we are missing, and we just have a water molecule fill in the coordination shell there. So that was really interesting to see. So when you look even closer at the rest of the motifs, so we're like, okay, we're missing that histidine. Because at first, before we saw the crystal structure, we weren't sure if it would in fact bind the metal because we knew it was missing that conserved histidine. But now we can see that it does bind the metal. And as you look at all the other motifs, you can see that we have very low conservation throughout. But there's one important part that remains. So again, I sort of changed the coloring here, and now I am coloring the motifs around the active site so you can see how they sort of fit together. So motif 1 is the dark green, motif 2 is light green, motif 3 is sort of this brown color, 4 is purple, 4 is blue, sorry, and 5 is purple. So you can see them all here. So motif 1 is where that aspartic acid is, and motif 2 is where we would have seen 2 histidines, but we just see the 1. And if you look down here at the canonical CE4, you can see that motif 1 is pretty well conserved. You have that T, D, D. And then motif 2, we do not have a serine, we don't have a threonine, we don't have that histidine, we just have the 1 histidine here. And now we just only have this proline here, and it just sort of falls apart. We do not have all of the pieces. But very importantly, motif 5 is where the catalytic histidine resides. So in other members of this family, there's a histidine that is important for catalysis, and it is in motif 5. And we do have that same histidine. So we believe that the protein will, in fact, be catalytically active because it still has this part, while we lack lots of other sequence conservation. Now, even though our protein has this his-as motif, it's not completely unheard of. There is one other example of a carbohydrate esterase 4 family enzyme having a his-as motif. So we have the second example of this his-as motif in this family. So this is the canonical, which I showed before, his-as, and we have BOPDA bound to cobalt overlaid. And then here I'm showing the other example of a dyad coordinating the metal. And this is in Clostridium thermocellum acetylxylan esterase, shown here in sort of yellow. And you can see it does it the same way our protein does. It has this histidine, this aspartic acid, and then it's missing the other histidine that would be here in motif 2. But they still are able to bind the metal. And importantly, CTAXEA, so this Clostridium thermocellum acetylxylan esterase, is enzymatically active, right? So even though it's missing like that histidine, it has its catalytic histidine in motif 5, just like we do. So again, this is some good evidence that ours will be catalytically active as well. So this is another overlay of the structures, and I brought in a couple other CE4 family members. So just to orient you, here is the metal binding site. Here's motif 1, aspartic acid, motif 2, first histidine, and then you can see here the second histidine. There's only 2 histidines here, while I have overlaid 4 structures. And so our structure, BOPDA, and CTAXEA are the 2 that demonstrate this dyad, and all of the other family members have a triad. And then here is where the position of the catalytic histidine would be. And as you can see, ours is positioned in the same as all of the other family members. So very exciting in that way. So we hoped to see enzymatic activity. So before I show you some of our acids, let me show you the other metal-bound structures. So when we dug into the metal-bound structures, what we started to see was that not all of the metal cations were bound equally in the structures. We saw that cobalt and nickel bound with the highest occupancy. So here I'm showing the cobalt binding site here, and then here's nickel bound in the active site as well. And you could already see difference right here, this green molecule in the nickel-bound active site. This is a glycerol from the crystallization condition that shows up in the nickel-bound active site. When we allow the program to refine occupancy during a refinement, it gives us an occupancy of 100% for cobalt, it never deviates, and then a slightly lower one for nickel, around 90%. And if we do the composite omit maps of this, just so that we can be confident that what we are building is there, we can see we have very nice density that supports it and also really supports this glycerol being in this position here. So when we look at the other two structures, though, for the zinc bound and the copper bound, as you can see, there are also glycerols here, but these bind significantly worse than copper or nickel. So the occupancy of copper is about 75%, and the occupancy of zinc is 20%, so low. We ourselves were very surprised as well, too. If you remember at the beginning of the talk, I said that Sharika Hassan, my first student, thought that zinc would actually be the metal cation that it used for catalysis. It is because zinc is the most commonly used metal cation in the CE4 family. And so we were very surprised that it did not bind. And while we only solved and deposited 4 structures into the protein data bank, we actually collected multiple data sets because we wanted to make sure that what we were seeing in one was the same throughout. And so we got the same pattern throughout. The zinc barely bound no matter how much zinc we put in. Copper bound a bit. Cobalt was always well bound. And then nickel sort of varied. And so looking at the composite of maps for the zinc bound as well as the copper bound, you can see that they are well defined around the metal, but around the glycerol, they are not as well defined, especially in the copper one. And this is because the glycerol can actually be built in a couple alternate conformations. And what that means to us is that there's a lot of flexibility in that active site when you have either zinc or copper or nickel. And this makes sense because if it's not strongly bound there, it means that sometimes it comes out, sometimes that glycerol comes in, sometimes you have the metal leaving, it comes back. And so we don't ever see a glycerol in the cobalt active site. And so that to us is a good sign that cobalt is probably the preferred metal of this enzyme. But that is not to say it would not work with the others, because there has been evidence of other CE4 families. They're sort of promiscuous with their metal cation. And so it might work with nickel, but maybe with a lower activity or something like that. But this is what we saw in our crystal structures. So next, we wanted to try to get some functional data. And so the first thing we did was just try to do some binding assays, so to see if it bound any carbohydrates. So we just started with common carbohydrates. So we started with amylopectin, chitin, cellulose, and xylan. So sort of like a diverse array. And Sharika started this assay, and it was then optimized by Lilith Schwartz, class of 22, and Jordan Norman, class of 24. So I'm just showing the carbohydrate structures here, because again, we didn't, so you might be wondering why we're doing this if we think it binds to the capsular polysaccharide. And we are doing that because no one has ever studied the capsular polysaccharide of Bacteroides ovitus. So we actually don't know which carbohydrates make up the capsular polysaccharide. So this was a way to give us an idea maybe what kind of monomer carbohydrate unit might be in the capsular polysaccharide. So the first, we did this gel-based assay, this gel-based carbohydrate binding assay. And so what you do is you mix your protein with the carbohydrate, and then you, if it bound to the very large carbohydrate, because they're big polysaccharides, when you spin down your tube, some of your protein will stay bound to the carbohydrate, and then you take the supernatant and you run it on a gel, and what you should see is a decrease in protein if your protein is actually binding to the carbohydrate. So this is sort of one of the gels that we ran. We had like a control where we added no carbohydrate, and then we did all the others, and then we quantified it sort of looking like this. We got what the pixels of the bands. Now, when we put all that data together, what we saw, we did this through relative binding, normalizing it to nothing bound, is that it did not seem to bind amylopectin at all or cellulose. It somewhat bound chitin, but it was very variable, and it seemed to reliably bind xylan. Now, when you look at this graph, for something that binds very well, if you look in the literature also, you would see that very good binding would be somewhere around 0.25 or lower. And we didn't get that for any of ours. So we know that it's sort of binding moderately well, but not very tightly. However, since it bound chitin and xylan, we chose to move forward with this into our enzymatic assays to see if we could detect any activity. So we did a couple different assays, and I suppose the take-home message here is that we detected no activity. We tried chitin, xylan, we tried cobalt, nickel, zinc. We even tried copper, but I don't have that listed here. We tried a different substrate called PNPA, so p-nitrophenol acetate, which is sort of a general substrate, and we did not detect any activity, sadly. So while it kind of bound chitin and xylan, it obviously didn't bind it well enough to show us any detectable enzymatic activity. So one thing we wanted to do, which is after we actually published a lot of this, so a lot of what I'm talking about is in a paper we published last year, and one of the reviewers suggested we actually start trying this other gel-based assay where you put the carbohydrate within the gel material and see if your protein runs slower. If it runs slower through the gel, it means it's binding the carbohydrate. And we wanted to see if we could try some small substrates that might be useful for crystallizing it with the protein. So this is where Lydia Friedman came in last year, and she used xylan as sort of her control because we knew that it bound xylan the best from our previous binding assay. And she tried these two smaller pieces, so chitotriose and this monomer triacetylpyranose, to see if the protein would bind it. So she runs these gels. Like I said, this is one of her representative gels. She has a control, which is BSA, and then we have a gel that has no carbohydrate in it, and this would be our standard for where our protein would run. Now, if our protein runs slower on a gel with carbohydrate, then that says that there is some binding. And so this was also sort of disappointing in that compared to the control, we again saw that it bound xylan somewhat well, so again, not that great, but it really did not bind chitotriose or xylopyranose. What this is probably saying, though, is that these are very small pieces of carbohydrates. We know that our protein is likely to bind some large polysaccharide, so it probably has very low affinity for just small pieces. But again, for us as crystallographers, that's really what we want, right? Because that's what you would put in your crystals to try to see where it bound, like near the active site. So in this case, though, we had to kind of rule out the chitotriose and the xylopyranose. And I teased at the beginning that there is something special about these two loops that were highlighted in the CE4 domain. So I've finally gotten back to that. And so this was another cool, unique thing about our enzyme. So not only did it have this non-modular domain organization, and it has all these flanking regions, it also had these really long extra pieces. And so we were really curious about what that was. So it has what we think is an extra substrate recognition loop, which we termed loop 0. So if you look here again, we're looking down at the active site. Here's the cobalt bound, and here's our motifs now colored in green. So motif 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. And so these loops that are colored in yellow are known loops from all the CE4 families that are known to be used in substrate specificity. So recognizing the substrate and how do they gain their specificity, it's through these loops. So here we have loop 1, loop 2, loop 3, loop 4, loop 5, loop 6. Those have been characterized in other proteins before. And we had this much larger extra loop here. This is loop 0, and it came before loop 1, which is why we called it loop 0, that we didn't see in any other CE4 families. Now, here's an example of loops from Vibrio cholera chitin deacetylase, VCCDA. This is the CE4 enzyme I've been overlaying the canonical one the entire time. So as you can see, its loops are much longer than the loops around BOPDA's active site. In fact, its loops almost block its active site, whereas our active site is much more open. So you can see how these loops play a role in selecting which substrate can make it into the active site. Here are some other examples of CE4 domain substrate loop variation. Here again is the Vibrio cholera, this time all displayed as gray. Here is E. coli PGAB, and you can see this one is quite similar. These two CTAXE and ECPGAB, are quite similar to BOPDA, which is shown below in the pink, yellow, and sort of salmon. But you can see that these loops, no matter what, loop 1 and loop 0 from BOPDA just stick out, right? So we know they're doing something, we just don't know what, but they're helping in some way. And they're very different from all of these others. So one of the last things I want to talk about as unique stuff in our protein is that BOPDA has this beta sandwich carbohydrate binding module, so the CBM. So that was the part that was colored in teal. It's the thing that, it's the motif, sorry, that is interrupted sequentially by the CE4 domain, right? So it's this teal part here. And when we look very closely at it, because we know now it's a carbohydrate binding module, it's a type 2 carbohydrate binding module, we think, based on its structure. And then also based on these amino acids, which we found here. So you can see here, sort of highlighted in a light purple, are all of these aromatic residues. And so they typically form a binding platform for the flat sugars in the carbohydrate. So you can see they will bind across that surface. So it was really interesting for us to see this appear. And so it gave us, it's a good, I guess, piece of evidence to show that a carbohydrate might bind here. Again, we are not sure yet. We don't have a structure, so we don't know, but this looks like it will be the probable binding site for this part of the carbohydrate that is the substrate of BOPDA. And when we overlay our carbohydrate binding module from BOPDA with a chitin binding module, you can see they are very similar, although not the same, but they are very similar, which gives us, again, some more like evidence that this is a carbohydrate binding module. Okay, so with all of that together, this is what we think is the possible binding orientation for a very long polysaccharide that is our CPS, or our capsular polysaccharide, right? So where would it bind to our protein as our protein is deacetylating it as it is going out to be put on the capsule on the outside, to be displayed, sorry, on the outside of the bacteria? So we think it might look something like this. It's got to bind in the active site. We know that because that's where the catalysis happens. And it has to bind to the carbohydrate binding module, which is there on opposite ends of the protein. So given that we have this C-terminal helical bundle that's sort of right in the way and right next to loop 0 and loop 1, which we know should be a part of substrate specificity, we think a long carbohydrate might be bound sort of like this and held in place along the entire surface of the protein then it does the chemistry in the active site. So this is our hypothesis right now. So we are actively working towards a BOPDA bound structure. And you might have noticed like that in these gels that I showed you earlier for our carbohydrate binding assay, the xylan gel looked pretty different from the others. It was shifted up. Now, these are SDS page. So we boiled these samples. There's SDS in it. The protein should be completely unfolded. And even when we did that, something remained bound in the xylan sample. So we decided to start there to see if we could crystallize it using the conditions from the carbohydrate binding assay gel and then putting them into a crystal screen. And so that's sort of what we did recently. And lo and behold, from the Hampton crystal screen, we got some new crystals. I don't have any updates for you. I'm very excited about it to see if there's anything bound in these structures. We have crystals. We have beam time on June 18th, so it's coming up. So that's when we're going to send these off to see. And particularly, these are quite large. They are about 500 microns like big. So really exciting. So this is the latest thing that is happening right now. So in summary, we solved these 4 structures of this cool, unique protein from Bacteroides ovatus, so BOPDA. It had a great non-modular architecture. Cobalt seems to be the preferred metal based on our crystal structures. It seems to bind some carbohydrates, but only moderately well. And we couldn't measure any activity, like enzymatic activity. So what we're doing right now, in addition to what I showed you, trying to get this substrate bound structure, is we are going to be doing carbohydrate screening. So screening 100 different kinds of carbohydrates to see if any will bind. We are right now actually growing Bacteroides ovatus and trying to purify the capsular polysaccharide directly from it, and then send that for mass spectrometry and like an H1 NMR analysis. Since again, like I said, no one has done this before, so now we're kind of doing it. And we are also planning some isothermal titration calorimetry with the metals and any ligands that we have around to put some numbers to the binding, because there's only so much we can infer from the crystal structures, right? So, but if we had some numbers for how tight it bound to each, that would be much better evidence to support our claims. Okay, so I really want to thank everybody for listening to me talk about this project. It's been going really well for the last couple of years. Thank you to the organizers for inviting me, and thank you to all of my students who did all of this work. And also thank you to the Advanced Light Source, which is where we collected all of our data. So there's a lot of students that worked on this. And yes, just thank you, everyone. It's really nice to be able to share science with like-minded people. Thank you.
Wow, thank you. It was a very nice talk. Are there any questions for the speaker?
Yes.
Professor Capo.
Oh, thank you so much, Lawrence. And thank you so much, Christine. That was a very, very interesting talk. And I really love the passion, and you've covered all the bases. In fact, one of the questions I wanted to ask you, I found out that that was the last thing you actually listed as future work, because I was thinking, when you're looking at these metals, what about looking at interactions between these metals and and the protein itself, and kind of look at the dissociation constant, look at the stoichiometry, and see how much of, because when you speak about occupancy, I was actually thinking how much of these metals or how much of the proteins do you really need, to actually get full occupancy of this. But where your work also becomes very interesting to me is that I've also been working on metalloproteins for a while. And one of the things that we have seen from our study is that a lot of times when you really, zoom in into these active sites or binding sites, you always find, the presence of aspartic acid, displacing histidine or cysteine residues. And in fact, one of the talk which one of my students gave last night actually talk about aspartic acid displacing a histidine or cysteine residue, which we have been trying to actually understand what is really going on, for the past possibly 12, 15 years now, and we've not been able to, to get our head around it. But um, somebody suggested to me, what about looking at the bond length or the bond angle between these metal ions and possibly the what do you call it, these amino acid residues? Maybe that can shed some light, on why you see that exchange happening.
Yes.
I don't know what's your reflection on that.
That's a great question. And in fact, we put in our paper. So I don't know if you know Vladik Miner's lab, but they have a server called Check My Metal. And you can upload any protein data bank file, like so any structure file up there, and it will measure all the distances between the metal and anything that is contacting it, so creating the coordination of it. And then it compares it to the rest of the literature and what should be accepted. And so for Check My Metal, the only ones that were fully like accepted, like it was like yes, was the cobalt.
Yeah.
So we also use that as some data in the paper, saying that it doesn't really look like they're binding very well here if they're here at all, and they're not being coordinated properly. And another thing is we also tried to model in waters to the ones where we saw the occupancy was varying. But when you put a water in there, the maps got very bad and the R-free was not as good. So we knew that the metal was there some of the time, but not all of the time. But yeah, Check My Metal is a great server, and I use that a lot of times to sort of
okay. I'll have a look at that. Thank you. All right.
Yeah.
Thanks a lot.
I saw some questions in the chat. So the stain for detection of the native carbohydrate. So the gels I showed, actually, that's just protein staining. We weren't staining the carbohydrate. But you can buy a special stain for that. I actually just bought a kit. It was like an Emerald Bio kit, but it was not cheap. It's not as cheap as like Kumasi or something like that. So in our case, we were just detecting if some of the protein went away, because that was the assay. It was like if some of your protein remain bound to the carbohydrate, it will not be in your supernatant. And so that's what we were doing. Yeah.
I just know. Can I just ask something quickly again? I'm really interested in this because this talk actually speaks to some of the things that we are also doing on this side in South Africa, and kind of like I just want to know from these pathogens, majority of their proteins, to even when we clone it, some of them are really, if not a whole lot of them, are not really soluble. Any ideas on how do you guys get these proteins to be soluble and get enough to be able to do the crystallography experiment? Because I guess you will need nothing less than 10 mg per mil, which is quite substantial to be able to get very good crystals. So how do you guys work around that?
Yeah, these are crystallized at 16 mg per mil. For sure, you need a lot.
Yeah.
I will say though that what you get to see, like what I just presented to, was the protein that worked, right? But we actually started with 3 targets from Bacteroides ovales. One of them didn't express at all, and this just happened to be the one that worked. And so I think it's kind of hard to know if it will be soluble or not. You can use all the servers and stuff. And we tried that, but in the end, for things that haven't been soluble for me, I've had a lot of luck attaching MBP to it. So maltose binding protein, which is a pretty large protein. Yeah, and it solubilizes it. That's how I've gotten some good luck to at least get it soluble at first before we cut it off. And sometimes you can just leave it on and crystallize it with it, is what we have done.
Okay. All right.
But yeah, I think it was luck. I can't tell you anything else about the other 2 proteins because they didn't allow us to study it.
Yeah, it's a serious problem, trying to get proteins, soluble proteins. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Are there any other questions for the speaker?
I saw one other question in the chat, so I'll just answer really quickly. Thank you. So juggling heavy teaching and research, I do a lot of the research during the summer. So we don't have a summer session. If we did, I probably would elect not to teaching it if I had the option. And I prefer like a lot of protein in the summer. So like right now, that's what we're doing. During the year, the students and I both work in the lab, but it's only maybe 5-6 hours a week. So we can get very minimal done. So summers are really big. We can get funding for our experiments there's some mechanisms in the NIH and NSF for primarily undergraduate institutions. But I have funding from the RCSA. I have a Cottrell Scholar Award, so that's a private foundation. And then we also have internal grants. So I'm really lucky to be at a place like Vanessa that has internal funding. Not all colleges have that. So I would say I was in a pretty good position, but that's how we fund it. And my department does have some funds as well too from donors. We ask advancement to get money for that. So we have funds to continue to run research with the students.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And are you open for collaborations?
Yeah, I love collaborating. That's like my favorite.
Okay.
I think that was probably the one negative thing. They said when I went up for tenure, they're like, "Why do you have so many different projects?" I was like, "Because everything is so interesting." And I love collaborating. I think that is a great thing to do. Yes. So if you're interested, I'd be happy to talk to you more after.
All right. Okay.
Yes.
So
Okay,
let's thank the speaker, and let's take a quick 5-minute break, and we have speakers starting in 5 minutes. And so Crystal, you have beam time on, you said June 18th?
Yes, June 18th. So actually yesterday my students spent all day cataloging and cleaning every single pin that we have.
All right. I'll send you a message on June 19th, see how it's going.
Yeah.
Okay.
They're pretty at least. I have nice pictures of crystals, I suppose.
Right. I told a student when they was going to the beamline, I said, don't blink because your moment of fame is going to. So it's going to take you longer to get there than your beam exposure time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. We'll talk to you later. And then, so in 5 minutes, we have some student speakers, I think, and some early researchers. So we'll start back in about 3 to 5 minutes. Thanks, everybody. All right, I'll try to stay on schedule if I can. I actually don't know if I see all the speakers here. I do not. Is it Clement? Tessafe? I do not see. Emmanuel? I actually don't see either. Actually, I don't see any of the speakers. That's odd. If you're one of the speakers, raise your hand. Hmm. Hi, Jihan, how are you?
Oh, Lawrence, how are you? Good to hear from you.
Okay, long time no see, no talk to.
Yeah, we'll catch soon.
Yeah, yeah. You have plans to come to the States anytime soon, or?
Yeah, maybe next September.
Okay.
There is a workshop for infrared synchrotron applications, and I should be there, but yeah, let's see how it's going these days first.
Right, right.
Yeah, I'll let you know when I come.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, I see one of the speakers. Is Am I pronouncing your name correctly? Is that Sitaranjan?
Yes, yes, I am Chitranjan.
Okay. How about this? Why don't we start with your talk?
Okay. So, can you see my slides?
Yes.
Okay, so hello, good afternoon. So I am Chitranjan Mahapatra. So I am a postdoc researcher at GAEST and IBS. So my talk is related to human and robotics interaction, that is cross dataset EEG workload decoding using Riemannian deep learning and self-supervised representation learning. So this is about how we feed EEG input to computer, and computer will text with respect to mental state of the person. So that is more realistic and more accurate robotics behavior. So what is the background for this background and motivation? So you can see that cognitive workload matters in advanced robotic and human robot interaction. So nowadays, robot is doing very simple tasks like one by one, but not reading the mental state of the user. So that is one important thing for the robotics application. Then the workload our system can adapt that task difficulty, timing, and share autonomy. So that is also another point. And why we are selecting EEG? EEG is non-invasive, and the data set is easily available, and electrode can be placed easily without any without hurting any tissue or any body part. So what is the problem and gap? Already so many papers are there, or so many investigations are there in this matter. But what is the drawback in previous studies? So one is that EEG workload decoding is very difficult because signal is noisy. So if you have so many channels, it is very difficult to get the real data to separate the different artifact and noise. So it's difficult to keep pure data, and models can fail to generalize across subject and data set. So many models are already developed where they are not common to all data sets. It varies person to person. If one model is working for one data set for one person, that model is not useful for another person's data sets. So that is not generalized. Then the existing method I usually compare in isolation, making fair benchmarking hard. So also benchmarking is another problem for the previously published literature and models. So these are the problem and gap we are going to fill. How we are going to fill this gap? So the aim is that we want to build a unified benchmark for easy workflow estimation for the human robot integration. So benchmark is most important, that model should be robust. It can be useful for all the data set. Then we can compare maximum number of algorithm and processing by the evaluation pipeline. So we have taken 6 models, and what we are expecting their key contribution, that the hybrid domain deep learning and explainability and for transfer testing is the best for from these 6 models. So we'll see how we have taken in method section and how we what we got in the results. So in method sections, we have is first is dataset and the pre-processing. So we have taken 2 dataset. One is to use as for training, another for the validation. So here the main dataset is DS007 to 60 arithmetic EEG. So this dataset is actually available, freely available. So this is not created by us. This is available, and we have just taken from the data source, open data source. Then for the transport dataset, we have taken STEW for the cross dataset validation. This is another dataset. This is also freely available. So this each dataset contains 18 participants and 24 each channel and sample length to 56 Hz. So the dataset is for the from 18 persons and 24 each channels. So here you can see that exhausted E dataset vector. So this is normally one channel dataset. You can see the each dataset from this DS007 to 72. So then from this dataset, we started with the pre-processing, cleaning the data. Then that is the pre-processing pipeline for all models. Then we have considered the bandpass filtering, notch filtering, and approaching to more cleaning and to get more precise data according to particular channel. Then we have done the channel-wise normalization for the competition from the comparison and intercepted variability. And then we have taken component analysis, inter-component analysis, artifact interaction to identify and removal non-neuronal component before evaluation. So here you can see that ISA components examples, ISA 002, all the EEG parameters. You can see the different colors indicates from where the potential is coming and from the recordings are coming. So these are the actual data after the pre-processing, and these data are fed to our algorithm. So here you can see the model pipeline in a schematic diagram. So the first is our data set, that is using the source data set, then target data set. So what we have done with the data set, pre-processing, clinical, traditional machine learning, then geometrical, statistical data, deep learning, and domain adaptation. So after data set, we went to pre-processing. Here you can see the raw EEG. Then we have considered the bandpass filtering, the notch filtering, then epoch segmentation, and we get the common channel selection from the data set. So in this figure, the third stage is actually the algorithm stage. You can see that, like we have mentioned, that we have taken 6 models for the comparison. So here you have taken the 6 models: classical CSP, then deep CNN, that is EasyNet, then Coral for covariance alignment, then DNN, and then constructive SL, then subgroup adaptive transformation. So these data are compared the different stages from one stage to another stage. So here in output we get the workload prediction. From this stage 3 we'll go to stage 4, the evaluation. So evaluation we have done 3 things: the loci evaluation, then dataset evaluation for training and for the testing. And in metrics, what we have the taken parameter, the accuracy, F1 score, RSAUC, and confusion matrix. And for explanatory AI, that is fifth stage, we have taken attention map and GradCM and SAB values. And that is then the graph is channel importance, how different channels are behaving. Then finally, sixth is performance output. So we have considered different figures, different graphs to compare the performance. So now, so in bottom line, you can see that we have data set, we have signal, then we have epoch length like 2s, overlap 50%, we have filter, then we have remnant feature dimension, then all metals are the same transit speed and random C. That is the common parameter for the all metal. So this is the schematic diagram for the method. Let's go to result section. So here what we see first, that benchmark performance. That in first slides we have mentioned that the earlier models have gap, research gap, that is benchmark performance, and we want to fill that research gap. So we'll see how the benchmark performance from a 6 model. So we found that the hybrid model in our study highest overall accuracy, that is 0.615, and the transfer model ranked second with 0.594 accuracy. And these models have comparable performance with SSL, Raman, ABSP, and EasyNet. So here you can see the graph for the different benchmark, for the comparison for the different benchmark. So here you can see that hybrid model has highest accuracy. So second is the ROC curve comparison. So here you can see the comparison for 6 models. The Raman AOC 0.57 and others are like this. So it shows that Raman AOC is better and hybrid is also better compared to other. So now we go to ablation fading. So what we have then, that we have to remove the LCD and alignment for the reducing performance. Then we have to do the removing CSC based filtering, also reduce classification stability, and we have compared the spatial covariance. So here you can see that violin shape study for the ablation fading. So you can see that spatial covariance is varying for this all these models. In next stage, we'll see that how the cross data set finding is working. So here is the cross data finding, that we have two data set. One is DS00, another is TU. So here you have seen that training is on DS007 and testing on STU. They reduce the accuracy to 50%. That is the one most important point in our investigation, that the accuracy is about 50%, and this confirms the substantial domain safety across each dataset. So when we move to one dataset to multiple dataset, then accuracy is reducing. So that means cross dataset accuracy is reduced. If you go for more, it will be reduced. So cross dataset transfer remains difficult despite moderate return performance. Although we have moderate performance on single dataset, but cross dataset is challenging, so that is not a good result. So you can see the Corel confusion matrix for the cross dataset finding. So you can see the all the predicted value and true value. Then for explainable AI, we have done the fifth segment schematic diagram. So we have done the special importance study. So here you can see that topographic relevance visualization highlights the electroregion contribute to the work discrimination and supporting neurophysiological plausible model. The idea of this XI, that which part of the brain is most important to study for the human robot interaction. So here you can see that spatial importance is studies have done, and here you can see this part is has special importance, that is will fed to robot, and robot will understand that the emotional behavior or the mood swing behavior of the user is like this, and this special importance is most important study from our investigation. So what is the interpretation from this special importance? That frontal and parietal regions are contributed strongly to the workload discrimination. So for the particular data set, we can say that the frontal and the parietal region of the brain are strongly related to workload discrimination. That means the robot can distinguish the frontal and parietal region from other part of the brain. So these patterns align with known marker that is mental arithmetic and work memory load. So it is mental state. The robot can study the mental state and work accordingly. So in conclusion, what we have seen that key takeaway from this study, so that we have done unified benchmark essential for the fair comparison across EG and workload model. The hybrid remain a deep learning framework performed the best from our study. We have taken 6 models. So the hybrid remain a deep perform the best, and the alignment and spatial filtering improve the robustness across the user. We have done the spatial EEG spatial investigation. So that means the robot can understand which part of brain is actually more active. So what is the practical significance? The workload HRA system could adapt autonomy, timing, and task complexity in real time. That means robot can understand what is happening to brain. That means that is real time application, not that is in a memory storage application, the real time application. And interpretable EG models are important for safe and trustworthy robotics assistant. For example, driverless car and for other humanless workload, we can see better performance from this study. So what is the remaining challenge? The one important thing that data set is not from the user, they are taken from the internet or from the free data set source. So that is one challenge, that cross data set is transfer remain a major unresolved problem. Then vector generalization will be necessary for real world HRA deployment. So if you get recording from a human and can activate the robotics application, that will be better. And what is the future work? Future work to explore edge foundation models and large-scale self-supervised learning and integrate multimodal and multiple data set as physiological signal beyond EEG. For example, EEG, EMG, ECG, we can fed for the robot to human interaction. Then develop subject adaptive transformer and graph neural network and validate all the framework for real collaboration with robotic microcontroller. So this is the end of the slides. Thank you very much. So I
Thank
welcome
you.
any
This is
questions.
interesting. I can see where it might be applicable in the synchrotron light source environment for people who have lots of data that need to have some robust data reduction algorithms applied to it. Are there any questions for the speaker? Then let's just give him a hand. It's not the wrong hand. React. Yeah. Let's thank the speaker, and then let's quickly move to the next speaker, which I think should be Emmanuel.
All right, okay. Can you hear me?
Yes. Hold on one second.
Right.
You can share your slides.
All right. Yeah. Just hold on. Let me do this. Okay. Hold on. All right. Okay. I hope you can hear me very well. So let me start. So I'm Emmanuel Igumba. I'm from the Department of Mechanical Engineering Science, University of Johannesburg, in Africa. So I want to speak on the electrical activity of aluminium and boron defect complexes, their interaction in germanium, the implication for enhanced germanium-based devices here. And I also want to thank the organizers of this conference for giving me this opportunity to present some of the results we do in our group. Yeah. So I will go with the content of my presentation in this form. And yeah, come on. Okay, first of all, why germanium? Why germanium? Yeah, because germanium is the critical semiconductor material like silicon and like other group semiconductor materials. But one thing about germanium is that it has a higher electron and a hole mobility than silicon, and is an attractive material for CMOS scaling. It has a very narrow band gap of 0.6 electron volts at room temperature or 0.78 electron volts at 0 Kelvin. I mean, that is when using hybrid functional, because when using the local density functional approximation, like GGA-LDA, tends to say that germanium is metallic, which is not good. So germanium has a narrow band gap and high electron hole mobility, more than silicon, and the level of purity in germanium is more than that of silicon, and it has low voltage operation, and is a key material for less generation microelectrolytes. There are so many areas where we apply germanium semiconductors, germanium devices like the infrared photodetectors, the radiation detector in quantum technologies, and MOSFETs. So germanium, like one of the other semiconductors, we can enhance its performance via doping and via defects in it. So, but one thing again we have to understand is that not all defects are beneficiary to germanium. Some may be detrimental. For example, some defects that act as recombination centers, which tends to reduce the life carrier. Such defects are not good for a material, or in the case of germanium. However, some defects can enhance switching. Such defects can even be introduced. Yeah, and there are various methods that defects can occur in germanium. Again, it can occur intentionally or unintentionally. Sometimes intentionally we introduce defect via crystal growth cutting polishing, sputtering, and even unintentionally when it's exposed to radiation, like alpha particles, electron photons. So those are various ways we can introduce defect in germanium, and so many studies on defect in germanium has been done. For example, like the well-known point defect we know in germanium, we have the interstitial defect. For example, you look at this first, the perfect crystal diagram. If you have an interstitial defect, we have an atom, and it may be germanium atom or foreign atom sitting at this point, or we have a substitutional defect like this. We can also have a vacancy whereby if germanium is created, vacancy is created from germanium crystal, and we can have the combination of all these single defect to form a complex like a double vacancy and vacancy complexes. So there are well-known defects in germanium, like I've mentioned before now, the vacancy, the self-interstitial, the divacancy. We also have the group 3 dopant in germanium like boron, aluminum, gallium, and indium. And we also have the group 5. We also have different complexes. So many different complexes like the E center, like the aluminum phosphorus and the aluminum arsenic. These are interesting defects in germanium that has been used to improve its electrical performance. Yeah, so now defect complexes is a kind of point defect that significantly influence the geometric, optical, and electrical properties of semiconductor. In germanium, several different complexes has been studied, and one of them, due to double interstitial, has been reported to induce deep and shallow defect levels in germanium. Now, why aluminum? Why boron? People ask why aluminum want boron. Boron and aluminum are kind of an acceptor defect in germanium, and they create p-type conductivity. In germanium, before now, there's been no study that looked at the defect complexes formed by aluminum and boron with interaction with n-type impurities. So that is why in this study, we will want to look at it because there are some important features that can be formed when boron interact with phosphorus, arsenic, antimony, or nitrogen, the same thing with aluminum. So it is very, very important for us to know that when aluminum and boron interact with n-type impurities to form complexes, they can either improve or impair the performance of germanium for device application. So it is important for us to know what kind of defect levels what kind of defect level will be formed. So the question we are going to ask in this study is which defect form most easily, which defect complexes are thermodynamically stable, which one induce shallow or deep defect level, and how do they change with Fermi level. So if you look at this diagram by your right, you will see that boron, will you now use boron and aluminum, their interaction with nitrogen, phosphorus, arsenic, and that stimuli, and dope germanium, and see how we can answer all these questions by my left. So in this study, this is purely a computational study. We are going to use density functional theory and use the supercell approach, and then we'll look at the formation energy, look at the charge transition level, and interpret the result. So we are going to use the Vienna Benediction simulation package, VABS, and we are going to use the projected augmented wave method to separate the core electrons from the valence electrons, and we are going to use a supercell size of 64 atoms, and this 64 atoms supercell has been tested, and after several convergence tests, we are going to sample the Brillouin zone of our system with 2 by 2K points centered at gamma point, and we use LG cutoff of 400 electron volts. So what you have to understand that in defect study, most especially when we introduce charges, there are some kind of limitations and corrections. There are kind of limitation and correction. For example, the defect is repeated infinitely due to periodic boundary condition, and there is a charge defect artificial interact with its own periodic images. And again, the spurious electrostatic interaction. So we have to do some corrections, and these corrections we use in this study, we use the FMV method and the extended FMV method to take care of these problems. Yeah. So now, as I said earlier on, the experimental band gap of germanium is around 0.66 electron volt at room temperature. However, as we know that the GGA, or the semi-local density functional theory, tends to underestimate band gap of semiconductor materials. In this case, it predicted the band gap of germanium to be 0 electron volt, which is very, very wrong, because germanium is not metallic. Germanium is a semiconductor. So if we use the GGA, we will have this error, and this error can cause, make us to have some wrong information about the defect formation energy, wrong information about the charge transition level, and the carrier concentration. So in this study, particularly, we have to use the hybrid functional HSA density functional method, although it's computationally expensive, but we just have to use it to have an accurate result. And if you look at this equation, this is just the equation of the hybrid functional. It's a mixture of the Hartree-Fock and the GGA. And then this study, we used the 25% fraction of exact Hartree-Fock exchange and 0.2 per Armstrong screening parameter. Anyway, this is the default setting of hybrid functional, and it was sufficient enough to obtain the accurate band gap of germanium of 0.78 at electron volt. So we use the well-known this equation to obtain the formation energy. Here you see this last term of this equation 1, which is the correction term, and yeah, then you see here we also introduce we vary the Fermi level from the valence band maximum to the conduction band minimum. So again, the idea here is to look at, also get the effect of the defect levels in germanium. So we have to, calculate the transition, charge state transition levels, which is that Fermi level position at which 2 charge states of a defect have equal formation energy. We use equation 2. Then we are studying defect complexes. Boron interacting with N-type impurity, aluminum interacting with M-type impurity, and these complexes. And now we want to check if those complexes will be stable, will form, or whether they will agglomerate or dissociate in germanium. So we use this equation. According to this equation, any positive binding energy suggests that the defect we agglomerate and stay together without dissociating, or even as it will dissociate, it will be at the expense of energy. However, if we have a negative binding energy, then it means that the different cluster will easily dissociate with, energy lower than the formation energy of which that different clusters are formed. So this is how we introduce our defects. Clusters are main complexes. This is stage one. We have the relaxed germanium supercell. We introduce our defect. In the second stage, we introduce nitrogen as interstitial. We have boron substituting germanium, right? And then we reverse the other way around. Boron becoming interstitial, nitrogen becoming substitution. That is the stage 3. So this is what we're going to do. Here we have the relaxed geometric structure, just an example of the relaxed geometric structure to see how it looks like. The A1 is the pristine, and the other ones are various different complexes. Now, firstly, we have to look at the geometric properties. We have to look at the geometry, because when you introduce a defect, you first of all understand the how the defect, modulate the geometric property of the host material. In this case, we started with the aluminum defect complexes, interaction aluminum with nitrogen, phosphorus, and arsenic. And of course, the pristine relaxed germanium bond length is 2.46 Armstrong. So if you look at all these bond lengths here, so if you take the difference, you will see that some are the difference is some are small, some are large. For example, if we look at this table, we see that we have from moderate from 2.6, 2.49, 2.40 to high lattice distortion, depending on the purity type. If we look carefully, we'll see that there is less strain, because the more the bond length is extended, the more strain it is induced in the system. So if we look at carefully, we'll see that less strain for the bond length between aluminum and phosphorus, aluminum and arsenic. And you will see that the strain increases strongly when aluminum interacts with small atom. In this case, nitrogen. If you look at here, we have 1.83 here, 1.85, and the difference between 1.83, 1.85 to 2.46 is larger than the difference between that of the phosphorus. So we see that the bond length difference between aluminum and germanium is relatively small compared to that of the nitrogen and the germanium. So we see that from the information we've got from the bond length, there may be probably more strain induced by the defect complexes between aluminum and the nitrogen, and this may affect the formation energy, which we'll come to see later on. Then we'll look at that of boron, because we are looking at the interaction of aluminum with N dopants, boron with N dopants. So we'll see that boron also behaves the same way as aluminum. Here, if we look at this table carefully, you will see that the highest strain observed is in that of boron and the nitrogen system, and we have lower strain in the boron, antimony, and boron arsenic. Of course, we should expect that, because the radius of nitrogen is much more smaller than that of antimony and arsenic. So if we compare this, we'll see that when we compare to different complexes, the boron complexes exhibit stronger variation in strain. Both systems show maximal lattice distortion when interacting with nitrogen. Now, let's move now. Having understood the geometric properties, now let's move to the formation energy and see the possibility of such defect complexes to form. Yes, I will start with aluminum defect complexes. We will look at it carefully. If you see here, aluminum defect complexes interacting with nitrogen, whether aluminum is substitution or interstitial, you will see that it has a high formation energy compared to others. Like when aluminum is interacting with phosphorus arsenic, you see it has a very high formation energy. Again, you look at the binding energy here. One thing that strikes us is that the binding energy is negative. What does this suggest? This suggests, if you look at this, this suggests that this defect will dissociate with energy lower than this 11.66 or 11.61. Yeah. However, if you look at the interaction between germanium and phosphorus, germanium and arsenic, you see that we have positive binding energy. The implication is that aluminum different complexes with interaction with phosphorus or interaction with arsenic are thermodynamically stable with very high binding energy. Yes, if dissociation will occur for aluminum interaction with phosphorus, with arsenic, it will be at the expense of energy, which of course we may not have it. But if you look at the interaction between aluminum and the nitrogen defect complexes in germanium, you will see that the formation energy is high, the binding energy is negative, so it's unstable. It's unstable. So that means with very low energy, this system will dissociate. So we look at the formation and binding energy of boron defect complexes. They almost behave like the same way like aluminum defect complexes. However, if you look at for the case of boron defect complexes, it's just only this one where we have the boron substituting germanium and the nitrogen as interstitial that returns a negative binding energy. However, the formation energy is high. But if you look at the second one, when we swap the position between when boron becomes interstitial, aluminum, nitrogen rather becomes substitution, we have also a very high formation energy, but the binding energy is positive. However, we think that there may be some kind of further investigation to see actually whether it will dissociate. But if you look at the interaction between boron with phosphorus, boron with arsenic, boron with antimony, you will see that their formation energy is relatively lower than the formation energy with boron defect complexes with nitrogen. And you'll see that their binding energies are positive. So what is the take home there? So we say boron form stable defect complexes with phosphorus and arsenic as well as antimony. However, that of boron forming with nitrogen interstitial will be unstable, indicating a strong tendency to dissociate. So after that, now we next compare both of them. If we compare the formation energy of boron compared with aluminum defect complexes, we will see that to an extent they behave almost the same. However, you will see that the stability is more stable with sometimes with phosphorus, arsenic, antimony before nitrogen. Nitrogen seems to be destructive and it strongly destabilizes defect complexes, regardless of whether it is boron is interacting with or with aluminum that is interacting with. But when we look at for boron-based complexes, right, we say that from our result that they are less likely to dissociate except with that of nitrogen, which we say they can survive during device processing, of course, which means that boron-related defects complexes in this study are more persistent in germanium devices. The same will be said for aluminum. However, with that of nitrogen, which raises a strong question. The formation energy of nitrogen, why it is high, is because of the strong lattice strain. And this strong lattice strain sometimes or always may lead to defect breakup or recombination center. So with the formation energy result, we can say that aluminum interaction with phosphorus and arsenic, as well as boron interaction with phosphorus arsenic, can be used for controlled doping, defect engineering, or turning electrical properties of germanium. However, that cannot be said for the case of aluminum interaction with nitrogen or boron interaction with nitrogen. Now, let's move to the electrical defect levels induced. If you look at, you see the table by the left and the image figures by the left, by the right. So we want to look at this charge state transition levels. If you look at, you will see that we have different charge state from +2 to -2. Sometimes we check
3 minutes.
Okay, yeah. So if you look at this result, we will see that there is aluminum interaction with nitrogen introduce defect levels. Some are, shallow, some are deep. And the deep ones may likely lead to recombination center. The shallow ones can create free holes easily. They can also contribute to p-type conductivity. If we look at the one of boron interaction with group 5 n-type impurity, we also find that some of the defects introduce a shallow defect level, some introduce deep defect levels, and we'll see that the boron defect complexes interaction with antimony many show shallow dollar defect level near the conduction band, enabling electron donation and contributing to M-type behavior. So if in all, you will say that you will look at the energy rate, both cover a similar band gap range, but aluminum shows slightly broader distribution towards high energy. Aluminum complexes show strong deep donor plus acceptor behavior. And in all, we can say that the role of phosphorus, arsenic, and antimony, they produce deep multi-level systems, strong recombination center. However, with boron, phosphorus, arsenic, and antimony include shallower dollar level, more useful conductivity. In summary, we have used density functional theory hybrid functional to look at defect level induced by the N-type interaction with boron and aluminum in germanium, and why some of them introduce defect level that can act as recombination center. Some introduce shallow defect level close to the conduction band minimum and the conduction and the valence band maximum. Overall, we will say that the boron-based complexes are more device-friendly, while aluminum-based complexes in some cases introduce stronger deep level recombination. And thank you very much.
Thank you. Have any of these materials been subjected to X-ray diffraction by anyone that you know of?
Not yet, but we have already discussed with the group in Portugal and to see if they can work on this material, synthesize it, and characterize it. Yes, in one of my group in one of my collaborators in Pretoria, they have DATS and they're also interested in looking at it. So it's a kind of large and elaborate research area because density functional theory has made it to look so small. So we have two groups that we want to work on them, yeah.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions for the speaker? Then let's see if there's anything in the chat. Oh, we don't see anything. Then let's give the speaker a hand. Clap. And let's see if the next speaker is here. Is that, I do not see any of the next speakers. So that's Clement. I do not see. Or Tessafe. I do not see. Okay, so what we'll do is we'll take a break. And at 16:30, 4:30 p.m., so 45 minutes from now, we're going to have a presentation from the Deputy Director of Science.
Lawrence, wait a moment. Perhaps he would prefer to give the talk now because 4:30 is midnight for him. Please,
okay, can you reach him right now?
You are in contact by WhatsApp. Check with him first if he wishes to talk there.
Okay, hold on.
Now. Most probably he prefers to talk now than at midnight. No, I don't have his WhatsApp. You have it.
Okay, all right, hold on. Okay, so I just sent him a WhatsApp message. But he doesn't look to be online, so I don't know.
Try to call them.
Hold on one second. He did not answer, but I sent him a WhatsApp a message saying if he's available now, we can do it now. Otherwise, we stick with the original time, 16:30. So I'm understanding that the weather is very bad in Jamaica right now, and there are power and internet outages. So the gentleman from UNESCO in Kingston is not available. Did you get that, Leo?
I listened, yes.
Okay. And I guess Marvadine is also in a fair amount of distress over the weather.
Okay, so let's wait for 30.
Yeah, it's not so bad. Actually, I just want to. We'll have the tape of the presentation, and we can post it online for people to. I mean, I think we will be the only ones that.
You mean the presentation of UNESCO?
Or the presentation of the guy from Iran. The UNESCO ones that I have another plan for, but
No,
I think
you have the tape of the Iranian guy.
I will if he gives the talk. I'll have the tape.
No, but I think he's not. Listen, after he's so kind that he accepts to talk at midnight, we cannot put the tape without telling him. Lawrence, please.
No, I mean I do like I do with every author, every presenter. We ask them, can we record the talk? And blah blah blah.
No, but the point is that in this specific case, I think that we cannot.
I'll let him tell me that.
I mean, I think it's very unpolite if you want that to tell you what I think, because if a speaker is kind enough to accept to talk at midnight, we cannot say we had time and we put your tape at 10:30. Sorry, Lawrence.
You can't say to him that we go do what now? No, what I'm saying is that we record his talk like we did with all the other talks.
I think that we must wait to 10:30. Sorry. If we could speak now, fine. Otherwise, we must wait 10:30.
Yeah, that's what we're doing.
It's just elementary politeness, Lois. I'm sorry that you disagree.
I'm not sure I disagree. I just am not really sure what you're saying. So what I'm saying is he's going to give us talk at 4:30, basically what, 40 minutes from now.
Okay, let's meet at 4:30. Arash, are you connected?
Hi. Yes.
Okay. So, no, listen, I'm responsible of this delay because at a certain moment it was proposed that to anticipate your talk, but since you did not answer, there was the idea of putting the tape of the talk. Now we agreed. I said that this was not kind with you. That we accepted to talk at midnight, and now unfortunately we told people that we are going to talk at the time we said. So that I'm very very sorry.
No, no problem. It's okay.
No,
I'm just looking
Berashid,
for. I'm
Berashid.
No, no problem. I'm just looking for where I can upload my slides. I'm not familiar with this platform actually, so
No, no, שומע מדונית, ברש"ית.
no problem. Sure.
Okay,
Just
so where are you working? At Sharif or where?
No, actually, I'm currently working at IPM, Institute for Research
Ah,
in Fundamental Sciences.
Only at ILS.
Yes, I work at the
IPM,
Iranian Light Source
at
Facility.
IPM, yes, I know. But that means infirmarier.
Sorry, what?
You mean you worked in Farmanier or at Sharif University or where?
No, no, we are located at Lorac Garden. It's
But
another site of the IPM.
oh, I see. But it is in Tehran.
Yes, yes, north of Tehran, northeast.
Oh, okay. I hope that the north of Tehran is in good condition because I always am very worried when I read of the bombing in North Tehran.
Yes, during the war there was a lot of bombings in the region, but in the area, but not now. Right now, it's actually quiet.
But I read that the Sharif University was also hit.
Yes, a few universities were also hit during the war. Sharif, Beheshti, and I think
Also
Science
Beheshti.
and Technology.
Also Beheshti University.
Yes, Beheshti University and the University of Science and Technology.
University of Science and Technology, you mean is the same as Sharif or a different one?
No, 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 no. It's another university. The name of the university is the University for Science and Technology.
And where is it?
It's east of Tehran, um, middle part east of Tehran. Um,
I think I
in
know.
Farsi, it's called El Musanat, which means science and technology.
I know. I've never been there. No, but the Institute of Theoretical Physics in Farmanier is safe.
Yes, yes. Currently, all the different building and sites of the IPM are safe.
Oh, that's good.
Yes, and we hope the war will end soon and everything will go back to normal. Fingers
But
crossed.
among the things which were attacked, I don't remember. Where there is the museum with Tartar Taboos? the throne and so. Has it been attached to the museum or not?
I didn't quite hear you. Can you repeat? I'm sorry.
No, there is a museum in which one can find the throne, the Tartaravus. And now I remember the throne. And I read that the museum has been bombed. Is that museum been bombed or not?
At the museum, no, I didn't hear anything about any museum being bombed. I don't think, no, there was nothing about that in the news. No, the museums are, I think, safe. Only the Pasteur Institute was damaged during the bombing. No other significant civilian place, except the few universities that I said.
The Pasteur Institute is for what? Which kind of activity?
Again, I didn't quite get you. Can you please? Sorry.
No, you say that the
Repeat.
Pasteur Institute was bombed. What
No,
is it?
no, not the Pasteur Institute itself. You know, when they bombed the home of the Supreme Leader, Pasteur Institute was near that place and it was damaged, but it wasn't directly bombed. It was just, you know,
Oh, I see.
uh,
Okay. Where do you live in Tehran?
I live in east of Tehran. Actually, I'm a little near the Science and Technology University, um, and south of IPM, and the night that the Science and Technology University was bombed, actually, I heard it quite loud. It was quite loud,
I,
and yes,
I imagine.
yeah, I was
When I was in Tehran, I was living in Gandhi. That area has been bombed
oh,
or not?
Gandhi. No, I don't think any.
So
I didn't hear
Valias,
about any place
that area
Gandhi that was.
has not been bombed.
Um, what? I'm sorry, I
No,
didn't
I
hear.
lived in Gandhi, Valias, basically.
Yes, I didn't hear about any place near that area, being bombed during the war. I think it was because there's no significant military bases or anything in that
Yeah,
place.
no, in fact,
So
it's residential. But the point is that in residential
yes,
area live people who may be themselves the
yes,
target.
there's always there's always that possibility,
So
but
that, the residential area may be dangerous places too.
yes, that could happen. Yes. Um, can you see my slides right now? I'm presenting them in the
I think,
platform.
yes, I do. Yes, I see them perfectly.
Oh, great. So it's
So,
okay for yeah, for the
where is the ILS? Is located in Tehran or outside Tehran?
no, it's in Qazvin, another city southwest of
In Kazvin, okay. No,
Tehran.
I know Kazvin.
Yeah, yeah, yes.
Uh,
160 kilometers southwest of Tehran.
yes, in Kazvin they made knives, if I remember well.
Yes.
Okay. And how long have you been deputy director of ILS?
It's been like 4 years now, 4.5 years. I'm also the head of
So
the
probably you
art
listened,
team.
perhaps you listened when I gave us a talk about our project that a couple of years ago, 1 year ago. I gave a virtual talk to Iranians.
I remember a talk about the Great Caribbean Light Source, but
Yes, I gave
I
that talk.
think
It was probably
yes,
a couple of years ago.
yes, I remember a talk, but if I remember correctly, the guy who gave the talk was a former president of the UNICEF, I think. Maybe it was another talk. I'm not sure.
No, UNICEF, no. UNICEF is for children.
No. I know it was it's not just for children, and it was the guy was the former representative of UNICEF to Iran, I guess, and
It is me. That's me.
yes, that was you. Okay, so yes,
No, UNESCO.
I remember. I
No,
remember your
I
talk.
was a
Yes.
representative of UNESCO. UNESCO.
Oh yes, UNESCO. Not you. I'm sorry.
Yes.
I'm really
No,
sorry.
no. Yeah. No,
I made a mistake.
It was me. I gave the talk.
Yes. Yeah, I remember.
You did not
Yes.
associate the name. No, it was me. Yes. In fact, I have a
Yes.
very good memory of the time I lived in Tehran. Really, it was a
Yes.
wonderful time.
Oh,
But it was 25
great.
years ago I was there.
25 years ago. I was in high school. 25 years ago. Um,
Well, it was the time when the president was Khatami.
yes. I remember well.
I think that, well, we will start shortly because there's
Great. Okay.
people remain connected, but probably they are not listening to our conversation because they probably are not in front of of the the computer.
Yes, actually, yes, I had a I had a message from Dr. Norris, but I saw it a little late, so actually, I think it was.
Yes, no, the point was the following, that there were two people who were supposed to talk who did not give their talk. So there was the idea of putting your tape, but the tape is not allowed to ask questions and so. So I said that if we were able to invite you immediately, that's fine. Otherwise, it was better to keep the schedule.
Yes, yes, uh, the WhatsApp is not directly accessible here, so I turned off my VPN connection on my phone, so I didn't see the message right away. So that's the problem. Sorry.
Well, you'll tell in your talk, but are you optimistic about your project of a synchrotron there?
Well, actually, it depends on the political situation. If mm, Iran can
Yes,
reach
I
an
know.
agreement with the West, especially with the US, then yes, I'm really optimistic. But otherwise, I think
Yes, I
it would
imagine.
be hard to,
Also because part of the agreement would be
yes,
the reconstruction of what has been destroyed. Because if there's
yes,
not if there is no the refund of the damages, then I imagine that Iran has more urgent problems of building.
Yes. If Iran can reach an agreement with the US, then we would have more income because we can sell
Yes.
more oil and everything, and then maybe
No, that's true. That's clear.
yes, then we can be hopeful that our project will be go ahead on schedule, but otherwise, I'm.
Your last name is Sadeghi Pana. It
Yes.
is composed of two words, Sadeghi and Pana. What does Pana
Yeah.
mean?
Actually, it doesn't mean anything. It's just most last names in Iran has something at the end, like Panah or Pur or Manesh, as you have definitely know or seen during your time. And it doesn't mean anything at that much. Panah means I don't know how to say it. It means um, being safe, something like that.
It
But
is not like Zadeh, which means son of. Is just this is without name, without meaning.
yeah, Sadegi Pana means being safe by being honest, something like that. But it's not that much, meaningful. It's just a last name, like others. Um, I'm seeing in the message board that some people can't see my slides. I'm not sure what's wrong. They say they have to select my deck screen. I don't know what's the problem.
I see it just fine.
Yes.
I see it too. I was trying.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I think you're okay.
Oh, okay, then thank you.
So we'll start in 8 minutes.
Oh, sure.
My goodness, oh, we didn't just lose them. Go back. Oh, yeah. Okay.
Sorry, I got disconnected. Do you hear my voice?
Yes.
Oh,
Let
okay.
me then
Great.
allow you to share your slides again. And
I think I should
let's get going so that we don't.
I think I should start my slides again. Just share. Okay. Do you have my slides?
Yes, I see them perfectly. Yep.
Great. Just full screen. Great.
Okay,
Okay.
we're good.
I'm ready if it's okay, I can start.
Yeah, let's get started. Yeah, because let's get started.
Okay.
So, this is our colleague, the Deputy Director for Science and Technology at the Iranian Light Source Facility, who I did not do a proper introduction, but I guess your background is in accelerator engineering or something?
Yes.
RF cavity?
Yes. My specific field is RF in mostly linear accelerators, but also cavity, RF cavity,
Okay.
and that's it. Yes.
All right, we'll let you take it away.
Okay. Good evening, everyone, or good night or good morning, depends on where you are. I am Arash, Deputy Director for Science and Technology at Iranian Light Source Facility. I'm going to give a quick presentation about our project, which is currently in early stages of development. Iranian Light Source Facility is a new 3GV fourth generation synchrotron radiation laboratory, currently in the design stage, and it, like any other synchrotron machine, consists of a linear accelerator, a booster ring, and a storage ring. The lattice is based on, I will talk about the lattice later. The project is supposed to be located in Kazmin, a city 160 kilometers northwest of Tehran, the capital of Iran. You can see the place in the map where the project is gonna be built, and the site plan, the ring, um, and where the ring is gonna be in the site. And this is the plan of the main building. It's more than 50,000 square meters, sorry, and a 3D view, 3D model of the building. And ILSF currently includes a team of about 50 scientists and engineers in different technical groups. You can see the list of the main technical groups of the ILSF, which includes beam dynamics, magnet mechanics, radio frequency, vacuum control, beam diagnostics, power supply and electronics, beam lines, and building and utilities. We have finished the basic design now and waiting for the MAC approval of our designs and detailed designs for some of the equipment, some of the magnets, RF cavity, vacuum chambers, some of the instruments is performed. and we have many, some actually R&D laboratories, and we are working on R&D, different R&D projects to achieve the knowledge to build the different instruments of the machine currently. And this is the main parameters of the ILSF storage ring lattice. It's a 5-band achromat structure with 20 super periods. And the circumference of the storage ring is 528 meters. The emittance of the machine is around 270 picometer radian, and the RF frequency is 100 megahertz, and the RF voltage is 1.1 megavolt without the insertion devices. We have overall a total number of 240 quadrupole magnets and 280 sextuple magnets, and 100 dipole magnets with half Tesla field strength and 7 Tesla per meter field gradient. The picture is not loaded. Unfortunately, it was a diagram of the beta functions during one super period of the machine, which is unfortunately there's something wrong with the platform. And this is the ILSF day one beamlines. We have 2 hard X-ray and 1 soft X-ray beamlines for the day one operation of our machine, and the other beamlines would be developed over time. We have a total available total number of 30 beamlines for maximum about 30 beamlines available in our lattice, but for the day one, these 3 beamlines would be available. We have a few R&D laboratories right now, which the R&D projects are developing in these laboratories. We have our magnet measurement lab. We have different devices such as rotating coils, Hall props, and Helmholtz coils to measure different parameters of magnets. Our RF lab has all the equipments required to develop different RF instruments such as RF cavity, amplifiers, especially solid state amplifiers, and LRRF systems. Our vacuum lab is working on vacuum chambers, and we have also developed vacuum pumps in-house, and we are currently working on a neck coating, neck-coated vacuum chambers we have for our storage ring. And we have also a power supply and electronics lab working on different power supplies, and actually also high power systems such as modulators for klystrons. And the control and diagnostics labs works on different diagnostics and control systems for our machine. We have a linear accelerator laboratory. We have a low energy linear accelerator built with brazeless process, completely brazeless process for the linear accelerator. We have also a support letter from CERN for this structure. And the final energy of this machine is 4 MeV right now. And it was completely developed in IPM in our institute. More than 90% of the instruments of this machine are built in Iran. And we have some ongoing R&D projects right now. I have no, sorry. This is the list of the R&D projects that are finished. We have a 4 MeV LINAC with braceless structure. We have aluminum and copper RF cavities. We have built a 500 megahertz, 4 kilowatt solid state amplifier as a first prototype. We have finished developing our digital LRF system. We have a BPM electronic readout board developed and tested it at Alba. We have developed an ion vacuum pump, and it has the same pressure profile of commercial pump manufactured by VMT. We have finished developing steel vacuum chamber for our storaging, but we have moved to neg-coated copper vacuum chambers and replaced the designs for that vacuum chambers. And we have built different prototype magnets, such as quadrupoles, dipoles, also an undulator magnets. And we also developed a fast current transformer with the readout electronics for our linear accelerator. And we also have developed high power modulators for different power multi-beam klystrons that are produced by VDBT in Russia. And this is the list of in-progress R&D projects. We are working on an RF electron gun, a 25 mega MeV LINAC with terahertz and IR beamlines at the end, a neck coating of vacuum chambers for our storage ring, and different laminated magnets for our booster ring. And right now for the 25 MeV LINAC, we are working on brazed structures, as you can see in this picture. And we have moved from the braceless structures for now, at least. We also have collaborations with CERN. Currently, ILSF has collaborations with the FCC and ISOLDE projects at CERN. Our team is collaborating on the design of the FCC EE high energy booster ring, since it's very similar to our ring, of course, with a lot, much more higher energy. And these are the designs that our Beam Dynamics group has done for the FCC project. And we have also made designs for the FCC booster magnets, and also another Helmholtz magnet for the Isolde project, which is built and installed and passed all the requirements. And we have also an ongoing agreement with Sesame to build a LINAC linear accelerator for them. As you may know, Sesame has a microtron currently injecting the initial particles into its booster ring. They have a plan to upgrade the booster to can do top-up injections. And the LINAC that we have an agreement to build for them is going to be placed inside the tunnel, inside the booster ring tunnel, booster ring bunker, right next to the microtron, as you can see in the plan here, and inject the beam into the booster ring. And then this linear accelerator will be used to inject the beam to the upgraded booster ring. The final energy of the boost, this linear accelerator is going to be 100 MeV. It's a high gradient structure, which will be developed by INFN at Italy. We are going to buy it from actually INFN at Italy. The rest will be developed by us, and it would has an buncher and pre-buncher and bunching structures and the electron gun and other instruments that normal linear accelerator will have. And that's it. Thank you very much. If there is any question, I would be happy to answer.
Thank you. Are there any questions for the speaker? Well, I guess the question that's most, how are you and how are things with what's happening? The war and attacks on Iran.
Well, as I said, Dr. Bailini, just before this, my presentation, we are really hoping that an agreement would be made between Iran and the West, especially US. That way, our project would have high hopes of achievement. But if there is no agreement is made, then everything would be really hard, and I have no idea how we would proceed after that. But based on the news in the recent few days, there are high hopes for an agreement, as said by a lot of people, such as the president of the USA himself and some other high rank officers in our military. So we are hopeful. That's all I can say.
Gotcha. But none of your facilities have taken any damage. Is that what?
No, hopefully, no, actually, everything is safe for now, and we are safe and okay for now, and we are hoping that just what I said, everything would work out eventually.
Gotcha.
I think Dr. Violini has raised
Yeah,
hand.
Leo, I see your hand raised.
Yes, I would like to ask just a couple of questions. One is, you mentioned that you have done some collaboration with Alba and NFN in Italy. First of all, which part of NFN is the question? And second, this collaboration is easy or not? Because, for example, I don't know up to which extent the sanctions against Iran make difficult this kind of collaboration.
Yes, actually, the collaborations with, especially with European countries, are quite hard, as you know. And but we have done collaborations with, for example, Alba a few years ago, and we are currently collaborating with CERN a lot in many different projects. Uh, and it is hard, but it's happening. We don't have any current collaborations with INFN. We are just going to buy the LINAC tube from them, and the negotiations, initial negotiations, are done by Sesame, not us. And they are going to buy the high gradient tube, and we are going to build the rest and connect everything to each other, actually.
Okay, thank you.
Are there any other questions? Can I come back to well, one question about the Iran is a member of Sesame, correct?
Yes.
And so was it this decision to build your facility, I guess, was taken after? Oh, can you tell me what was the path to getting the decision for Iran to build its own facility after being a member of Sesame? Or
Yes, the decision to build the ILSF was made back in 2010, actually. And during that time, Sesame was not operational yet. And I'm not sure, maybe the current Ministry of Science was not sure that the Sesame would be operational or not. But right now, again, they are um, uh, looking at both projects, ours and also Sesame. But they are going to proceed with both in parallel, I think. And the decision, actually, for now, at least, it's that they're going to pursue both projects, both goals in parallel. And also, our facility is a little different than Sesame in specifications and everything. So that's as far as I know, actually.
Mhm. And at your facility has a kind of a linac that goes through the middle of the ring. I saw. Is that what that is? That
Yes,
long?
we have the design. We have a 150 MeV linear accelerator
Mhm.
that will inject the beam into the booster ring, and the booster ring will increase the energy to 3 GeV, and then inject it into the storage ring.
Have you thought about
And then you get.
extending that to make a FEL out of it?
Oh,
Or do you,
yes, we are going to build an FEL. Actually, it's IR terahertz FEL.
gotcha.
Because the Linac will be ready a lot sooner than the rest of the machine. So we are going to have an FEL setup when the Linac is finished, and use that until the whole machine is operational. That's the
Nice.
plan for now.
Are there any other questions? I'll ask one more is so I like how you have all these R&D labs and sort of engineering development labs. I think when we think about a light source in the Greater Caribbean and light source in Africa, is that we have to replicate a lot of that so that people can get the hands-on training of designing and prototyping components.
Yes.
Well, I guess people who do that kind of thing, accelerator physicists and things like that, they know how to do that. But is there like a how do we sort of do that in a way that a university can build a system sort of like yours where they can prototype design concepts and things like that? Have you sort of written a sort of monograph on how to do that and what kind of data that one can get?
Not exactly, but we have collaborations with a lot of universities in Iran, and we have actually made a detailed list of everything that we need for a machine, the parts that we are going to buy from. We have indicated which parts are going to be bought from foreign countries, which parts are going to be developed in Iran based on our capabilities and the capabilities of our industry and our universities and etc. And then we have an how can I say we have prepared different requests for proposals for different parts and put them on our website and send them to the universities, and then each university will send us a proposal for the parts that they think they can develop, and we start our collaboration, and it goes on like that. I'm not sure
Yeah.
if I answered your question or not. That's our plan to proceed
So are
with
those
the
RFPs
R&D.
limit? I'm sorry. Is those RFPs limited to Iranian university respondents, or is it a global request?
For now it's mostly the Iranian universities because as you
The
know,
sanctions,
the
yeah.
working with foreign universities and the sanctions and everything. But
Yeah.
we have MOUs with other different facilities. We currently are working with China, and we are in the early stages of collaboration, but we hope that we can extend the collaboration with Chinese institutes and facilities to achieve, higher engineering achievements and stuff like that.
Okay.
But working with West is a little hard right now. But if an agreement is made in the near future, which we have high hopes for right now, then it would become easier, and then we can also start our collaborating with Western institutes and universities. And we have also currently limited, but in few different ways, a few different fields with CERN, and that's also working. And all we can do is hope for the future.
Understood.
Yes.
Okay. Last question, Leo.
Well, I have a last question. I remember that I read a document of yours about the cost of your synchrotron. That document is of a few years ago, I think 4 or 5, I don't remember. And it was in the order of 200 million euros. 200, 300, but the order of magnitude was about 200 million euros. But it must be said that the cost of land was not included in that analysis, if I remember well. Now, my question is, would you still keep the estimate of the cost of a synchrotron in Iran in that order of magnitude? Because in this meeting, there have been several comments about which, according to which, the cost of the building would be much higher than that. So I would like to understand what is your point. Also, because I'm not sure whether the cost of 200 millions correspond to a fourth generation synchrotron or a third generation synchrotron. Can you be more specific about that?
Yes. About the first of all, about the land is given to us by government, so we don't have to pay for it, and there's no need for a budget for the land. For the machine, our estimation is 220 million euros, as you said. And also, we have taken into account that maybe unexpected budget would be required for the things that we haven't seen for now. And our total overall estimation that we set to the government is 300 million euros. But you should keep this in mind that the building in Iran would be a lot cheaper, would be than it building it in other countries, especially the West. The building is cheaper than the West. So for now, yes, our the budget that we asked for from the government is 300 million euros, and our estimation is 220 million euros um, for the machine for the because we are also going to develop the magnets in Iran, mostly power supplies, a lot of parts will be developed in Iran, and it will be also cheaper than other countries because especially for the human resources are a lot cheaper here, and some other things such as concrete, steel, stuff like that uh, are cheaper in Iran than other countries. And for now, our estimation is 220 million euros, and the price that we have asked government for is 300 million euros. Without the land, we don't have to pay for the land.
So what I remember.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, well, if there are no further questions, I want to thank the speaker. I know it's very late where you are, and we had scheduled you for
It's
earlier.
okay.
So I
No,
just want to
I'm
really
used
thank
to
you for
work late,
coming.
so
Yeah.
no problem. Sure.
And we hope that we can work with you even more and engage with you even more,
Sure.
and kind of use your experience as a model for global South synchrotron development. And so thank you again. So with
No problem. Sure.
I think we're ready to close this conference. And I want to thank everyone for attending and for staying late today, and we'll be back in touch. Thank you again, everyone.
Thank you, everybody. Bye.
All right. Cheers.
Bye.